RWBY.
I'm back, and welcome to another way too long video about RWBY. This time we will be talking about the middle seasons, right? The middle arc, so to say. So that would be volumes 4, 5, and 6. I did another video prior to this one, which spanned the first 3 volumes. If you haven't seen that one, please go check it out, of course. You don't have to have seen that one in order to understand this one, but it would help with context and the like, right? So anyway, this time around, I think we have some really interesting stuff to go over, especially because I feel like the first 3 volumes really have been done and over with, right? Not only have I done a way too long analysis of the whole thing, but those are volumes that have been talked about ad nauseum by other people getting into the show. So really, I feel like the points I make there are tried and true, right? And when getting into the later seasons, you'll definitely see that like less people will have dived into this, less people will have thrown their hat into the proverbial ring, so to say. And I think it's going to be really interesting. I think it's going to be really fun to dive into all of this. There are a couple of things that we need to keep in mind. As stated in the previous video, when Yang breaks Mercury's leg, you can really see the tonal shift that the show will be taking from that point on, right? And it is a tone I don't necessarily agree with, because what they were trying to do and what Monty's vision was a show that would run for a really, really long time, and that would mature with its audience, so to say, right? And the way that they go about that in these next couple of volumes isn't necessarily like, oh hey, we want to create a more mature show. It's just they want to create a darker show and call it mature, which doesn't really translate all that well, because the way that they do darkness in this particular show is just by having everything suck for our characters. And none of that necessarily means that your show is any darker than what it used to be. None of that really means that your show is any more mature than what it used to be. It just means that everything now sucks for our characters, right? Where in the beginning, they had very much this this happy-go-lucky attitude towards the whole thing. Now, everything will just kind of suck, I guess, right? Which I think is a really interesting turn for what they're trying to do here. Another thing that I find really interesting going into these next couple of volumes is how really what the series is from this point on is an interpretation of Miles and Carrie of what Monty wanted. And the way in which I mean that is Monty isn't here anymore to guide the project, to guide everyone into making his vision, right? Which means that from now on, we'll get to see an interpretation, a continuation of the people who worked closest with him. And to see what they make of it, to see what they do with it, I think is really interesting in and of itself, right? What these next volumes represent is, so to say, a post-Monty era, right? And I think they're definitely looking to do things a lot more different than what they used to with Monty, and the direction that the show takes as well. Even though I do think what they're doing is Monty's original voice, they're trying to get Monty's original vision, so to say, out there. The way that they're going to do all of it is naturally going to be different, since, well, they're different people, right? One final thing that I want to talk about before getting into the review proper is, starting from season 1 going till season 3, you can really see the show improving, right? The show is becoming way bigger than it ever thought it would. The show is getting more popular, volume after volume, and that also means that it comes with a lot of backlash, right? More people, there are more eyes on the whole thing. More people are looking at it, they are scrutinizing it, they are thinking about it, and all the plot points that they've had so far, and everyone's giving their opinion on it. And the way that Rooster Teeth goes about dealing with these complaints isn't necessarily good. It is something that I'll go into a little more later. Just know that where in part 1 of this series we really saw kind of the rise of RWBY, now we'll start seeing its downfall, so to say. And really, without any further ado, a little more ado. I want to remind everyone to please subscribe if you haven't already, to please like the video, leave comments on things you think are interesting, any thoughts that come up during the video that you think like, oh hey, I think this might be interesting to note or to talk about. Please let me know. I'll be down there in the comments trying to keep the discussion going, right? Trying to make sure that everything that is happening is productive, is good, and really adds to the discussion of RWBY, right? Also, if you're wondering why I'm holding my microphone this time, it's because I broke my stand trying to set up this goddamn video. So, with the notion of I'm a dumbass, please enjoy RWBY Sucks and You Should Watch It, Part 2. The first episode of the season opens with a shot of a pool containing black ooze. We see a claw rise out from the goo as we see a Beowulf Grimm slowly rise out of said pool. As the scene goes on, we pan out to watch more pools with Grimm crawling out from them. We pan up further to gaze at the moon, as it is revealed that we are standing behind glass and the Syndettes are watching it all happen in a daze of amazement, befuddlement, and fear. It is then revealed that they are standing in a room in which an evil meeting is being held, consisting of Cinder and her Syndettes, and also 3 other new villains. As the Syndettes take their place beside Cinder, this mustached man makes a snide remark towards her and reveals that Cinder lost her ability to speak in the battle for Beacon after being in the white light from RWBY. This fella then busts in, playing very coy about RWBY taking Cinder's eye and she should return in kind before laughing maniacally. They decided this guy should be insane and they want to make sure that you get the message. Cinder tries a rebuttal but can't speak and is about to whisper her message in Emerald's ear as the door opens. The mysterious woman from the end of the previous volume walks through and decides to defend Cinder against the mustached man, revealing his name to be Watts. He responds to her by stating he is not keen on failure, and the mysterious woman states that Cinder did not fail and starts listing all of her accomplishments. Those being the fact that Cinder destroyed Beacon, she became the Fall Maiden, and, most importantly, killed Ozpin, confirming he is dead. Now, I have an issue with the last one being a positive to the mysterious woman here, but I'll talk about that when that becomes relevant. For now, let's move on. After the exchange with Watts, the woman decides to sideline Cinder because of her newfound power, which also comes with a massive weakness. And Cinder needs to recuperate from her previous encounter with RWBY, and thus needs to complete her treatment. Watts is sent back to take Cinder's place at some meeting somewhere else, and Scorpio, or Tyrion, is sent to look for the Spring Maiden. The big burly muscle man, who is also here, hilariously named Hazel by the way, is sent to the White Fang to exert influence over them. As the meeting is about to end, Cinder butts in, or rather lets the people know she wants to say something and uses Emerald as a talk. She wants to know what will happen to the girl who did this to her, and the woman leading the meeting puts Tyrion on the job instead of looking for the Spring Maiden. I don't see why Cinder didn't just use Ruby's name here. That would make things a little more clear. Tyrion is delighted, but after hearing he needs to capture Ruby, he gets sad because he likes killing, you see, because he is crazy, you see. The meeting is ended with an announcement that Haven will be the next target to be destroyed as Tyrion finishes his sentence from earlier, and he does the most over-the-top, annoying, maniacal laugh ever put to film. I think this was supposed to seal his insanity deal and show the audience just how insane he is, but it feels like it's so clearly somebody pretending to be crazy that it all just falls flat and becomes really annoying. I mean, look at this. And then I showed a clip of Tyrion being all, that's all. Let's just show the clip. We then cut to a farm boy waking up from a nightmare. He just kinda does farm boy things until we cut away. It's not really that interesting. We then cut to a forest, where the newly formed team RWBY, Jean, Nora, and Ren are walking, whilst Nora and Ren are discussing the new team name. Nora suggests Junior, as in JNRR, but Ren states that isn't a color, and suggests RWBY as the leader of the team because they are helping her, making the acronym RNJR. Before he can finish his thoughts, however, they get cut off by Jean telling them to focus and that Junior's a cooler name. The ground shakes, indicating the arrival of a Grim, and RWBY is revealed to be kiting the Grim to Jean's position. We are reminded of the existence of a landing strategy before launching into the first action scene of the volume. They fight for a bit and eventually realize their fighting isn't working. The universe also clowns on Jean for a bit by hitting him in the balls, which I find to be a very tired joke, and I wish people would stop using "and then he got hit in the balls" as a punchline. During this exchange, it is revealed that Jean doesn't have a weapon right now and is acting as a strategist. He watches the Grim make a tree a part of his body after Nora destroyed the rock hand, and RWBY proceeds to set it on fire. Right as the Grim is to kill Jean, Ren cuts its mask, and the Grim falls to the ground, revealing the weak point of this particular Grim to be its face. Jean then launches into a beautiful Minds type scene where he's putting all the puzzle pieces together and figuring out how to beat this thing, but it comes off as a toddler figuring out to put the square in the square hole. Everyone watching already figured out to hit its face to be him. Just say, you gotta hit its face, and then tell everyone their positions. No need to go, oh, its pointy edges don't allow the cube to go into the round hole, and its shape looks nothing like this triangle. Anyway, Nora is told to use her new upgrade, and the others go to distract the Grim. Eventually, Nora charged up her pink lightning, which we will never ever again see in the show, and RWBY picks her up with her semblance so Nora can hit the Grim. It shatters and runs away, allowing RWBY to take the final shot. Right before the shot hits, they cut to watch some crows fly off, and I don't see why they couldn't just show the Grim getting shot. Now it just feels like they're being artsy for artsy's sake. They end the scene by Jean saying the team name out loud and having him doubt it. We cut to town where our characters speak with a man that some Dai decided should be Chinese, and reveals the fact that they fought this Grim as a hunter's request. They do a little bow before they cut to the armor shop where Jean is getting his new weapons and armor. Jean takes his old armor off and reveals to RWBY the bunny on his shirt, which sparks the most annoying comedy bit RWBY has to offer. This whole thing is just so out of touch and drags on for so long that I really don't get why anyone thought this was a good idea. Anyway, the arms maker comes out and compliments the metal Jean gave him, and it's revealed that Jean used parts of Pyrrha's armor to make it. They have a final squabble over the team name before Jean shuts it down by saying that the name doesn't really matter, and the team finally states its objective, to make it to Haven Academy. They walk off into the sunset and make a joke about having forgotten the map. The final scene sees Weiss having made it home. She goes to see her father as the episode ends. So I think this episode does a decent job of introducing the volume. They set up the action for the villains, even though it doesn't really mean all that much to the viewer yet. At least the audience knows who the main cast will be directly interacting with, that being Tyrion. We also know their next target will be Haven, and that they are actively looking for the Spring Maiden, which for now has been put on hold, but at least it's on their priority list. On the hero side, we have a fairly simple task, that being make it to Haven. A much lesser goal in comparison, but hey, maybe they'll make up something along the way. I don't see why they couldn't take a car or anything like a vehicle or, like an airship, like the things we've been seeing throughout this entire show. We've also been shown highways. I don't really understand why no highway has been made in between all of these cities. They mention they want to make it to the next town called Xi'an for the exact reason of taking an airship, but I don't see why they aren't in one already. Especially since they do know Ironwood, and he has a military at his disposal. Anyway, the whole fight scene was fine. I liked the moves that were pulled off here. The whole figuring out how to beat the monster was unnecessary. It took way too long for Jean to figure out how to beat it. It feels like they feel the need to have him do this step by step because they don't think the audience will figure it out otherwise. And that would mean that they have very low faith in their audience. But I'll give them the benefit of the doubt and say they didn't know a better way to do something like this. Another thing that they might have been trying to achieve would be to show the audience that Jean is supposed to be the smart tactician one here. But this scene also fails at doing that, mainly because the thing that he beautiful-minded together was so obvious that every single person already would have done it, and it wasn't a particularly clever solution either. It just came off just really patronizing towards the audience. I also don't like Tyrion in this episode. They are definitely overselling his insanity to a cartoonish level in a show that wants to be taken seriously. You just can't do that like this. If he's crazy, that's fine, but you gotta treat it in a mature way, in a way that would be tonally right with the type of show that you're trying to make. And this just ain't it. Lastly, Hazel is just not a good name for the character that they gave it to. In real life, you can have any name you want, but in fiction, you have the benefit of using names to evoke certain emotions, images, to denote a person's heritage or like where they come from in the world. You can set the stage for the character that you introduce by the name. The name Hazel conjures forth the images of someone like Velvet. You know, when I think of someone named Hazel, I think of a fun-loving, bubbly rabbit girl, not a gruff, muscly beefcake. Either way, overall a decent episode. I like the mixing of Pyrrha's armor and Jean's weapon. It's a cute touch, especially since Pyrrha is such an important person to Jean. It sets everything up pretty well, and it's pretty refreshing for the series. On the note of mixing Pyrrha's armor into Jean's weapons, though, in like a meta sense, it feels a little weird, because Jean and Pyrrha only knew each other at the most for like 6 months. And for Jean to then be able to not only take the armor and the weapons from the famous Pyrrha Nikos and to smelt them down into an armor that he could use. I just don't think that for someone as famous as Pyrrha, nobody like Jean would just be able to get their weapons, especially since Pyrrha died unexpectedly. There wasn't a will written. There wasn't like a note in her room saying, oh yeah, if I die, Jean gets all my stuff. Because that would be kind of ridiculous. And none of that has been set up anyway. So it does feel a little weird that Jean would be the one to inherit that and without any backlash be able to just smelt it down into something for himself. Anyway, let's take it for the dumb show that it is. In a vacuum, it's just cute. It furthers character development. It also reinforces the fact that Pyrrha really only did exist for Jean, because apparently, despite her fame, she has no one else to be giving her weapons and armor to. Oh well, I'm rambling right now. I need to move on to the next episode. This episode was fine, for the most part. The next episode starts with Weiss walking through her big family mansion in a sad manner. After walking past a couple massive rooms with expensive-looking things in them, she runs into her brother. After some talking, Weiss mentions that Whitley, as this boy is called, is acting strange. Presumably because he's acting more cheerful than that Weiss was expecting. We learn their mother is an alcoholic and their father was yelling at someone before Weiss moves on to see her father. We then cut to a black screen where we hear Pyrrha's voice in the scenes from the more pivotal moments of her character. Eventually, she calls out for Jean and we discover this was RWBY's nightmare for some reason. I don't think she was even around to hear Pyrrha say these things. Either way. She gets up, and we cut to the team walking through the woods, apparently having spawned a map somewhere along the way. We learn Xi'an is a town Jean and his family used to visit all the time, but by the time they arrive, the town is completely burned to the ground. They run in and one of them exclaims that there could be survivors, and in doing so toss the map completely, leaving them with the same problem that they had at the end of the last episode where they had no map. Now I also don't understand how there could still be survivors. By the look of the damage to the town, it was attacked some days ago, but sure enough, they find the dude almost dead. He explains that bandits attacked the town, which in turn attracted the Grimm before dying off screen. Ren acts more distant than usual, insinuating he is upset at something. He stares at a big hoof print and Nora shares a knowing glance with him before we cut back to Weiss. Weiss is listening in on the fight her father and Ironwood are having. It turns out Ironwood wants to implement a dust embargo on all dust going out of Atlas, and Jacques, as Weiss her father is called, is understandably upset. I mean, he is the biggest dust merchant in Remnant. Not being able to sell dust in other kingdoms would greatly limit his ability to do business. He mentions that the council would never agree to an embargo, and Ironwood rebuttals by stating,
"You forget. I hold 2 seats on the council."
Now, I don't know how big these councils are supposed to be. We learn in World of Remnant that there are councils in every kingdom, but they don't say how big they are. This could mean that Ironwood either has a lot to say or barely any say in what goes on in these countries. Granted, more than your average councilman, since he has 2 votes rather than 1, but that's no information to go off of. The way he says it makes it seem like it's a lot though, so we'll just go with that. Eventually they notice Weiss and Ironwood leaves. We learn in the following conversation that Jacques is planning a charity event to show to the world that Atlas cares for its citizens of Remnant, and he wants Weiss to perform a song at this event. This is the first time Weiss her singing becomes somewhat relevant to the show, by the way, 4 years into its runtime. This scene is supposed to showcase Jacques' manipulative nature, which it does rather well. Rather than directly asking if Weiss wants to sing, he just states that it would make a lot of people happy, and Weiss gets what that means. Weiss leaves the room and runs into Klein, whose deal is that he is all the 7 dwarves from Snow White at once, and switches between them on the fly. This is about the most obnoxious way they implement a fairy tale into a character, by the way. This interaction isn't too egregious yet, but his presence is already very grating to me. Anyway, we cut back to RWBY having the same nightmare from before. This time, She woke up at night and notices Jean is gone. She goes to look for him and she finds him training in the woods to a video of Pyrrha. This is the closest RWBY will ever come to a genuinely touching moment in my opinion. And yet, I couldn't bring myself to actually feel the feelings that this scene wanted me to. When I watched the scene for the first time, my body was telling me that I should be sad, but in my head, I was barraged with questions like, when did Pyrrha record this? Why did Pyrrha record this? Did she know that she was going to die? And with the music in the background being these swelling, sad violins, it really cheapened the whole mood. I think they could have done this scene way better if, during Jean his training, they had the camera go through the screen and go back to the moment when Pyrrha was making this video and explain like, hey, I'm recording this because I do a lot of promo events, I go to fights, I train a lot, I can't be there a lot for you, so I'm recording this so you can train when I'm gone. That would have been a much better way of doing this scene. That way you can explain why she was recording this and also incorporate her fame status, which she proposedly has. It would just be a much more integrated way of doing this scene that makes it feel a lot more natural and actually allows the audience to feel the sad feelings that this scene called for. Truly a missed opportunity in my opinion. Pyrrha also goes on a tangent saying everything but "I love you, Jean," and it feels really weird. Why include this in the video? We know she had a massive crush on Jean. It was basically the only character trait given to her when she was on the show. Why include that here? It only cements the fact that she exists for Jean and nothing else. Anyway, RWBY turns around and the episode ends. I don't have much to say about this episode other than the things I said about the final scene. There isn't really any action, but that's okay. Doing some more mellow episodes help give it a more grounded feel to the volume. So that's okay, so long as it does pick up eventually. The next episode picks up with Blake on a boat. The captain approaches her and the two talk for a while about Blake being alone and paranoid. After a brief encounter, Blake decides to abandon the ribbon she used to cover up her cat ears before we get teased with a shadowy figure and the unagi, a water creature. We then cut to Yang having a depression. She flips through a couple of TV channels before being interrupted by her dad. He presents Yang with a state-of-the-art new bionic arm, and Yang is, to put it mildly, less than thrilled. We learn that Ironwood himself ordered the tech for the admirable performance during the fall of Beacon. Yang rejects the use of the bionic arm for now, and we then see her perform a couple of chores around the house one-handed. Eventually, she drops a glass on the floor, the sound of which launches her into a PTSD flashback, letting the audience know that Yang got PTSD from the moment Adam cut off Yang's arm. After this, we cut back to Blake, who eventually notices the shadowy figure, but before she can confront them, the water creature reveals itself. The creature turns out to be a water dragon Grimm, and of course Blake decides to step in and help the crew fight it. After some back and forth, the shadowy person decides to join the fray and reveals themselves to be Sun. The two join forces and eventually, with a little help from the cannons on the ship, the duo defeat the Dragon Grimm. Blake isn't too happy to see Sun, however, and after the fight slaps the shit out of him. We cut to them having a conversation about the whole ordeal. It turns out Sun has been shadowing Blake for a while because he wanted to help her. Sun has been shadowing Blake for a while because he wanted to help her. Sun thought she was
going on a one-woman rampage against the White Fang
and wanted to be there for her. It turns out Blake is actually just going home to figure some stuff out and see the family. After discovering this, Sun decides to stick around anyway, just in case the White Fang shows up. and thus their duo adventure to Menagerie begins. The final scene of the episode sees the Pale Lady doing something to Cinder, and eventually she asks if Cinder really did kill Ozpin, and demands to hear it in Cinder's voice. Cinder says yes, and this does not please the Pale Lady, despite earlier expressions of joy. She then asks this orb thing to increase their numbers at Beacon because some form of relic is supposed to be there. The episode ends with her asking into the void,
"What are you planning?"
Okay, so I feel like both nothing and a lot has happened this episode, and I think that's because the bulk of this episode is people sitting around and talking, which is only broken up by the dragon fight, which in and of itself is forgettable, not in the least, because the animation in this fight is pretty rough. The biggest thing to note here is the fact that Yang as a character did a complete 180 from her bubbly, energetic persona to a depressed, wet cloth. I understand she is shaken by the events of the previous volume, but I don't see how that would result in this behavior. My friend and I discussed this, and we both agreed that Yang would be the type of person to hide her sadness and pretend that nothing is wrong, only letting her emotions show behind closed doors. Mainly because within the show she fills the role of the big sister type, where she is supposed to be an emotional rock for RWBY and the team. And for a character that has such role, it would be more natural to try and hide away the feelings rather than just fully give in to them. It makes it feel really weird because it just feels like it's not in line with her character at all. It would have been more natural if it was the way that I just described. The order of Yang's actions in this episode is also backwards. We haven't gotten a chance to really see Yang after losing her arm. All we got was a convo with RWBY at the end of Volume 3. You should really show that Yang is struggling to deal with the fact that she only has one arm, then present her with the solution, which she can then reject at first. I understand that her arc is supposed to be the acceptance and the moving on from what happened in the previous volume, but this scene would have been more impactful if you show her struggle with it first and then reject the solution, rather than the other way around, because otherwise she comes off as very unlikable, to be honest. I also forgot about how much Sun adds to each episode that he's in. I can't really go into detail just yet, so sit tight, I'll get to it. For now, let's do episode 4, which starts with the farm boy seeing something strange about himself, and we hear the voice of Ozpin say hello in the mirror, introducing himself to the young boy, letting us know that Ozpin isn't dead after all. We then cut to Yang having a nightmare about the moment her hand was cut off, and as she wakes, she looks at the bionic arm in consideration until she hears voices come from downstairs. She heads down and discovers her father with the two teachers from Beacon catching up on old times. Yang decides to join the trio, and we are treated to this little gem of an unfortunate line.
Oh, please. She's a mature young woman. If she can handle combat, she can handle a few jabs at her old man.
If you know the story of the VA for Peter Port, you know why this line is unfortunate. Eventually, the conversation lands on the topic of Yang's missing arm, and she is asked why she hasn't tried out the arm yet. She replies that she is scared, and after a back and forth with her father, she states that this is her new normal, and that she just needs time to get over the whole ordeal. Tai gives some encouraging word about how Yang can be anything who she wants to be, and that he will be there for her if she needs him. Eventually, Yang goes back upstairs and listens in on the farewell Tai gives Yang's teachers. Jesus, that's a hard line. They ask if Tai has heard from RWBY and if he will go and try to find her. Tai states that he needs to stay to help Yang, and we cut to RWBY and crew walking through the woods with a newfound map pulled from somewhere in the ether. They talk for a bit about the village they are going to, and they mention that they haven't been seeing the amount of Grimm they were expecting. The camera pans up and we discover Crow has been stalking them and killing the Grimm they otherwise would have encountered. He looks to an actual crow who proceeds to fly off. We then cut to a village where Ruby and crew are booking a room, and the camera moves to the inn across the street where Crow is sitting. He gets bought a glass of whiskey by a woman upstairs with red eyes, and we find out this is the woman who was confronted by Yang in the non-canon after credits bit in Volume 2. We also discover this is Crow's sister and that her name is Raven. In this encounter, the two talk about a couple of things and reveal Yang is Raven's daughter, who she saved on the train. She apparently decided that in her life she would save her daughter once for the sole purpose of doing a mysterious appearance to create intrigue to an audience that doesn't exist in this universe. It is also revealed that two were part of a gang or family, as Raven puts it, and that Crow has left this organization. The last things they reveal is that they are also looking for this relic, and that the mysterious woman, who is named Salem apparently, is also looking for this relic. Eventually, Raven leaves through a portal. The final scene of the episode sees Yang trying on the arm for the first time and thus starting to move on. Now, I don't like this episode very much. It is very low-key and bungles one of the biggest character arcs they could have had this volume. They should have taken more time and care in exploring Yang's feelings about what happened. This is exactly what I talked about during my analysis of the previous volumes. One conversation and it's over. Yang is ready to move on, forgetting the fact that she seems completely out of character as discussed prior. They are taking the easy route here. They do the bare minimum of exploring their character before moving on. This whole depression is an interesting thing for Yang to be going through. At least treat your characters with a little bit of respect and actually try to explore their feelings for a bit. Not just for the character's sake, but for the audience as well. The talk Crow and Raven had is also very frustrating in a way only RWBY can be. It gives a couple name drops and a few hints and moves on without actually really telling the audience anything about what is happening. We learn nothing of importance other than just a couple of implications. The biggest reveals were Salem's name and the fact that Raven is Yang's mother, together with the fact that apparently Raven and her gang destroyed Xi'an, even though that never matters at all. We start the next episode with Blake and Sun arriving at Menagerie, a beautiful tropical island and the homeland of the Faunas. We learn in their conversation that this island, which is only 1/3 habitable, was given to the Faunas to shut them up and stop them from their continuous task of asking for equal rights. Eventually, the two end up at Blake's house, and it turns out she lives in quite the big mansion. Blake was a bit anxious about seeing her parents again, but she is received rather well. The two enter and have a short conversation over tea. Blake's mom ships Sun and Blake together as they are interrupted by the overly loud door handle, and Blake's father goes to answer. Sun and Blake find out that it's two representatives from the White Fang and run for the door. Blake states they are in part responsible for what happened at Vale, and her father asks for clarification from the White Fang. They admit that the White Fang is in part at fault for what happened to Beacon, but that was a splinter group, which had defected from the White Fang, and it wasn't supported by the larger organization. After a short back and forth, the duo leave. After the door shuts, Blake's father states his dislike for Sun, and we cut to the White Fang duo. They reveal that they are in league with said splinter group that destroyed Vale and that they answer to Adam. We then cut to Tyrion in the pub Crow visited in the previous episode, asking about RWBY and crew, who went to the pub opposite of the one Tyrion is in, so I don't really understand why he would be asking here. So, this is another low-key episode. And it really feels like we're still setting things up for the volume, forgetting that the next episode is already the mid-season finale. Again, not a lot happened other than sitting around and talking. At this point, knowing the kind of show that this is, I'm going to want a little more action. Luckily, the confrontation with Tyrion will most likely happen next episode, considering it is the midpoint of the volume and it has been set up at the end of this episode. We learned some more stuff and gained some more questions in the process, as it always goes with these things. The White Fang refers to Blake's dad as Grace, for example, which in and of itself brings a myriad of questions, like does this mean Blake is royalty, and how come nobody recognized her at this point considering the position her family has in this society? They can't be regular people considering the Your Grace bit and the huge house that they live in compared to the other houses on the island. Sun also keeps insisting that it is cramped on the island, but to me it doesn't look any busier than a regular city. There's a lot of space between the houses as well, so it can't be that cramped yet. They seem a little more racially aware this episode, which is good. The whole bit about the island being a cheap gift to stop the Faunus from asking for equality is an interesting idea to explore, and it should definitely come back in future episodes. The mid-season finale opens with Ruby and crew walking with much more walking in their future. Yeah, girl, same. I'm getting tired of it too. Eventually, they happen on another destroyed village, chucking their map once again. During their search for survivors, Nora happens upon a sign with the village name on it, Oniyuri. Ren happens to know of it and explains this was supposed to be a village for rich folk who would like to not be taxed anymore. I mean, wanted to start their own kingdom. The village eventually got run over by Grimm and abandoned before it was ever completed. We get some foreshadowing that something is following the gang before we cut to the moon and some singing. We learn that Weiss is giving her performance at the charity event. After the performance, we move to the ballroom, where her father is talking about how the Fauna should shut the fuck up because he pays them as much as he does his human workers. Weiss decides to separate herself from her father, which he stops, and after a short exchange, he reluctantly lets her. She walks over to the painting where some guy tries to flirt with her, and it turns out that he doesn't know anything about why they're there and why they're trying to raise money, which doesn't sit well with Weiss, obviously. Just as a reminder, they are trying to raise money to help the victims of what happened at Beacon where Weiss was at. Weiss sent the guy away for being ignorant, and I say good riddance. She then overhears a lady talk shit on Vale for getting attacked, and that sent her over the line. She screams at the guest for being vapid and vacant before her father grabs her. As she wriggles free, Weiss falls to the ground, somehow triggering her summon. She summons the boar she defeated in Volume 1, and it attacks the lady who was talking shit. Ironwood saves her, however, shame, and the woman calls for Weiss her arrest. Ironwood replies with,
She's the only one making sense around here.
before walking off. Why does every big moment need to end with one of these like pseudo-clever one-liners? It's so annoying. Anyway, Jacques looks furiously at Weiss before we cut back to Ruby. Ren somehow senses something approaching, and we see Tyrion running towards the group. They exchange a couple of blows before doing some talking. Tyrion, doing his best Joker impression, states he is interested in Ruby before continuing the fight. Ruby shoots Nora in the fucking face, but it's okay because it was an electric bullet. Nora absorbs the electricity and uses the power to strike Tyrion. He blocks this with his scorpion tail, revealing him to be Faunus. Eventually, Ruby gets clobbered, and just as Tyrion is about to kill her, Kro blocks the blow in the most cool guy way they could think of. The episode then ends, setting up the real fight for next episode. Now, as far as mid-season finales go, this one was pretty bad. It feels a lot lower key than what has happened so far, with the Big Bird of Volume 1 and Yang kneecapping someone. This feels like it could have happened in any other regular episode. When it comes to Weiss, her performance, it wasn't great. Not to say that her singing was bad, more so the animation just didn't match with what happened. The lyrics as well feel really weird. I mean, let me read it out for you. She sings, "I'm not your pet, not another thing you own. I was not born guilty of your crimes. Your riches and your influence can't hold me anymore. I won't be possessed, burdened by your royal test. I will not surrender. This life is mine." Now, I understand that her arc this volume is supposed to be one where she escapes the grasp of Jacques, but I don't think it's a good idea to have her sing a song of self-empowerment now, when she is quite literally being controlled by somebody else. This song is something that should have played at the end of the arc when she has achieved what she is singing about, but right now it would have been much more thematic to just have her sing something either generic or something explicitly about being captured, feeling locked inside somewhere, feeling jailed, you know? Being a bird in a cage, rather than this free-spirited person that she obviously can't be right now. Not much else happened this episode, however. RWBY met Tyrion, but the real fight happens next episode, so you know what? Let's do that one. That one seems way more exciting. Sound like a fucking engine that won't start. Oh god. It sounds like an engine that died. God fucking damn it. Alright. Record episode 7. Episode 7. Fucking couch. What the hell? This episode starts with our favorite farm boy Oscar, as his mom calls him to go eat dinner. They have a small back and forth until Ozpin tells Oscar they need to leave. Oscar tells Ozpin he decided Ozpin is not a real thing and tries to ignore him. The two have a conversation in which it is made clear that the aura of both Ozpin and Oscar has been mixed together, in a bid to convince Oscar of the fact that Ozpin is indeed a real person in his head. Ozpin asks what the inside of the headmaster's office at Haven Academy looks like. Oscar is able to state what the inside looks like, but still refuses to believe what is happening is real. After some more attempted convincing from Ozpin, eventually Oscar is called again by his mom, and a now sad Oscar looks at the floor, leaving it in the middle whether or not he is convinced. We then cut to Weiss getting a stern talking to from her father over the incident during the charity event. After Jacques is done screaming at Weiss, she states that she wants to leave, making her father even more enraged. Jacques screams some more and Weiss argues back. After stating Jacques married into the family, she gets slapped by him, and there's a lot that I want to say about that here, but I'll leave it for after the episode. Weiss looks shocked for a second, and the argument continues. Jacques states that from here on out, Weiss is not to leave the house without his permission, and Weiss states he can't do this because it will hurt their public image, the one thing he was trying to preserve in the first place. Mainly because suddenly the heiress of the Schnee family is nowhere to be found. Jacques then revokes her status of heiress and gives it to Whitley, her brother. Jacques leaves with a very awkwardly animated door bit, and Weiss storms out to confront her brother standing right behind it. They talk for a bit and eventually this happens.
You wanted this to happen.
It's foolish not to do as father asks.
I can't believe you.
Don't worry, Weiss. The Schnee family name is in good hands.
They make it seem like Whitley was some kind of puppet master here, but more on that after the episode as well. She goes back to her room and cries on her bed before seeing two ships fly by and deciding that it's finally time to escape. She messes her room a bit and grabs her weapon. I assume she messes her room to make it look like a robbery or something. We then cut to RWBY and crew as Kuro and Tyrion are about to fight. They have a short exchange in which Tyrion states his mission, retrieving RWBY, and Kuro reveals the name of the spider lady, Salem, to RWBY. The ensuing fight is really fucking cool. The animation is sick, the moves are great, and overall the flow is really good. They even remembered to add little visual effects to let the audience know that both Kuro and Tyrion are running out of aura. The fight eventually ends with Kuro being poisoned and Tyrion gets his tail cut off. The fight also does a really good job at foreshadowing one of the auras of our heroes here. He then scampers and the gang tends to Kuro. RWBY and Kuro end the episode as RWBY asks what is going on and Kuro responds with the question that Ozpin asked Pyrrha in the previous volume of the show. Again, I feel like a lot and nothing happened this episode, which is a really weird feeling to have in an episode like this. I mean, Weiss lost her heiress status, which was mentioned once in the previous volume in an offhanded manner, so it really felt like now was the time we learned about it, and she lost it immediately. Ozpin seems to have fully returned in the head of some kid, so I have to wonder how that happened and where that's going. And Kuro got poisoned. I think the reason why I keep having this double feeling is because the most important things in this volume happen with two characters standing around and talking. So even if they are talking about important stuff and the plot is moving along, it doesn't feel like it is because all we ever get to see of it is dialogue. Maybe it picks up as there are still 5 more episodes to go at this point, but I'm starting to doubt we get more than them talking and the occasional fight scene. I also mentioned that I have a lot to say about Weiss getting slapped, so let me go ahead and address that. First of all, when the slap happens, it feels like a really big moment. They even have a little short pause for the audience to gasp at it, and the way that it is handled, where after that little pause, they immediately just launch back into the argument that they were already having. It really cheapens the whole thing and feels really weird. It felt really strange whilst watching because it's also one of the most genuinely shocking moments in the series at this point. So this really should have been the end of the discussion as Shock storms off about Weiss no longer being the heiress, and Weiss being incredibly upset with this, giving her the motivation to escape, but instead they pretend it never happened. This whole bit truly is a scene ender, and yet it didn't, which is a gross mishandling of the situation, you know? The other noteworthy moment was how they pretend that Whitley is the puppet master, making it so that Weiss her heiress status is revoked, but that just isn't the case. They never state that Whitley did anything other than want to become the heir to the Schnee business. He didn't backstab her, more things just worked out in his favor. The whole exchange therefore meant nothing. The next episode is called a much needed talk because it is a lore dump / plot explain episode, and this talk was needed 4 volumes ago. Why are we only getting it now? The episode starts with everyone sitting around a campfire. It is made apparent that the gang just had the maiden talk from Kro, as the others catch the audience up on the whole ordeal. Jean is upset by this as he feels they forced the maiden thing onto Pyrrha and leaves. RWBY asks why Tyrion was after her, and Kro explains it's because of her silver eyes and her ability to use them. Jean expresses his frustration at the secrecy and asks,
"What is the point of all of this? Will you just tell us what's going on?"
Yeah, you and me both, bud. Kro then continues to explain how the world came to be according to Ozpin. Apparently there are 2 gods, the god of creation, who created things during the day, and the god of destruction, who would destroy set creations at night. Eventually, the destruction god decided to create creatures of Grimm in order to do more destruction. I don't know why he felt the need to do this, as he seemed to have no trouble destroying things as it was, but whatever. Maybe he was just super hateful or something. Eventually, the creation god decides to end the feud with his brother, and the two gods decide to create something they could both be proud of: humanity. Ren then asks what this has to do with them, and Crow goes on that the 4 gifts the god gave humanity, that being creation, destruction, choice, and knowledge, exist physically within the world and were created before the gods abandoned Remnant. Collecting these 4 things could bring incredible power, and that is what the enemy is after. Crow goes on to explain that the schools exist to protect and hide the relics, as the gifts are called, away. The last thing that is explained is the fact that the enemy is Salem, and thus she is the one wanting the relics. We then cut to Menagerie, where Blake is hesitant to go talk to her father. With some encouraging words and a tea set from her mom, she eventually goes in and talks to her dad. The conversation is intentionally quite awkward, and I find it very charming. Eventually, Blake apologizes for the manner in which she left her parents, and her dad reassures her that they never stopped loving her. As Dado asks why Blake left her friends behind, Sun falls into the room, revealing the fact that he was eavesdropping. As we cut back to RWBY, the group finally asks the question that is on the entire audience their mind. Why is any of this a secret? And the answer Crow gives to the question is very dissatisfactory. The reason why it's all a secret is because otherwise it would be chaos. And that really depends on the manner in which info is dished out. But really, it only serves as an excuse to hide the fact that the plot isn't very good. Crow goes on to state that Salem is trying to create a division, and it seems to me that all she has to do would be to come forward and let the people know about the relics and the maidens, because apparently that would cause chaos anyway. Crow finishes his monologue with an explanation as to why he isn't traveling with the group, or why they couldn't come near him in the fight from the previous episode. He explains that his semblance is a passive one, which brings bad luck to the people around him. He makes it clear that he is very lonely because of it. Crow decides to take a walk and is asked if there's anything else. A crow or raven then comes into view, and Crow replies with,
"Not tonight."
insinuating that there is still much more to cover, before we cut to Blake slapping the shit out of Sun. Sun states he is trying to help, and heard something weird about the White Fang. Blake restates that she is just home to rest and not go after the White Fang. Eventually, Blake throws Sun's scroll into some bush, and a woman's voice can be heard, revealing the White Fang has been spying on the Belladonna family. Blake and Sun go after the spy, as we cut back to a sleeping RWBY crew, about to get a move on. It is revealed that Crow is poisoned for real, and the episode ends. Even though it took quite a while to get through the episode, there isn't a whole lot to talk about yet. The way the world is set up with the gods is just the way the world came to be. This episode did finally give a motivation for the villain, which is gather the 4 relics, so I'm glad they finally decided to tell us that. However, they don't specify beyond wanting to get unimaginable power what it is the villains are planning to do once they get the relics. It also took way too long to get here to just say the villains are looking for a MacGuffin to possibly destroy the world with, and did it really take 3 whole volumes to come up with this and tell us? This is the most standard plot ever. Anyway, at least there is a plot, which is, for now, to stop the villains from obtaining the relics, and the volume has gained a timed element in a poisoned crow, which might finally add some much needed tension into the volume. It's all been very mellow so far, aside from the occasional fight scene. Blake seems to have picked up on the plot as well, so let's see where that's going. The next episode starts with Yang having picked up training with the Robo-Hand, and I have to admit, I kind of forgot about this whole plotline. She trains with Dad a bit, and they talk about how natural the new arm feels, before Tai decides to lecture Yang over her supposed overuse of her semblance. He states Yang uses it too much, and that she should not rely on it, mainly because after using her semblance, which, just to remind everyone, is to take a hit and retaliate twice as strong, it might leave her tired, and that could cause a problem if she's fighting to survive. He continues to state Yang needs to get her emotions in check during fights, and decides to talk about her mother because Tai is reminded of Raven through Yang her stubbornness. He goes on saying both Yang and Raven see the easiest option of fixing something is by going through that thing, and Yang needs to find other methods during the fights, and essentially, she needs to fight smarter. They continue sparring in a short bout that Yang wins. Right before Tai loses, he states Yang is in fact fighting smarter, but I don't see it. The fight looks the same as any other. Anyway, we cut to Weiss holding up a rapier. She proceeds to summon a big sword, but is interrupted by Whitley. And wasn't she, like, messying her room to start escaping and make it look like it got broken into? He just comes in to be a dick and cope about the fact that he's not able to fight like Weiss is, and Weiss calls him out for it. Weiss then proceeds to summon the big knight she fought in the trailer pre-Volume 1, which shatters the glass for dramatic effect. The 7 dwarves come in to check on everything, and Weiss asks them for a favor, which they agree to, as we cut to Menagerie. The chase scene set up in the previous episode is in full swing. After a scuffle and a shuffle for the spy's scroll, it's revealed Blake knows who the spy is, and apparently she goes by the name of Ilya, a chameleon faunus. During the encounter, Sun gets hit with the weapon that Ilya uses, and presumably with some lightning dust. We get to see a flustered Blake trying to help Sun in a small death scare, and we cut to Ruby and crew. They are trekking through some dilapidated woods with Crow on a stretcher they got somewhere along the way, supposedly the same place they keep getting all of their maps from. Eventually, they hit upon a fork in the road, which tells them which way to Mistral. It apparently takes them over a mountain, and Jean remarks that he is not sure everyone is capable of climbing it. Ruby suggests that they take the other route, which goes through Kuroyuri, which on the sign is crossed out. Ren states that this village was destroyed and refuses to go. Jean and Ruby each name possible things that might still be there in a bid to convince Ren, but he refuses with a slight amount of anger in his voice, this time indicating that there is some deeper reason for not wanting to go. Nora suggests they split up the group, and they decide to do so. And with the reveal of a really big hoof print and scary violins, the episode ends. Again, a very mellow episode without much happening. Even with the time element of Crow's poisoning, they don't seem to have any urgency to get anywhere. Everything just kind of moseys along. Even with Yang, which, as stated, I forgot about until this episode, it's very slow, and isn't very satisfying at all. I don't much care to see her train with the new arm, because the depression was solved in a very dissatisfying manner. The talk from her dad didn't feel satisfying because it didn't make much sense. The uses of her semblances never caused an issue. Up until this point, we haven't seen Yang lose because of her semblance. Tai brings up the festival and how predictable and reliant she was on her semblance, but she was winning every fight. So relying on her semblance was the right call to make there. We only see Yang lose twice. Once in her fight with Neo during Volume 2, in which she didn't use her semblance, and the other time when she lost her arm to Adam, in which I'm pretty sure she also didn't use her semblance. They bring something up that wasn't an issue before, and also resolve it within the same scene, probably because they needed Tai to act like more of a father figure, and teach something to Yang, so they had him talk about how she needed to change something that really didn't need to be changed at all. The others are also just going through the motions of their respective plotlines. Ruby split up, Weiss has full control of her summoning now, and Blake discovered who the spy is. On the topic of Weiswander summoning real quick, the payoff to her struggle to summon here is very dissatisfying because of the placement of where it happened. It didn't come in clutch or anything, she just trained it. The way it also just sorta happens in the middle of the second half of the volume makes it feel very anticlimactic. This should have been a much bigger moment. The following episode starts with Oscar leaving the farm for Mistral. He states how, even though it is crazy, it doesn't feel like that anymore, and he is doing the right thing before it begins to rain. He runs into Hazel, who does him a solid, and they leave via train. I don't see why RWBY and the gang couldn't have taken a train themselves to Mistral, but I digress. We cut to RWBY, Kuro, and Jean arriving at Kuroyuri. We see some shots of a ruined town with scary music playing, signifying evil is afoot. They seem very on edge, and eventually RWBY asks Jean if he knows why Ren didn't want to go here, and the camera moves to a dead lily pad, which turns into an alive lily pad as a flashback starts. We see a tiny, happy, and extremely British Ren excited over it.
I found the flower on the water!
Eventually, after talking to his mom for a bit, he is told to go buy something for his returning huntsman father, and we do a little market montage. Eventually, he runs into a group of children bullying a little girl. Eventually, they notice Ren, and he tries to flee, only to bump into his father. His presence scares off the bullies and allowed the girl to escape. Dad scolds Ren for not acting, presumably to help the girl. He goes off to see the mayor, and we cut to present day, where RWBY and Jean are looking through the ruins, trying to find anything useful. They state they didn't find anything and head back to Kuro. RWBY then apologizes to Jean for dragging him into this whole mess, and Jean reassures her he wanted to come himself, and that she gave him the courage in a moment that doesn't feel earned. And we cut back to the flashback. This time we see Ren sleeping as his mother comes in a hurry, stressing the fact that they need to leave. Father also comes in, and he too stresses the fact that they needed to leave, which is something they were already doing. Mother wanted to make it to the safe house, but Father states it isn't safe anymore, and they need to leave for realsies. Ren is distressed, and his mother kneels down to reassure him. As he states everything will be okay, the house collapses on top of her, killing her instantly. We then cut to an injured dad holding Ren, who is waking up again this time because he was knocked down. Eventually, Dad falls down, and we get to see a silhouette of the Grimm terrorizing the place. Man, this beast is kinda chill for being in the process of destroying a whole village. Dad hands Ren a knife and urges him to take action. The beast then confronts Dad, and he takes it on, allowing Ren to escape, and Dad presumably sacrifices himself here. Ren looks back at the horse demon Grimm and starts to cry. He gets this beige aura around him as he calms down. I will assume that this is his semblance then. And he ran for the girl we saw earlier this episode. He calms her down with a hug, hiding the two of them from the Grimm. After the Grimm is gone, we learn the girl's name is Nora, and we cut to current day Ren and Nora happening on a cave. As they head into the cave, they find a lot of old weapons, including one of Father's arrows. They see a hoofprint, letting them know that this is indeed the lair of the Grimm from the flashback, and Nora holds Ren's hand in assurance as the episode ends. Personally, I'm not a huge fan of flashback episodes, mainly because there usually isn't any tension, because the character we flash back to exists in current day, therefore we know they survive. This is the case for this episode as well. We know Ren survives, so there really isn't any tension. It gives some extra background, but they could have just done that in dialogue. This is the one time where I feel like that would be okay. They also tend to take a lot of time to not really tell us anything new and hold up the plot of the current volume. We learn Ren his parents are dead, and that Nora has no parents. We learn what Ren his semblance is, which appears to be to hide his emotion, although they never really state that out loud. But hey, that's cool. However, this is an entire episode dedicated to something not relevant to the plot, especially in this volume where every plot line is already moving at what feels like a snail's pace. We We could already tell he was probably traumatized here because of his refusal to come to this village. So all they really needed to do was give a quick explanation and move on. Anyway, it looks like we finally get some real action in the coming episodes, so let's move on. Alright. Episode 11. Dude, I'm at the penultimate episode.
Are you breaking right now? Are you inviting? Are you talking to me?
God, your fucking confusion's the best.
It's like you're telling me to keep quiet, pop up
Every...
and then like you break character and you're like, holy shit, dude, it's happening.
Oh, I love you, buddy.
I love you too, man. Fucking hell.
You're too much fun. So the penultimate episode starts with some fiery slashes on a black background. Cinder is revealed to be the slasher, letting the audience know her training is coming along. She appears quite tired as she slashes 4 Grimm to death in one fell swoop. Ultimately, she falls to her knees, exhausted after fire punching another. Cinder is berated by Salem for holding back, and they reveal Cinder gained a new power, before Tyrion comes crying back home to his queen. He states that he wasn't successful in bringing RWBY back, but did poison Crow. Salem states she is disappointed in him and leaves, prompting Tyrion to go ape on a Grimm. Cinder looks at this quite concerned and a little scared. We then cut to Yang painting her arm and weapon. She then uncovers her motorbike, which is called Bumblebee by the way, and her dad is revealed to be behind her, wanting to say goodbye. He asks where she is going because he is scared that she will try to find her mother, and you fucker. It's the only thing she has been set up to do for 4 whole volumes now, so please just let her fucking do it. He does let her go, as he states he stopped her in the past, and if that's true, how was she able to take RWBY with her in a bid to find her mom when she was like, what, 2? Tai goes on to state that Yang knows where both RWBY and her mother is in a way that makes it seem like Yang needs to make a choice. Either go meet up with RWBY and help her, or get closure with her mom by going to find Raven. Yang only makes this face in return, as we cut to Weiss making her escape. She runs into Klein, willing to help her make a quiet exit. They just kinda walk through the house until Klein is called away. He tells Weiss to go to the library, but as she makes her way there, she overhears Jacques and Ironwood having an argument. The two are arguing about the dust embargo Ironwood wants to implement. It's also revealed that something big will be planned in Haven by the villains there, confirming the suspicion everyone had about Haven being the villain's next target. As Ironwood is about to exit, Weiss magics the door shut in order to make her escape, which is pretty funny considering the argument that they just had. Imagine dropping a verbal bomb like,
And if that becomes the case, I would think you'd want to be on my good side.
and then just not being able to open the door after walking out. Just kind of standing there awkwardly fiddling with it. Weiss makes it to the library, and Klein is revealed to be in a hidden passage. It is also revealed Weiss is on her way to see Winter in Haven, which would conveniently place her there for all the big things to happen, which at this point probably won't happen until Volume 5. The two say goodbye, and Weiss is on her way. We cut to Menagerie, where Sun is lying shirtless on a couch with Blake sitting next to him, moping. As Sun wakes up, Blake states she left because she doesn't want her friends to get hurt, and the way that this dialogue is written in this scene makes it sound like it happened multiple times throughout the show, but it's really only happened this one time. Blake states she wants to go at this alone without help because she feels responsible for the people getting hurt by the White Fang. Sun then decides to do the make everything right talk and tells Blake she's being selfish for not letting anyone near her and help her out. The two stop just shy of making out before mom and dad make like son and fall into the room. They confirm that Mistral will be attacked by the White Fang as well, and Blake states they are going to take the White Fang back as we cut to Ren running. He arrives at the village just in time to witness the arrival of the parent-killing Demon Grim as the episode ends. This episode has the same vibe as catching up with an acquaintance. You ask how they've been, and they give you a summary of the things that have happened in their lives. No real tension, everyone is just going through the motions. I like the Blake-son romance thing going on, it's very cute. Anyway, the finale starts with our characters being thrown back by the big horse Demon Grim. Realizing Crow is in danger, Jean runs for him, attracting the attention of the horse guy. Ren hides the emotions of Jean in order for Jean to get to Crow. After Crow is in a safe place, the fight starts for real. Ren decides to run circles around it and fire his weapon as he is grabbed by the Grim, prompting Jean to say,
Keep moving! Go in a circle!
And Jean, this was clearly not working. Why would you suggest a broken strategy? Miraculously though, this now seems to work as all the team members join in. Eventually, Jean decides to slash his sword against the horse leg, but it doesn't want to go through. He retreats and fuses his shield with his sword, making it a wider sword that is now capable of making horse meat carpaccio. Eventually, Ren gets grabbed again, and Nora saves him, prompting a "don't look up my skirt" joke. After this, Nora gets flung into the air, and we see her aura is getting low. This causes Ren to start attacking in an angry frenzy, and also gets beaten into low aura territory. As Ren gets up to face a charging demon horse, Nora pushes him out of the way, and under a building, Ren tries to get back into the fight, but is stopped by Nora, who proceeds to give him a love slap on the cheek to stop him from being frenzied. She gives him the "don't kill yourself" over this speech, and Ren reveals he still carries the knife given to him by his father. After the two come out from under the house, they split up the work. RWBY and Jean take the arms, Ren and Nora the horse. They then pin the monster down, and Ren goes on to ritualistically slice its limbs off and take revenge for Ren's parents, everyone it killed, and most importantly, himself. After the fight and some reconvening, two airships come to take everyone to Haven. It's explained that the airship saw the smoke coming from the abandoned town and figured something was wrong, as we finally arrive in Haven after 12 episodes. Ren and Nora have a cute moment where it is now Ren who incites physical contact by holding Nora's hand. She scoots closer, and it's made clear that after Nora's long-awaited time of having a seemingly one-sided crush, the two will finally end up being a couple. We cut to the hotel room where Crow is resting, and RWBY writes a letter home recapping on everything that happened and the lessons learned. We cut to Weiss bribing an SDC pilot to take her out of the country, whilst we listen to RWBY still writing the letter. Blake opens a box, and Yang is on a boat. Ty has his old team picture, and Jean is sad. We cut to more shots of everyone either on their way or just sitting. We see some shots of bad guys letting us know they too are still alive. And eventually we see Yang make this choice where either she goes to Bandits, presumably her mother, or Mistral to see RWBY. She says,
You are in so much trouble when I find you.
And heads off in the direction RWBY is in. After RWBY is done writing her letter, we see the tall bad guy, Watts, from before, talking to the headmaster of the school, letting us know that evil is even more afoot as the episode ends. The after credits scene sees Crow sitting in a bar as Oscar comes in. He asks for his cane back, letting Crow know that he is the new Ozpin as the volume comes to a close. There's much I could talk about for this episode, like how the fight with the demon horse just isn't all that exciting, how the trauma with Ren feels really badly handled, mainly because the confrontation by Nora just felt unearned, how RWBY writing the letter is just a poor disguise to make it feel like the volume had a finale at all, even though this episode might as well just been any other. But what I really want to talk about is how the whole episode just feels so fucking weird. Like, the whole feel of this episode is just wrong. The show doesn't feel like itself. The characters barely talked, the moments that needed to feel impactful just didn't. I felt no tension. Everything just sorta happened. It's really hard to put it into words, but it feels like the show just doesn't know what to do with itself. It didn't have the feel of a finale either. I understand that you aren't going to top the grand feeling of Volume 3, so taking it a little lighter this time is the correct approach, but this wasn't it. All the big moments, like Weiss learning to overcome her father and to summon, happened during the season. Blake and Sun, their arc was also resolved before the finale, so really all that happened was for the gang to arrive in Mistral, and that also just sorta happened without much fanfare. You know what, let's review the whole volume and see if we can figure this whole thing out. So let's start at the beginning. The first few episodes were already very slow. I mean, all we saw was Blake go home, Weiss be at home, and RWBY with her gang traveling through the world on their way to Haven, with a couple of action scenes in order to make sure that the original selling point of the show stays intact, right? I think in and of itself that it is a good thing. Coming off that Volume 3 finale, it's very good to take a moment back, to take a step back, and to really like try to ground yourself again before building up into another crazy thing. I think that setup in and of itself is fine. However, eventually you are going to need to start telling a story. And when we arrive at the midway point, that is really when the story should start taking shape. And in this particular volume, that just isn't really the case. The biggest thing that we got to see was Yang her depression arc, which, I mean, first off, we barely got to see any of that. And also, the way that they handle it is very dissatisfying. I talked about Yang not seeming like herself, and that mainly stems from the role that she has as a character. In a meta sense, Yang is the character whose job it is to keep things lighthearted and energetic, right? To add a splash of color in what otherwise would be a very drab and dreary series. And because she is also the big sister of the series, it is very important for her to also take a caring role. Not just for RWBY, but for the entire team. This was done pretty well in the preceding volumes. However, by now, all of that seems to have been washed away. To me, the type of character archetype like her just shouldn't react in the way that she did to this particular thing. It feels very unnatural. It feels very forced. It doesn't feel like it belongs to her character. And really, what I would have thought that she would do would be to pretend that everything is fine and behind closed doors actually let her emotions show. I think that also would have been more interesting for the show to do, and it would have resulted in a better show. Right now, her whole character just seems to be completely different from what happened, and maybe you can make the argument that that is understandable because she went through all of that trauma, but really the consequence of this thing in particular just means that the entire show is less interesting for it. Right now, Yang is clearly not being herself, and in a way, one can say that that is good. Her character arc, these up-and-coming volumes, is one where she needs to rediscover who she is, so having her behave in a way that she shouldn't is a good thing, right? However, I don't think that they did this right. I believe it would have been more powerful to have Yang pretend like everything is fine, because that would tell us she is actually struggling with her self-identity. But more importantly, that she is trying to fool herself. She would be able to learn on her own that with what happened at Beacon, she just isn't her old, happy-go-lucky self anymore. And she would need to come to terms with the fact that if she wanted to survive in this grim-infested world, she needs to mature. The most important distinction between this and what we see in the show is in what I described in my previous video. The character development needs to come from within the character themselves. That would allow for the most impactful and powerful self-growth moment. As it happened in the show, the character developments come from outside the character by being told this, which is just not as powerful as the other way around. And it's also not as interesting. Mind you, sometimes characters do need help from people around them, as do we all, but so far, people telling each other that they need to adapt and overcome their struggle is the only way character development is ever done in this show. Also, this all happens before we even reach the mid-volume finale. The whole conflict is just kind of resolved within the span of 2 episodes, those being 3 and 4. They should have taken way longer to flesh this conflict out completely, especially since she does come back in later episodes throughout the volume, and all we get to see is really her training arc, getting used to the arm, which is an important step, but I feel like by devoting as much time to that particular aspect, to the aspect of overcoming her feelings, what they're really just doing is laying less importance on the first part and more importance on the second part, which is arguably the less interesting part of this whole conflict. Also, the mid-volume finale for this particular part was very lackluster in truth. It spanned 2 episodes, and the first one, we get to see Weiss getting physically abused by her father, and that somehow gets treated as not that big of a deal. This is yet another example of the show mishandling the situation. Weiss gets more screen time to develop her arc, and it shows. It's at least more fleshed out than Yang her arc. But the biggest moment in this arc gets treated like it's nothing. The slap should have been the final straw. Conversation over. I'm leaving as soon as possible. But she just kind of hangs out in house arrest until she's just like, I'm head out. And again, that's just a missed opportunity to do some real interesting character growth development and to do some real character growth and development. Moving on to Blake. She also didn't get to do a whole lot during this volume. She and Sun just kind of chilled until the whole spy thing started happening. It was mainly just a setup for what's going to happen in the next volume. At least, they are the only 2 characters that seem to have some actual chemistry on screen. It felt a little weird that Sun was so insistent on going with Blake and helping her at first, but the dynamic has really grown on me, and Blake as well by the looks of it. I hope we get to see more of their dynamic in the upcoming volumes. I would hate for them to get stuck in a will they, won't they subplot. Now, after the mid-volume finale, we get the episode A Much Needed Talk. And that was supposed to be an explanation about the plot, which we needed by the end of Volume 1, but alas. It is also yet another long-winded talk, mostly about stuff we couldn't have known beforehand. For example, they spend a good chunk of the episode talking about the world's creation, which doesn't really matter here. It's cool for people who are into this kind of deep lore world building, but most people in the audience, like myself, would like to get to the point and the crux of this whole situation. It is finally revealed what the plot is, luckily, and I talked about it before, but the plot literally is the bad guys want to find a MacGuffin that would grant them unlimited power, essentially, right? The good guys, i.e. Team RWBY, need to prevent this, which, as mentioned before, is just about the most generic plot anyone can come up with. I don't get why we had to spend 3.5 volumes being secretive about such a basic plot. Mind you, the premise of this story isn't necessarily bad. The setup is fine, and ultimately, it's just a vehicle to write and explore some interesting characters with, and other stories that might need to be told. But they treat it like it is just about the most mind-blowing thing ever conceived, which is extremely frustrating. I don't feel respected as an audience member watching this show when they just refuse to tell us the basic premise of their plot. It feels like the show doesn't want me to be here and it's just like, no, I can't tell you. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. After this, we get a slow crawl to the end, which did nothing but set things up for happen in the future, and goes very slowly with everything. It's in these episodes Weiss learns to control her summoning ability. She does this mostly off-screen, and we get to see the successful attempt. What I find most disappointing about resolving this plotline is the fact that it just sorta happens in the middle of a random episode. This was a major plot point for the character in the previous volume. You should at least give it the respect that it deserves. By resolving it in a random episode, without much fanfare and mostly off-screen, you are sending your audience yet another message that they shouldn't care about major character holdups because they don't care about major character holdups. We'll bring it up in one volume and we'll just resolve it offhandedly in the next. Don't try to engage with our characters, just sit back and look at the pretty colors on screen, I guess. The mid-volume finale is also about the time where the main plot, RWBY making it to Mistral, gets a flame under its feet, when Crow turns out to really be poisoned by Tyrion. Except even this is mishandled. This is supposed to add a timed element to the volume, to add tension and to give the audience a sense of urgency. However, a timed element only really works when you are given a specific time frame to do things in. As it stands, we have no idea how long it's still going to take for the gang to make it to Mistral, nor do we know how fast this poison in Crow will work. So really, what it means is that it is up to the writers whether or not they will make it, which you might say, well, yeah, of course it's up to the writers. They wrote the damn show. They're not, like, they're obviously still going to make it, but at the very least, when adding a timed element and making sure that your characters won't make it, so to say, unless they fucking, like, hurry it the fuck up, you add some tension, which really helps keep the audience engaged in your show. So because of the way that they handle that timed element in this volume, I just can't feel tense about whether or not they will make it to Mistral in time for Crow to be healed. On the topic of poison, Tyrion. I am not a fan of this character. To be more specific, I don't like his over-the-top caricature of insanity. I get that you want to sell the idea that he is completely insane, but by having him do an over-the-top Saturday morning cartoon villain version of it, I just can't take it seriously. Which is a real shame, because it's very clear that the showrunners want to give this volume a more serious feel than the previous few, and by adding characters like this, they are undercutting that entirely. I would argue that adding a character like this just creates more of a misunderstanding for genuinely mentally disturbed people. Now, I am not saying that one shouldn't implement insane characters like Tyrion into their story. In fact, this could have been very interesting. If you played Far Cry 3, you probably remembered Vaz, right? He's the insane stooge for the gang that is running the island. And in my opinion, he is a much better version of this type of insane character. Yes, he is insane, but it becomes very clear over the course of interacting with him that he is insane due to his boss and the psychological torture that he has put Vaz through. This is what was so desperately needed for Tyrion. This would have made him layered and ultimately a very interesting character. Another thing that Tyrion embodies as a character archetype, as one of the main villain stooges, is that they could give Team RWBY a win without necessarily killing the entire bad guy team. And what I mean by that is Team RWBY throughout all of these volumes needs little wins, whilst the showrunners also need to make sure that the bad guy's plan can still go through, right? By throwing a very low-tier villain into the mix, you have the opportunity to let the good guys get that win by getting rid of him, whilst also having them complete their step of the plan, right? That would allow the audience to have a sense of progression and a sense of moving forward. That way, you also don't necessarily need to explore the villain character that deeply. You can add some interesting propositions into the mix for our characters to explore, whilst also getting rid of him by the end, right? And For that to really work, they really need to either they either needed to have killed Tyrion off this volume, or they need to do that in the next volume, right? And by the way things go, it's looking like it's either going to be the next volume or no volume at all, and I really don't hope it's going to be that second one. Anyway, we are making our way to the finale of the show now, and really all that happened, aside from the RWBY crew, their escapade, was characters getting the motivation to pick their lives back up after the fall of Beacon. And on paper, that sounds great. But let me deconstruct it for a second. If you are familiar with story writing, you are probably familiar with the 3-act concept. This is the idea that every story consists of 3 acts. Act 1, the introduction. This is the act in which you meet the characters and their struggle. By the end of the first act, your characters should have the motivation to go on their journey. This is the shortest act as well. Act 2, the start of their journey. This is the longest act of your story. This is the one where they start the journey, where you get to see most of the exploration and the struggles along of that journey. This act ends when the characters have reached their deepest point, as it is called. You see, the deepest point usually is represented by a falling out between the main character and their companions, right? We're all familiar with that. Act 3 is where our characters climb out of their deepest point, resolve their issues at the end of the series, movie, book, whatever it is you're consuming. The people familiar with the structure and paying attention will probably already guess where this is going to go. Act 1, as I've described, this is where our characters get their motivation. And the reason why it feels like this show is slowed to a snail's pace for this volume, the reason why the show feels like it's meandering and searching for its identity in essence. This whole volume that is 12 episodes running a total of 2.5 hours is all essentially one big Act 1. The only thing that really happens this season is that Weiss, Yang, and Blake all find their motivation to go on an adventure again. And this would have been fine if the RWBY crew bits were handled properly. If that plotline had its own little 3-act story, this would have all been fine. If that plotline would have had a satisfying conclusion, at the very least this volume would have worked. But because of the problems that I have listed a little while ago, it isn't concluded in a satisfying manner. This means that they pull attention to the other plotlines and their endings for the viewer to take satisfying conclusion out of, and because they are supposed to be in Act 1 of their story, this whole volume is lacking and feels like it's searching for an identity. Another way this could have been fine is if there were smaller plot lines to follow throughout this volume in the form of 3-episode story arcs, but that doesn't really happen either. Look, the main issue here is that the volume doesn't have anything else going on other than the fact that it's an Act 1 in this new arc. And they really should have pulled attention away from it during its runtime by adding smaller arcs, and they couldn't. The ones they attempt fall flat because they were improperly handled, making the whole volume feel unsatisfying, and again, without identity. The last thing I'll mention this volume, before moving on to Volume 5, is that without Monty at the helm of animating the fight scenes, there is a lack of fantastical moves that our characters perform. One of the things Monty does really well is coming up with great moments within a fight scene. Think back to RWBY cutting the head off the big bird in Volume 1, or the team attacks in Volume 2. They are exciting, upbeat, and generally leave you wanting more. Most of the fights here, save for the fight with Tyrion during the mid-volume finale, are very standard. Even the end fight doesn't get as exciting as it could have been. With very standard set pieces, a generic resolve of conflict, and no truly exciting moves to fawn over. So now we know why Volume 4 feels like it's on a pilgrimage to find itself. There is one more glaring thing that I have to ask. Why did they walk to Haven? It makes absolutely no sense that in a world in which cars and flying airships exist, they would have had to walk. I mean, come on, if they crashed along the way, at the very least there would have been an explanation. Hell, Ren even mentions that at the beginning they are trying to make it to a specific village in order to take an airship, and we never actually get there. What was the point of it? Did they just like walking that much? Anyway, let's move on to Volume 5 and see if that volume gets any better. The 5th volume opens with the gang on their way to see the principal of the Haven Huntsman Academy. However, they take the scenic route to allow the show and its viewers a glimpse at the city the gang spent an entire volume walking towards. On this walk through a tunnel, the gang recounts their adventures of the previous volume and establish why they had to walk and why it took so long.
Whose idea was it to walk again?
Well, we did face many obstacles. Broken airships, destroyed settlements.
Oh, and, all those people and monsters that tried to murder us.
It would have been nice to see the crash they apparently were in order to establish the fact that they needed to walk. Now it just feels like they walked here because they wanted to, as discussed the previous volume. It's also a post hoc explanation as to why this happened, probably due to backlash or questions on the forums. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense and could have been handled way better. We eventually get to the city and RWBY refers to her I love weapons character trait to assure the audience that no, please, we haven't forgotten about this, we just didn't feel it necessary to bring it up previously, honest. Curiously, RWBY exclaims,
Oh my gosh, look at all the weapons!
At the time that there's no actual weapons on screen. So, I have to quickly interject here, because I wanted to point out that on my first viewing, and whilst writing the script for this video, I didn't notice that there were actually weapons on the tables that this guy is selling when RWBY is saying this particular line. But I really wanted to keep the original intent intact just to show how easy it is on viewing to miss the fact that there are weapons here. It really feels like they just made some shots of the city and then decided, okay, well, we need some noises from our characters to go over that and to exclaim how cool everything is. And here we have a shot in which someone does have weapons, albeit a little obscured. Let's just have RWBY exclaim her love for weapons here, because this is like the one screen on which that would fit the most, since none of the other screens have any semblance of weapons on it. After establishing they are going to the top of the layered city, we cut to Weiss on her way to Haven. They receive a transmission from a ship in distress telling them their huntress is down and they need assistance. However, the pilot doesn't want to interfere because they don't want to attract attention to themselves. This is because they are smuggling Weiss out of Atlas. We cut back to the academy where RWBY and crew are about to enter the headmaster's office. Crow seems hesitant to enter as the school is unusually empty. They rush into the office and it appears that Professor Lionheart, the headmaster of Haven Academy, is in his office. After scaring each other to death, it is explained that the teachers and thus the students are away until class resumes, meaning nobody is guarding the relic, which is supposed to be at this school. We cut to Menagerie, where Blake, Dad, and Son are outraged at the White Fang for spying on them. Blake then goes outside to take a breather and runs into Ilya, the White Fang spy from previous volume. Blake states that they confronted the cultists in between volumes and that they will be going public tomorrow with the info on the scroll they recovered from Ilya. Ilya pleads for Blake to leave and that the plan won't work, but Blake makes it clear she ain't leaving. Ilya does leave, and we cut back to RWBY and crew. Professor Lionheart explains that after the fall of Beacon, he felt it necessary to keep the students away and out of danger. On a side note, he states that he saw
every house in every kingdom saw that poor girl ripped to pieces,
which means that the public watching on TV somehow didn't notice the lack of blood and the abundance of robot parts as Penny was killed. I find it hard to believe that in a world in which phones and the internet are a thing, the general public wouldn't figure out Penny was a robot. Not only that, but in the speech Cinder gave, she did mention the robotic nature of Penny. So how wouldn't he know that Penny was a robot? Does he believe Penny to have been a person? I mean, to the level Penny was conscious, I agree that she was a person, but he wouldn't know that. He also mentions every kingdom within this world saw the fall of Beacon, and how the world saw Penny die. He doesn't use her name here and refers to her as if she is human, but she was ripped apart. Everybody saw she was a robot. It was a part of Cinder's speech even. No one other than a select few knew she was alive, so why would he mention this? He goes on to explain that Atlas has been doing more than just a dust embargo. It's also decided to close its borders. This is all because of the fall of Beacon, which caused Ironwood to start slipping into insanity. Lastly, he mentions the Spring Maiden is missing. RWBY goes and asks why the Spring Maiden is so important, and Lionheart explains that the Maidens are the only ones who can reach the relics the schools are protecting. Kuro continues this train of thought by explaining the relics reside in special rooms with doors only a specific maiden per school can open. Kuro mentions that the Spring Maiden was picked up by the Bronwyn tribe when she ran away. At this point in time, the name Bronwyn doesn't really mean anything to the audience, so they have Jean clarify it's Yang's mom who took her in. Can we just take a moment to appreciate how weird it is that it is Jean who makes this clarifying statement? Arguably one of the people who has the least to do with Yang's mom. Like, it's not RWBY who says this, who is her sister. It's not Kuro, who is the brother to Yang's mom and who would know this, but it's Jean. Why Jean? Why give this line to Jean? Did he just need to say something during this scene? Did he need to have something to add to it? It's such a random and weird choice. I don't get it. Sometimes it really feels like they have written dialogue for these characters, or at least they've written dialogue for a scene, but they don't know which characters to give it to, so they just dish it out randomly to make sure everybody gets a say. It really feels like they don't write specifically for characters, but they just have dialogue to dish out. It's so weird. Why? Kuro goes and shows the location of the Spring Maiden on his scroll, and Lionheart states that within a few weeks, they should be able to send a huntress party. Yeah? You gotta fucking do this now? Unbelievable, dude. The entire fucking day. Everything's been dead quiet the moment I start recording. This is insane, dude. What the fuck? And Lionheart states that within a few weeks they could send a huntress party to set out and find her. Kuro states how urgent it is to go after the maiden now, but Lionheart insists on waiting because the council needs to be convinced. Eventually, Lionheart wins the argument, and the Kuro crew decides to take a break whilst remaining in the city. Kuro goes for a drink, and we are treated to the after-credits scene from Volume 4, in which Osbin finds Kuro. We then cut to the gas station saloon where Yang is having a break from traveling. We get another creep on Yang joke.
You look like a regular huntress, and a beauty at that.
I'm good. Thanks, pal.
Seriously, not too bulky, not too lean, you're...
Just right. Yep. Like I said, I'm good.
And your hair.
And she punches the ever-loving shit out of him, causing him to bounce all cartoony-like. This joke feels very out of place in this scenario. Yang and the bartender talk for a bit, and Yang reveals that she is looking for Raven Bronwyn. She goes outside, and it turns out that the creep might know where Raven is. I don't know how he could have heard Yang and the bartender from outside, but whatever. We then cut back to RWBY and crew. They sit in a room dejected until there's a knock at the door. Jean opens and Oscar is revealed to be behind it. He asks for RWBY and everyone is very suspicious of him. Kuro then comes in drunk, revealing he found him. RWBY then comes out of her room and the boy reveals himself to the group to be none other than Professor Osbin, as the episode ends. For the first episode of the volume, this is a very low energy one. There isn't really that happy-go-lucky feeling we got at the start of all previous volumes, and it's pretty much doom and gloom throughout the entire episode. Not exactly how you want to start a volume, especially when the premise was 4 badass gals on their way to kick ass and take names. Of Grimm, that is. It sets the tone for a volume where all the action will happen through dialogue, which is occasionally interrupted by the odd fight scene. This episode is supposed to be a tone setter for the entire volume, and right now, if this is the tone they are going for, this is going to be quite the snooze fest. The second episode of the volume sees the mysterious evil man Watts from before coming to Lionheart. He leads him to this flying squid orb thing, which acts like a communication device. He does a boomer "Are we coming through" comedy routine, undercutting the serious tone the scene had up until this point. But at least Cinder is established to be able to talk again. They reveal to Salem and Cinder they know where the Spring Maiden is, and Salem reveals that the first name of the mysterious man is Arthur. Cinder is also shown to have somewhat of a vendetta against RWBY for fucking her up real bad. Leonardo, as the first name of Lionheart goes, then reveals he knows the location of the tribe, which keeps the Spring Maiden, and urges Salem she should hurry. Salem then proceeds to threaten Leo physically. I always got the feeling Salem was supposed to be a character that would do her coercion differently, but I will get there after the episode. Salem then establishes the White Fang is looking to destroy Haven, and sets Arthur on creating a new tale for Tyrion. The call ends, and Salem and Cinder have a talk. Cinder expresses her confusion at keeping RWBY alive, and Salem stresses it is necessary. Cinder accepts, and we cut to Weiss, still on her trip to Haven. They are flying through a bit with floating islands caused to float due to naturally forming gravity dust. They then run into the ships they previously ignored. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, you good? Can I? They then run into the ships they previously ignored and almost get hit. We watch these Wasp Grim, called Lancers, destroy the last of the ships, and Weiss decides to take action. We get a fight scene, and this action was so desperately needed in the previous episode. The fight scene itself is good, but I'll refrain from talking about it until after the episode. After the fight, we cut to what I presume to be the White Fang headquarters. Here we see Adam and the current leader of the White Fang, Sienna Khan, discussing Adam's attack on Beacon and the Kingdom of Vale. Sienna argues that even though she agrees that the violence is sometimes necessary, Adam crossed the line. Adam argues this is a show of power and will lead humans to fear Faunus, which will turn the tables, allowing Faunus to rule for once. Adam then introduces Hazel into the meeting, and Sienna is obviously not happy about it, since he is human and all. Hazel urges nobody has to die today, as he explains the reasons why he came to the meeting. Adam then goes on a fascist rant on how the humans should be subservient to the Faunus because the Faunus are the superior race, and Sienna isn't having it.
Humans shouldn't just fear the Faunus. They should serve the Faunus.
I've had enough of this conversation for tonight.
She orders her guards to take Adam away, and it turns out Adam is doing a coup, disposing Sienna as a leader and taking the role as the leader of the White Fang. He kills Sienna, and after a back and forth where Hazel once again urges nobody has to die today, we cut to Weiss waking up from her crash and getting captured by Raven as the episode ends. Okay, I have a lot to say, and in the interest of time, I will wait for the biggest stuff until after the volume. But first, the fight scene. I really liked it. It was well placed, and with the music in the background, I was seeing glimpses of the fight scene the show was doing in the beginning. It made the whole scene feel alive, you know? Secondly, Salem doing direct threats like she did in this episode felt a little weird. I always saw her as the emotionally manipulative mother type. Seeing her threaten someone physically like this feels really weird, especially because Leo is working with her without much pushback. She should have kept violence in her back pocket and tried to coerce him in a more subtle way, or maybe not even try to coerce him at all, seeing how willing he even was to go along with her schemes. Thirdly, I really like Adam as a villain. When it comes to his reasons for why he is evil, they make sense. He is a delusional fascist, allowing him not only to believe in the idea that he can take on the entirety of humanity, but also believe the Faunas are the superior race to humans. He's just a straight up fascist here, so I look forward to watching him die in a future episode. Fourthly, that sounds weird, I don't like how the coup was handled overall. It is only mentioned once throughout Volume 4 that the White Fang is made up of multiple factions. Throughout all the other volumes, I was under the impression that Adam was just the leader overall of the entire organization. But by not really paying attention to this aspect of the White Fang, it feels very sudden when it turns out that he wasn't. It comes off as something they only came up with the last volume, so they just didn't set it up properly. However, I must refrain for now. I will explain it later, I promise. Lastly, I want to talk about Hazel. His apathy to act on Adam killing someone really bothered me in this episode. If he truly believed nobody had to die that day, I feel like at the very least he would have reacted more than he actually did in this episode. Now he just kinda stands around and broods over it. Episode 3 sees the Belladonna family, including Son, brooding over a speech Dad is about to give. He is nervous to give it, but after some encouragement, he goes to the stand. Press is also there, but if it wasn't for these badges they wear on their clothes, one wouldn't have known. The speech he gives is about Adam and how he plans to overthrow the current leader of the White Fang, which is something he already did in the previous episode. I think this scene and the coup should have been switched to establish the coup, but oh well. He also mentions that in 2 months' time, the White Fang is going to attack Haven. The audience is understandably shocked at all this information and are riled up to go and oppose the message of the White Fang. But upon stating that the people of Menagerie should go and defend Haven from the White Fang, the excitement turns to hesitance. After this, Blake was to do a speech, but they are interrupted by Ilya doing her own speech on how the Belladonnas want to work with humans who essentially enslaved and endangered the entire Faunus race. Sun tries to get her, but Ilya flees. We see the cultists from before looking quite pleased as we cut to Oscar and the rest discussing what allowed Ozpin to live. After some banter, Oscar does a little whoosh and Ozpin is then shown to be talking. Ozpin explains that whenever he dies, he is reincarnated into the body of a person with a like-minded brain. That was a weird sentence. And that this had happened for a very long time. He states that this was a curse bestowed upon him by the gods as punishment for not stopping Salem. Before we cut away, Oscar states that they need to start with stopping Salem by securing the Relics of Knowledge. We then see Weiss in a cage. She gets taunted by the bandits for a bit and eventually Weiss states her sister Winter will come and find her, by the time she figures out Weiss is missing. Winter was supposed to be stationed at Mistral, but the recent closing of the borders and the dust embargo meant that she had to pull out and return to Atlas, and thus won't notice Weiss her disappearance. We then cut back to the gang. They discuss showing Ozpin to Leonardo, but ultimately decide against it. This was because Leonardo has been acting strange during their meeting, meaning that they are not sure whether they can trust him. They conclude they have 2 tasks ahead of them right now. The first is to find more huntsmen to join their cause. The second is to...
getting you 4 into fighting shape.
Ozpin mentions Ruby doesn't know hand-to-hand combat, and I have to ask how he knows this since she was never in a situation where she had to fight with her fists. He then moves to Jean and his need to unlock his semblance and train more in general. He also mentions that Oscar's body needs to be prepared. Since Kro is going to look for huntsmen in the meantime, Ruby asks who will train them, prompting Ozpin to do a flip and state his intention to do so. FYI, I am feeling really connected with Nora right now. Anyway, Oscar falls and we cut back to camp. We watch Weiss summon a little night guy and nod as the episode ends, teasing her escape plan. So this episode was extremely uneventful. We just watched our characters sit around and talk for almost 20 minutes. I had hoped that when they started doing longer episodes, they would also have more to show, but that just doesn't really appear to be true. For quite a while now, all these episodes have been little else but watching our characters sit around and talk, only broken up by the odd fight scene here and there. It really slows down the pacing and makes for downright boring episodes. Lastly, I hate the fact that now is the time they decide to do a fucking training arc. I don't think that characters who can do this or this or this aren't ready to fight Salem. The show itself couldn't even come up with a reason for Nora and Ren to train. The premise makes sense on some level. Jean has been shown to suck and needs to unlock his semblance, and Oscar hasn't been shown to be fight ready yet. So I get that they would need to train, but the others shouldn't have to anymore. The execution is also very clunky. Not only do we never see our characters struggle to fight, besides Jean, but it feels like it came out of complete nowhere. The only ones who did get seriously injured are Yang and Blake in their fight against Adam, and they aren't even here. It feels like they just needed something for the characters to do, and training is the best they could come up with. I will talk about that more after the volume, but for now we have to move on to episode 4, which opens with Yang and the creepy pedo dude from before on Yang's motorcycle. Eventually they come to a stop, and the creep gets off to make sure that the coast is clear. He runs off as Yang waits. The creep eventually comes back with his posse, ready to rob and possibly kill Yang. The creep taunts her, and Yang asks if everyone is here. The creep states there are more in the camp and points in its actual direction for some reason. Yang confirms the direction, and after some more taunting from the creepster, they fight. Yang pulls this total girl boss stance as she goes in on these goons. Eventually the fight ends, and Yang reveals to them that she is Raven, their leader's daughter. We then cut to Ruby in the middle of her hand-to-hand training. At first, it's Ruby v Oscar, and Ruby wins this matchup. Aspen then takes over Oscar's body and hands the L back to Ruby. After this battle, they attempt to explain semblances for the second time, and it's a much better explanation than the one they gave the first time, stating that semblances are like one's very own superpower and that everyone has one. Nora continues stating everyone's semblance, but stops short of Jean because he still hasn't discovered his. The gang goes on to explain how they awakened their semblance, and the one common thread here is that they all discovered theirs by accident. After a short word of wisdom by Aspen, we cut back to Yang, about to have the long-awaited talk with Raven. Before I go into the description for it, I need to stress just how important of a moment this is in the context of this show. They have been building up this moment ever since her trailer dropped back in 2013. That means that since this volume started in October of 2017, it has been 5 years in real time for the audience. Not to mention that Yang as a character has been trying to find and confront her mom since childhood, almost dying in the process when she was a kid. They need to get this right. Anyway, that's enough prefacing, let's get on with it. We see Yang walk through camp being led around by the bandit she beat up. The entire camp turns out to look, leaving Weiss alone to start her escape plan. After a short western-style walk building suspense, she arrives at Raven's hut, and the air is thick with tension as Raven steps from behind the door cloth. At first, Raven is pleased. stating she is happy that Yang, through sheer force of determination, was able to find the camp. Because Yang has proven herself, Raven decides to answer any question Yang has and invites her in. Yang responds, and right as it's her time to finally deliver the great speech we've been teased with for so long, she says this.
I'm not here for you. Ruby is somewhere in Mistral. She's with Crow and she's going to need my help. I just need you to take me to her.
And why would I do that?
Because we're family.
What a fucking letdown. I'll refrain from commenting until after, but it's moments like this that make this show irredeemably frustrating. Raven states her disappointment in Yang's objective, and Yang states the reason she came to Raven in this instance was because of Raven's semblance. This being, Raven can bond to people, allowing her to make portals to them whenever she pleases. Yang, realizing Raven must have made a portal that leads to Crow, and knowing RWBY would be with him, she came to Raven to walk through the Crow portal, thus leading her straight to RWBY without having to look for her in Mistral. Raven does some grandstanding and leaves some vague clues about Ozpin not seeming to be the man that he is, in the hopes Yang bites and inquires further. Yang states he wants to be taken to RWBY again, and Raven refuses, leaving Yang to fight the camp. She punches the first guy who flies into the tent, revealing to Yang Weiss was taken captive here. Weiss, knowing Yang, decides to go for a more overt escape tactic. With how long the walk took, I figured she would be halfway through escaping by now. Weiss joins Yang, and together they confront Raven again. They show a lightning strike, giving hints as to who might be the hidden Spring Maiden, and the two are led into Raven's tent for some exposition in the next episode. After Raven leaves, Weiss goes in for a hug, stating she missed Yang, and Yang states she missed Weiss as well. Would have been nice to see these feelings during the last volume, but whatever. The episode is over, let's talk about Yang's encounter with Raven. I'm going to ignore everything else that happened this episode, because I think what they did with Yang, her encounter with her mother, is just about the most disrespect that the showrunners have shown to its audience so far. First off, this moment was completely mishandled. Yang finding her mom was her biggest character motivation throughout the series so far. This was the biggest moment for Yang during all 5 volumes, the culmination of her arc, the end of her road so far. And she doesn't even acknowledge it. There should have at least been a speech by Yang talking about how hard she tried to find Raven and how much she thought it would mean to her to finally look her mother in the eyes and ask the question she wanted to for so long, only to realize in that moment that she doesn't care at all, and all she wants is to close the book on this chapter in her life, to finally be able to move on and live for herself, not dominated by this feeling of finding her mom. Now she just got over it somewhere off screen, and we never get the satisfying ending to this chapter she apparently got somewhere along the way. Secondly, they teased this moment, and I can't stress this enough, for 4.5 years. This was shown in the yellow trailer. The audience has been waiting for this, and by not even acknowledging its significance with Yang, they spit in the face of everyone who wanted a satisfying conclusion. Lastly, they give the viewer a lot of whiplash in this volume. They tease Yang going off to find RWBY in the last volume, only to go, aha! Gotcha! She wasn't going for RWBY, she was going for her mom the whole time. And then they turn around and say, oh, that got you the second time, she was only going to see her mom to find RWBY actually. Which is really fucking annoying. You can't do this many twists within the same storyline. It gets tedious and frustrating to watch. Anyway, we have to move on. I don't want to linger on it too much, so episode 5, which starts with Sun and Blake getting ready to collect signatures from the people of Menagerie. They aim to find people willing to fight on the behalf of Haven Academy to stop the White Fang. People are very hesitant to join, and thus the attempt ends in failure. They discuss their failure, and Blake states,
"The Faunus here in Menagerie, the ones that weren't born on the island, moved here because they were tired of fighting."
But if she knew beforehand that the people of Menagerie wouldn't be willing to fight, why even try to get them to? At least acknowledge in the beginning that it's an uphill battle because of this, so I can root for them. Eventually the conversation lands on Adam, and Blake within this conversation states how she sees the Team RWBY characters. She uses a single word to describe each of them. Ruby is purity, Weiss is defiance, and Yang is strength. Which, yeah, I mean, I guess you could say these things about them. The one for Ruby doesn't really seem to fit too well though. When is she ever pure? She does an excited off-model gag in the first few volumes every once in a while, and that's just about it. This is the girl who fawns over weapons, remember? Sun asks for his word and Blake states uncertainty, but settles for earnest. Eventually they circle back to Adam, and Blake describes him with spite, stating that he wants revenge for what the world has done to him. She goes on to explain that his way of thinking is contagious, and that she fears Ilya might be falling for it. She goes over Ilya's sad backstory, in which her parents die in a mining accident, before stating she wants to help Ilya the way Sun helped Blake. We then cut back to the RWBY gang. We see Oscar train with the cane before Ruby comes in to have an awkward convo with him. Eventually Ozpin asks how Ruby can handle the whole situation, and Ruby goes on to explain her reasoning as to why she does what she's doing, stating she lost her two friends, Penny and Pyrrha, and I don't remember her ever talking to Pyrrha. She goes on to explain that it was Pyrrha's kindness that forced her to take up arms against Cinder during the fall of Beacon. And don't start making excuses for her death now, that ship has fucking sailed. Anyway, Ruby goes on to state that she is scared of what Salem might do if no one stopped her, and thus decides to fight. Ruby goes upstairs for food and states Oscar is braver than he thinks, giving him a little confidence in himself. Ozpin then comes out to state Ruby is...
She really is remarkable, isn't she?
Yeah.
We then cut to the cultists having finished talking to Adam. Ilya comes in, and after a short convo they give Ilya the task to kill the Balladonas. After Ilya leaves, they play back Adam's message, after which Batman comes in to state the messenger sent to warn Haven from Menagerie is dead as the episode ends. This episode is really boring. They just sit around and talk and stand and talk, and it's not very interesting. The only standout thing to note is how they try to convince you of certain things in this episode. First, they try to convince you of the different characters all the Team RWBY people have, and I'll address that in the future. Secondly, they try to convince you that RWBY is somehow special. But the things they lay out, which are supposed to set her apart, are the most boilerplate hero traits ever and don't actually set her apart from the rest of the group. They all went through the same thing, that being the fall of Beacon. And this is also the reason they are all following along with Ozpin. They pretend that it's RWBY they are following because she has some kind of spark, but it's clear that all of this is centered around Ozpin, not RWBY, Ozpin. Lastly, they tried to convince you the real reason why Pyrrha decided to sacrifice herself. They state that her kindness was to blame, saying that she believed that if your actions had the chance to help even a single person, no matter how small the impact, that action would be worth taking. Apparently, Pyrrha believed that she had a chance to help someone in some way if she faced Cinder, and that was worth sacrificing herself over? Fuck that, dumb reason, next episode. This episode starts with Crow walking into a shady and almost empty bar on his task of finding huntsmen to help defend Haven. He asks the bartender for an old friend of his, and the bartender tells him that if he finds his friend, he should tell him to pay his tab. He leaves and he crossed out the name on his scroll. He asks around town to see if he can find the others on his list with no such luck. Eventually he goes for the last name on his list, and upon realizing the person he is looking for isn't there, he leaves. He is seen wanting to take a swig from his flask, but decides against it, signifying growth away from alcoholism on his part. He checks the notice board, see what happened to the people he was trying to find, and it appears that they all went missing some time ago in various missions. He eventually goes back to the bar from the beginning to pay the debt his friend owed, apparently owing the bartender around 16,000 lien, as they call the money in this universe. We then cut to Yang and Weiss ready to hear the truth from Raven. She begins by waxing poetically about Crow and the gang, and could this show just be straightforward with us for once in its goddamn runtime, please? She reveals that the original reason why Raven and Crow enrolled at Beacon was to learn how to kill hunters, since they were the only ones who could stand up to their gang. Eventually, they caught the eye of Ozpin. She goes on to explain about Ozpin's secret network set up to stop a horrifying threat that Raven found particularly terrifying, that being Salem, of course. Yang gets frustrated by this talk and destroys the table until she finally breaks down and asks why Raven left her and her family. Raven ignores this question, however, showing for the last time that the show isn't actually interested in resolving this plotline in a satisfying manner. Raven goes on to state that magic is real and that she can prove it. She walks out stating,
"Well, I doubt he ever told you what Oz did to my brother and me."
And Raven then reveals that Ozpin gave her and Crow the power to turn into a raven and a crow at will, which is an awesome power that I want. I don't see why Raven in this instance pretends that it's a bad thing. She then opens a portal to Crow and gives Yang a choice. Stay with Raven and live free, or go to Crow and follow Ozpin in his impossible war against Salem. Yang decides to go to Crow, and we cut back to Crow, wondering how all the people he was looking for are dead, before seeing Yang come through the portal Raven made with Weiss in tow. We then cut to the RWBY gang on the cook, and who let Nora help in the kitchen? They have been doing a running gag since volume 1, where Nora eats all the food before it's ready. The gang should know to leave her in the dining room. RWBY is called away from the kitchen to go meet Yang, and upon realizing that Yang is back, RWBY drops the tray she was holding and looks very guilty. She was feeling guilty because she left Yang when she was depressed and wasn't sure how Yang would feel about it. We see Yang hugging RWBY, telling the audience it's okay, and they make up. Yang states she loves RWBY, and RWBY states that she loves Yang, before the gang and Ozpin walk in, and they all have a big group hug with Weiss x Blake in a partial reunion as the episode ends. This episode left a bad taste in my mouth. I don't like the talking Yang and Raven did, mainly because Raven in this scene is written in the frustrating way RWBY does its exposition, and it's really getting on my nerves. Just to be clear, don't beat around the bush. I am sick and tired of this coy fucking exposition, which only tells us things we already know. The only new thing here was the bird reveal, and I could not care less. So Crow and Raven can turn into birds. Good for them, who cares? Seems like a cool power to have. It only brings more questions to the table, mainly on the mechanics of how Ozpin just has that power. But I will leave that for now, as the answer to that question really isn't that interesting. It's also not that surprising, seeing as they have been teasing this since the end of Volume 3. The reunion with RWBY, Yang, and Weiss also falls flat. We didn't really get to see RWBY being regretful for leaving Yang, and it set the stage for a happy reunion. A happy note that was so necessary in this drab and dreary and depressing volume. But with the way it went, it was supposed to be emotional, and the whole thing felt incredibly strange to me. Episode 7 opens with the gang eating the food they just cooked and catching up on their antics of the previous volume. They do some comedy bits, and eventually the mood settles down, and Ren reminds the audience that everyone has grown in a bid to convince us that arcs are really happening, guys. Honest. I have a lot to say about character development in the show, but I will save it for the post-volume roundup. Eventually, Crow walks in, and we cut to the living room where Yang and Weiss have been caught up on the whole Maidens and Salem deal. They then go on to confirm that Osbin gave Crow and Raven the ability to turn into birds. And the show presents it as a bad thing, and I really don't understand why. It's an at-will power that the Bronwyn twins have that allows them to travel faster and further and see more. It only benefits. Why are we pretending it's such a bad thing? Crow explains they did it voluntarily, and after some words from Osbin, RWBY asks if there are more bird people, and Osbin denies this, stating his power is finite and depleting. He continues by stating he also created the Maidens, and that he didn't want to keep secrets, rather prefers to leave things unsaid. As a quick aside, lying by omission is still lying. Osbin then gives a choice, either leave the fight or stay. Everyone stays, but Yang makes special note of staying because she follows RWBY, because
If RWBY sticks around, then I will too. If there's one thing I know about her, it's that she somehow always knows the right thing to do.
Yang also states she doesn't want any more lies from Osbin, and he agrees. Jean then rightfully asks what's next, and Osbin can't answer yet. He stays vague about it and states the gang should take it easy. We then cut to camp where the Syndettes arrive and ask for Raven. Cinder and Watts are then revealed, and the creep is immediately intimidated. I don't think this creep is supposed to know who they are, so his hesitance feels really out of place. Emerald is then sent to beat them up as the episode ends. Well, at least we have the happy moment we needed in this scene. I mean, all we got this episode was a confirmation on the things we already knew and some crumbs of info like Osbin being magic and him creating the Maidens. He also promised to stop lying and that both Yang and Jean are getting fed up with this, and I wanna say you and me both, buddies. The rest is just a setup for the next episode. I would talk about one of these episodes being the mid-volume finale, but honestly, this volume as a whole is such a flat line that there isn't anything standout about it. Because they started doing big things in random episodes, the happenings in the past two episodes feel like they could have happened at any point during the volume, meaning that none of it particularly stands out. The following episode opens with RWBY laying on the ground. Eventually her sister shows up, who boops her on the nose with her hair, and the two start talking. Weiss comes out and gives the bunch some coffee to wake up with. They do a second throwback, this time alluding to the coffee Weiss gave RWBY in Volume 1. They continue talking, and eventually the conversation lands on Blake not being there. We learn that Yang is still pissed at Blake for leaving after Volume 3, and that she could be here if she wanted to. Yang leaves, and we cut to Blake standing on the balcony of her house. She finds a note taped to the side of the rail. The note is from Ilya, stating things are going too far, and that she wants to talk to Blake. Sun comes out asking if Blake is coming to recruit the nocturnal faunas on the island, and Blake states she will meet him there and that she has to do something. We then cut back to Yang looking longingly over a photo of Team RWBY back in the day. We hear a knock on the door, and Yang assumes it to be RWBY wanting to talk to her, but it turns out it's Weiss wishing to talk. Yang explains she is mad at Blake for leaving because everyone she knew in the past left her to fend for herself, stating that her mom left, RWBY's mom left, although that's not really fair, I mean Summer is dead. Ty was too busy at school, and RWBY was too young to talk to. She also goes off on Weiss not understanding her loneliness because she had everything she could wish for, including a big happy family. Weiss responds by giving a little sad backstory of her own, stating her dad only married her mom because of the family name and the riches that come with it. The reason he admitted this to Weiss, her mom, was because her mom was mad at Jacques because he missed Weiss her birthday dinner. And of course this happened on her birthday. I bet it was Christmas and Easter as well. Weiss goes on to explain that this caused a rift between the two parents and caused mom to spiral into alcoholism. Yang apologizes for assuming Weiss had a good home life, and Weiss goes on to say that Blake must have her own reasons for needing to leave and that eventually she will return. Yang gets emotional, stating that she would have been there for Blake if she needed it, and she might need Blake to be there for her as well, and Weiss stresses that she is also there for Yang and the rest of the gang. Eventually RWBY comes in to ask if everything is okay, and it turns out to be so. We cut to Blake on her way to meet Ilya. Ilya arrives and apologizes to Blake because she lured her into a trap. Batman attacks and stomps Blake to the ground, leaving her winded. The other evil faunas then appear and shoot a web to capture Blake. Ilya then does a speech about how it's for the greater good to get rid of the Belladonna family because they are not willing to do what is necessary for the faunas, which is to make humans fear the faunas through violence. Ilya states Blake will be taken to Adam. Blake says Ilya wasn't always like this, and Ilya responds by saying she was, and Blake was too busy with Adam to notice. She continues saying she wanted Blake to be with her rather than with Adam. After Ilya leaves, Blake screams, "No!" and Sun jumps down to fight the baddies. They rush home, and we get the luxury of jump cutting there to watch Blake and her parents defend against the home invaders. We see some fighting before the episode ends on a cliffhanger of Gira, Blake's dad, about to attack the two cultists from before. I am conflicted on this episode. On the one hand, the writing is actually good. For starters, I like the way the conversation between Yang and Weiss was written. They show clear reason for Yang feeling the way she does about Blake leaving. The reason being that Yang feels like she always had to fend for herself and everyone around her always leaves at some point. This means that when Blake left, she felt betrayed once again. I like what Weiss has to say about it too, that being everyone has their own struggle and Blake therefore does as well. She has her own demons to fight and thus needed to go off for a bit. It also gives some background on Weiss as a character. It couldn't have been easy for Weiss to go through this silent divorce of her parents. It gives her a genuine place to talk to Yang from, which I really like. I clowned on the fact that this all happened on her birthday and how cliche it is, but at least it wasn't something thrown in to make it more dramatic than it needed to be. This time it made sense for this to happen on her birthday because it is an important event that has the potential to start a fight like this. The thing that I don't like about this is the context in which this conversation takes place. It's a conflict that once again feels like it came out of nowhere. They should have set this up during Yang's depression arc in the previous volume rather than dumping it on us now. Especially since 2 episodes ago, she forgave RWBY for the same thing just because. This whole conflict feels so weird because it wasn't set up properly. If they did, this would have been a great moment. Secondly, I really like the speech Ilya gave Blake. It again was well written, and this time they properly set up Ilya's reason for doing what she is. That being the SDC's responsibility for the death of both her parents. I can totally see why a person in her situation would be driven to do the thing she is and believe the thing she does. Hell, I agree with her on a lot of it too. Her whole bit is something I agree with. It's the solution she comes to that I disagree with. That being, it is necessary to instill fear in order to stop hate. I believe that what Sienna was doing in attacking bigots and oppressors like the SDC was morally justified, but that what the Belladonnas were doing was the right course of action for the Faunas. So far, this has been the best conflict the show has to offer, and I really enjoy it. It's just a shame that we get to see so little of it during the volume. It also finally picked up and looks pretty exciting in the coming episodes, especially after 7 episodes of disappointment and nothing happening. The final thing before moving on, Blake her plan during this episode was confusing. This is because they do another double twist, this time pretending Ilya wants out, then having it turn into a trap, and then revealing that Blake knew it would be a trap, and getting Sun in on it to ambush the ambushers. This means that the bit in the beginning was Blake and Sun just pretending to go recruit nocturnal faunas, which makes no sense. They should have spent that time doing the classic convo where Blake finds a note and then discusses it with Sun, realize it's a trap, and come up with a plan. That way the audience can follow along and we don't get blindsided twice. It's one thing to do it once, but it's the second time this happened this volume, and it's really annoying. Episode 9 opens with Raven receiving the news that Cinder and the Sindettes have reached her camp and thus Salem has found her hideout. Raven goes to greet the gang and orders the camp to be moved. Cinder reveals she came here to talk because Raven is believed to be harboring the Spring Maiden. Raven brings out Vernal, and in order to prove that she is the Spring Maiden, she makes the wind whoosh and summons thunder. After seeing this, Cinder and Watts try to make a deal. Give them the Spring Maiden, and Salem will leave the Brunwyn clan alone. Raven understandably refuses at first, but after Watts stresses that in 2 days the White Fang will attack Haven, he forces her to make her decision now. Raven will agree to the terms if they promise her brother Crow will also be killed. Cinder is ready to agree to that deal, but Watts objects. He states that it would be too difficult during this mission to kill Crow because he is a skilled fighter and will most likely call for backup, nullifying the advantage of stealth they currently have. Raven says Crow doesn't stand a chance alone against all of them, and Emerald chimes in stating he's got the students, prompting Watts to say,
"If we leave that school, a bloody mess, it will draw the attention of the authorities. The kingdom will be on high alert and the White Fang's attack will be ruined."
Wait, I thought the White Fang attack was supposed to draw attention from the authorities in order for them to slip by unnoticed, like the attack at Beacon? Cinder stresses to leave the White Fang to it after they have the relic in order to erase the evidence of them being there, thus solving the issue Watts had. Watts stops her one last time, trying to stop Cinder from making mistakes over a grudge with RWBY, but Cinder presses on and makes the deal. We then cut to the Belladonnas. They are in the middle of defending themselves against the White Fang assassination attempt. We see Gira defend himself against the cultists, and after Blake freezes them in place, Sun and Gira stay behind to battle them as Blake goes to find her mother. We then cut away from the only exciting thing this volume to show Raven being depressed about the deal she just made. It turns out Santa's little helper followed the Sindettes back to their hideout. Raven does a little speech about needing to betray Salem and how Salem discards people after they stop being useful. Raven goes to Crow in her Raven form, and we see our favorite alcoholic drinking on his bed. Oscar walks in to say that Ozpin wants to talk, and we cut back to Blake. She runs into Ilya with a cliffhanger of them about to fight as the episode ends. This episode isn't very interesting. The only thing that happens is the deal Cinder and Raven strike. This could have been done in 4 minutes, but the show takes 8.5. Just for a little context, the episode as a whole takes about 13 minutes if you take out the intro and the outro. The rest of the episode shows the continuation of the assassination, but we get to see too little of it to actually mean anything. Stop teasing us with it and just show the fight, please. It's the only real action we've had so far, and this volume desperately needs the energy kick this can give. By showing us minutes at the time, and intersplicing it with boring sitting around and talking, we can't properly get into it, and ultimately everything ends up being really frustrating again. The next episode opens with Crow and Ozpin talking about the current situation. Crow expresses his concern for all the huntsmen suddenly dying on their mission, and Oz brushes it aside. RWBY then comes in and joins the convo. She asks Oz if Salem is in the possession of the relic stowed away at Beacon, since the relic can only be accessed by the Fall Maiden. Currently, Cinder is the Fall Maiden, which means that she could access the room the relic is in and take the relic to Salem. Ozpin reassures RWBY that Salem does not possess the Beacon relic for the simple reason of it's just particularly well hidden there. The final question she asks is if the cane Ozpin carries around is a relic, and the answer to that is also no. He teases that the cane can do things yet unsaid, but he doesn't elaborate. Crow then receives a call from Leo. He states that he had a breakthrough with the council and can send out a small hunting party to go find the Spring Maiden. He will take them through this hunt the following night. Crow and Ozpin don't trust it, and we cut to Leo. He sits in his office, having just finished the call, and we see Raven with him foreshadowing the start of the attack. Raven and Leo talk a bit, in which Leo's motivation for following Salem becomes clear. He is afraid, you see. Nobody can stop Salem, you see. He insinuates this to be the case for Raven as well, and she leaves as we cut to the Belladonna mansion. We see Blake's mom fend off her attackers before cutting back to Blake and Elia. The two do battle, and at some point Elia turns the light off, and a while later, Blake sets the house on fire to create light so Elia can't hide. I think she could have just turned the lights back on. I mean, that would have spared the house. Eventually, Blake subdues Elia and reasons with her. This time finally coming through, and Elia breaks down crying. She doesn't know what else to do. At this moment, Gira breaks through the wall, taking this fight to Blake. Distracted by his daughter, he gets stabbed, and distracted by her dad, Blake allows Elia to escape. The fight continues, and eventually Sun joins the fray. He fights Elia a bit until Blake begs for the two to stop, and Elia uses this to escape Sun's grip, but the house collapses partially and would have landed on top of her if it wasn't for Gira, who catches the fallen part and saves Elia. Sun helps Gira carry the house, and Blake then pulls him away, leaving the cultist to get crushed. The remaining cultist, who was leaping for Gira to kill him, gets crushed under the weight as well. Mom then comes in, concluding the fight. The one cultist comes back from the presumed dead, but Elia kills him, also concluding her arc. They then walk outside and meet a crowd of people all gathered to see what was happening over at the Belladonna residence. Blake resolves to do a speech about how the White Fang is responsible for the attack, finally igniting the fire under the faunus their belly to go and defend Haven. Elia is the first to stand with Blake, and she is forgiven for all the things she did in the previous episodes. And after she joins Blake, the rest of the faunus follow. Gira then states they need to prepare for the fight. Blake states she knows a captain who would help them, and the episode ends. Finally, we get the action we needed so desperately, some fucking energy. I know I said this last episode, but this episode had a much better focus on it. This time it spanned the majority of the episode rather than just a couple minutes. It wasn't the best fight scene the show has featured, but was the most necessary fight the show has seen. I really like Elia's redemption as well. It doesn't feel rushed, it doesn't come out of nowhere, and is generally handled quite well. I also like her dialogue and the way she interacts with Blake, all very good stuff. I'm not sure about the speech Blake gave the faunus. Essentially, she blames the inaction of the faunus for what Adam does. Not in a, it's your fault Adam is violent way, more of a, your inaction means that Adam is the one who speaks for you way. Which, whilst kind of true, isn't the right angle she should take here. I think she should have taken a more direct route. We are tearing ourselves apart, we need to stand united against bigotry kind of way. We won't be equal in the eyes of humans if we attack and kill them indiscriminately kind of way. It might not be very satisfying, but especially since the faunus have legal equal rights already, it's really hard to combat still persistent racism in this world. The next episode sees the gang at Haven going to meet Leo. Everyone looks very concerned at the situation as they enter the building where they were supposed to meet him. They meet Leo as he stands atop a podium-like thing being held up by an anime mommy. He seems very on edge during their exchange. Yang looks around the room and spots Raven. She calls out her mom and Kro shoots at her, forcing her to appear. Raven goes on to expose Leo's betrayal, after which Kro pleads with her to work together and to get the Spring Maiden. Raven doesn't want to, as there is no way to beat Salem. RWBY then chimes in and states that Raven is wrong and that they have done a lot of things most people would have said impossible, and all I could ask was, and have you? I mean, I would call the falling rock jumping thing in the Volume 1 bird fight impossible, but it's treated like just another thing to do in this universe. RWBY continues to plead to Raven to join her because they have a better chance of fighting Salem together, and Raven states,
"You sound just like your mother,"
and summons a fireball which hits RWBY. It turns out that this fireball is Cinder and the Cindettes featuring Vernal. After Cinder, Hazel comes in to state that the White Fang is also there and prepping for demolition. The gang now realizes it was a trap, and Cinder reveals the true extent of Leo's treachery, stating he was the reason why Cinder and the Syndettes were able to enter the Vital Festival, and that the huntsman Crow was trying to find all died because Leo allowed Cinder to kill them all. Jean then throws a hissy fit, and the fight scene officially starts. Raven sics Vernal onto Weiss and makes specific mention not to use her maiden power as she doesn't deem it worth the fight. The fighting gets occasionally broken up with talky bits, which really slows down the pacing of the fight, but I'll save that for after. For now, the only important bit is that Jean and Cinder fight, and they do a "have I met you before" bit with Cinder, and as the fight goes on, she remembered him and taunts him for it. I don't think Cinder has ever seen Jean, let alone interacted with him. He wasn't there for Pyrrha's death, but whatever. Eventually, Jean and Cinder leap at each other, causing Ruby to remember Pyrrha's death and goes on another one of her patented glowy eye moves. This gets interrupted by Emerald and only has a limited effect on Cinder because of it. This forces Cinder on her knees, allowing Jean to nick her. She gets mad and the two talk a bit further. Eventually their convo lands on the others and how important they are to Jean. Cinder then goes and stabs Weiss as the episode ends. Well, at least we get back-to-back fight episodes now. The fighting in this episode is mainly a setup for the next couple. I mean, they gotta drag this one out over 4 episodes, so it's gotta take a while to get anywhere. To be honest, this is the first of 4 episodes in the official finale, and there isn't enough material here to justify the fact that it's its own episode. I feared this to become a similar situation as the Jean arc back in Volume 1. Them trying to cram in an extra episode for seemingly no other reason than to cram in another episode. I guess Weiss also got hurt. I refuse to believe she dies here, however. I could tell you, even without the benefit of hindsight, she's going to survive. I don't really know what the point is of feigning a character death here. I know what this will lead to, but they could have done this without a death scare at the end of an episode. Whether Weiss will live or not isn't exactly an interesting question to ask in this scene. Rather, the question should be, how does Weiss survive? Which we will find out. So, without any further ado, let's move on to the next episode. The following episode starts with Jean running for Weiss. We see Ozpin run for Ruby, and we see Hazel scold Leo for allowing Oscar to make a fool of him. Leo reveals that Oscar is actually Ozpin, who is already reincarnated, and Hazel gets very angry. Ruby wakes up as Hazel is about to attack Oz. Hazel stabs himself with some dust, and Ozpin tells Oscar to run. He is saved by Crow, and Cinder realizes Ozpin is here, and proceeds to get Leo to open the vault with the relic. We get some intermittent shots of what happens with Weiss and the rest, and eventually the fight picks back up, sort of. During this, Ozpin explains that Hazel's sister was killed under Ozpin's watch, gaining the unending hatred of Hazel in return. Oscar asks if Hazel's sister knew the risks of being a huntress, and Hazel stresses she was just a kid. Oscar tries to argue Hazel's sister chose the path herself to help others, and Hazel doesn't care. Ozpin then takes over, and we cut to Jean, Ren, and Weiss. In this scene, they stay vague on Jean discovering his semblance as we cut to Cinder, Raven, and Vernal going to the relic. When they arrive at the vault, Cinder mentions,
"It's certainly grander than beacons. I wonder what the extra effort was for."
And so that means Cinder already found the vault to the relic at Beacon, right? She is the Fall Maiden. She should be able to open the vault there, right? How come she doesn't have it yet? I know technically Ozpin could have been lying when he stated Cinder and therefore Salem doesn't have the relic yet, but I know Salem doesn't yet because I have seen the whole series by now. Oz stated the relic at Beacon was particularly hard to find, but I didn't realize that you had to be more than a maiden to get into the vault there, apparently. Anyway, we cut back to the fight above, and we see more questionable moves among more tame ones, as Oz clowns on the big boy. Ruby then finally wakes up and hurries over to Weiss. Ren stresses that Weiss is going to be fine as Jean proceeds to project his glow into Weiss. We see some more fighting before Ruby does this.
Whatever you're doing, don't stop.
I won't.
Good.
RWBY, if you didn't want Jean to stop, why the fuck did you put his hands away then? I get that she wanted to look at the wound, but Ren already told her Weiss would be fine. This isn't worth my time. RWBY then officially joins the fight. Before going in for real, RWBY stresses she's angry and yeah, sure buddy. We then cut back to the vault where they make the floor light up. They walk towards the door and Cinder explains that the door to the vault will open if the Spring Maiden places their hand on the door. After some dialogue, Cinder betrays Raven and Vernal and tries to take the Maiden power for herself. We are then treated to this scene as the episode ends.
What is this? Where's the power? You won't find it. Because Vernal isn't the Spring Maiden. I am!
Okay, I know that was probably a bit mean, but come on. Besides the fact that it was obvious that Vernal was not the Spring Maiden, this is such a funny and cheesy scene, I could not hold it back. I think it's because they tried to do a double plot twist again for a third time this season, and it's really just starting to turn into a joke, you know, rules of threes. First, Cinder's betrayal, and then the twist that Raven is the Spring Maiden. I mean, Jesus Christ, I get the feeling that the writers here genuinely believe they are writing something interesting and complex, but that couldn't be further from the truth. There is an air of arrogance draped over these scenes whenever they do these big reveals, and it's all quite silly. For the fight itself, it would be nice if we could fucking see it in the coming episodes. I mean, we're going to the penultimate finale here. All we got in the big end fight were a couple of snippets of fighting. They really need to start actually showing the fights proper. This is what people come here to see. That was the big selling point of the show. I understand Monty isn't here to do it for you, so hire someone who can. These moves they have been doing so far are nowhere near as exciting and cool as they used to be. Oh, and Jean discovered his semblance now, which has been a background thing since Volume 1, but this moment gets drowned out by all the other reveals and moments that happen throughout these couple of episodes, so it doesn't really get all of the respect that it deserves. Like what happened in the previous volume with Weiss and her summoning. This is something that they could have done around the mid-season finale as a nice highlight and to give it the spotlight it deserves. Tacking it on now does the character and the audience a huge disservice. Not to even mention the fact that it just gets sprung in the middle here with a hard-to-believe death scare from Weiss. It all feels really clunky and thrown together. The following episode starts with RWBY headbutting Mercury, and I think this is also supposed to be the payoff for her hand-to-hand training arc? Moment? Whatever. We then cut to Jean where Nora is explaining to him that he unlocked his semblance. It is first assumed that Jean is healing Weiss, but according to Jean, he is amplifying Weiss her aura with this. Nora expresses concern over Jean running out of aura, but Jean states,
Pierre once told me I've got a lot of it. I still believe her.
Weiss then wakes up and we cut to Hazel fighting Ozpin and Crow. Hazel, his semblance, is then explained. He can apparently block out pain, which allows him to inject himself with dust. Nora then hits him to Kingdom Come, and it is revealed that the White Fang is outside the school, just kinda standing around doing nothing. Hazel injects himself with some more dust, and we are treated to some shots of the RWBY crew being tired. After those shots, Adam tells his subordinates to stay focused as we hear Blake yell his name. After a short and cheesy
"And you can't stop us."
No,
No,
I can't. Not by myself. They reveal the other faunas who have come to Blake's aid. The Mistral police show up, and Adam at this moment decides to pull a detonator out his ass and attempt to blow everyone up. It turns out Ilya had already disarmed the bombs, and Adam asks Hazel what to do. Hazel states that this is Adam's fight in a very calm manner. Isn't he supposed to be in a roid rage or something? Adam attacks Blake, and the fight starts again, now with Weiss renewed. but not before we do a distant reunion thing with Blake. In this process, Yang loses her arm to get to the vault, and we are then teleported there. Can they please just fucking fight? Holy shit. After confirming Raven is the Spring Maiden, we are treated to another 2 seconds of fighting, after which we need to stand still again in order to confirm Cinder is slowly turning herself into a Grimm. The fight continues and they apparently achieve the Avatar state. Eventually, Raven is able to beat Cinder, and as she is falling off the platform they were fighting on, Raven freezes her, I guess to ensure that she won't return. Raven then goes and opens the vault door, and I have to ask why? She's the only one who can open this door. So long as she doesn't, Salem has no way into the vault. Anyway, as Raven is about to enter the vault, Yang comes down and the episode ends. This one sucked. Not only is this episode supposed to stretch the finale out over 4 episodes for no good reason, it also resolves the whole White Fang bit in the most dissatisfying way possible. I mean, at first we find out the White Fang is just kinda hanging out outside, then Blake comes in and defeats the 7 guys who actually bothered to show up with Adam without as much as lifting a finger. I understand that is kind of the point, because they have overwhelming numbers in the residents of Menagerie who came out, but they were totally unnecessary. All they needed was Ilya and the police. They never actually needed the people of Menagerie to come with them. They are just there to make a dumb point about how the Faunus should do more about how the humans perceive them as a group by opposing the terrorist org. They do a faux reunion with Team RWBY and Blake before shying away from it, and that is that. I guess it's technically not over yet, there's still an episode to go, but fuck it should have been over by now. By stretching the finale like this, they force barely anything to happen right now. So in order to fill time, they just have to do a lot of grandstanding at each other, then exchange a few blows, and then stand again talking about how crazy the plot twist they just witnessed was. I hate this kind of writing. Please stop wasting my time. This should have been the final episode. Why are we doing another one? The final episode begins with the White Fang being arrested. It looks like some time has passed in which the White Fang tried to fight back, but we never get to see that. We do see Blake confronting Adam. Adam tries to get Blake mad by playing into her character of running away, but this time it doesn't work. Blake states she isn't there for him, but for Haven, and after Sun does a little spiel about wanting to fight by Blake's side whilst Adam's White Fang doesn't fight for Adam, Blake states that she has more important things to do than keeping busy with Adam, and they start a short fight in which Adam gets away. After this, Blake thanks Sun for his help, and we cut to inside the building where Hazel is still fighting the RWBY crew with the Syndettes. After a brief checkup, we see Blake enter the fray. RWBY is asked what the plan is, and she doesn't answer. She shoots at Leo to make him run away, and the fight starts again. We then cut to Raven and Yang. They have a conversation in which Yang asks what happened to the previous Spring Maiden. It is made clear that Raven killed the Spring Maiden after Raven didn't see her fit for the powers that the Spring Maiden was given, thus becoming the new one. The idea being that because Raven killed the Spring Maiden, she was on the Spring Maiden's mind, I guess. Wasn't it stated that the power transfers to a young maiden? I mean, Raven is the mother of at least a 17-year-old girl. Anyway, Yang confronts Raven for real this time, and honestly, who cares at this point? They had their chance to do this when Yang confronted Raven the first time. This should have happened already. What Yang talks about here isn't even really that interesting, lecturing her mom about what real strength looks like. Eventually, Yang attempts to strike a deal, stating that if Raven doesn't want Salem to come after her, she shouldn't grab the relic and let Yang have it. Raven lets Yang grab the relic, but before that we get this exchange.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Me too.
I hate this show's dialogue. Anyway, Yang grabs the relic and cries, and we cut to Leo. He is killed by Salem, and we cut back to the RWBY crew. Emerald does a quick speech about how it can't be over yet, and Cinder will have the relic as Yang ascends the elevator, relic in hand. Emerald, believing this means Cinder must have died, pulls a RWBY and starts screaming. This time, a huge Salem shows up. She screams and does a little swoosh before disappearing and leaving the gang confused about what just happened. Oz explains that, even though it was an illusion, that is what Salem looks like, and this is the first time the gang gets to learn Salem's appearance. We cut to the baddies running away with their tails between their legs, before cutting back to the RWBY crew. We see Blake's family hugging her and Sun looking on as Ilya comes in to explain that everyone in the White Fang attacking the school except Adam has been caught. This means that less people will be following Adam since the White Fang won't follow a leader who abandoned their subjects. Blake then gets turned around by Sun to go and do the reunion they have been teasing us with as Yang walks up to Crow with the relic and explains what happened down at the vault. They then have the reunion for real this time, and after some awkward dialogue, RWBY expresses that the important part is that they are all together, and Yang confirms this to the delight of Weiss. I don't understand why Weiss is being kept out of this and doesn't get to say anything, even though she is right there and also a part of this team. They hug as music starts playing. Crow goes over to Oscar to see if he is okay, and Oscar explains Ozpin is taking a break and left a message. Ozpin wants to take the lantern relic to Atlas, and that is all the info he gave. Crow sighs on a black screen and the volume ends. The after credits scene features Ty looking at a raven's feather. That is it. So that was the finale of Volume 5, and I can't help but think it disappointing and really bad. Nothing's really resolved in a satisfying manner. First off, the whole finale was already taking too long, meaning that by this time around, I just want to see it end, which is already working against them. But even the things that happen either don't make sense or are handled really badly. First off, the important bad guys just get away, either under the guise of the Salem illusion or they just run away. At least at the end of Volume 2, Norman was jailed. The whole reunion with Blake doesn't feel right either. They put a large focus on Blake and Yang being back together, and the team reunion feels second to that. Weiss doesn't even get to say anything to Blake during the reunion. She is Blake's friend too. Why does she need to be quiet here? They haven't seen each other in 2 volumes either. The fact that only the faceless mooks and Leo face any consequences here feel weird as well. I guess Cinder got taken out, but there is no way in hell that she's dead. Cinder is way too important to the story to die right there, and given the character deaths in the past, they tend to be clearer than what we saw here. Lastly, I want to talk about the fact that Yang took out the relic from the vault. Why the fuck should she want to do that? I get that the reason is supposed to be that because Raven doesn't want anything to do with Salem, she needs the relic out of the vault, otherwise Salem will never stop bothering her for the relic. But Yang needs to convince her as such. In the first instance, Raven just wants to take the relic for herself, which makes no sense. Why would she want that? At least you can make the case for taking the maiden power, although I think that move was just as stupid. But why make yourself an even bigger target? Either way, the relic is out now, and the gang will be traveling to Atlas in the coming volume. But before we get to that coming volume, let's take a look at the volume as a whole and see what we can take away from it. Okay, so where Volume 4 was essentially just an Act 1 to a story, Volume 5 really is Act 2 and 3 of that same story. Not only do we get to see the journey, we also get to see the conclusion of the journey for each character, although I would argue that none of the conclusions are all that satisfying or interesting. I really thought something was going to happen with Weiss, for example. I thought she was going to discover her own self and live free of the tyranny her father put her through, to leave the STC behind and become her own person, unburdened by her past, or at least start on said journey. But she just kind of did nothing this whole volume. All she really did was fight those wasps and get captured. At least the capturing allowed her to be a part of Yang's story for a bit, but her involvement really didn't add anything. She was already going to Haven, so this wasn't a necessary move to get her to Haven either. Just a huge letdown overall. And Weiss isn't the only one who didn't get anything to do this volume. Somehow, RWBY herself hasn't really done anything either. They frame her as the main character, yet somehow forget to give her things to do. And before we think that this is the only volume, we must remember that the writers have always struggled to give RWBY things to do. In Volume 1 that went okay, but in Volume 2 the writers couldn't find a natural way for RWBY to run into Penny, so they just didn't give her anything to do, and had her go with Weiss for no other reason than a want to see a tower that she already could see from where she was anyway. In Volume 3, she wasn't even one of the people to go fight in the tournament, other than the main match that all of the team members were a part of. In Volume 4, all she did was walk to Haven, and now she just kind of is in Haven until the villains arrive. And even in that fight, she doesn't do anything all that important. She just is around to watch it happen and occasionally attempt to hit. And yes, things do happen around her during the volume, but her presence doesn't really do anything to change what is happening. There isn't anything she says or does that changes the events around her. I don't think I have ever seen a lame duck main character like RWBY. Why is she the one that gets pushed to the background? This is a terrible way to handle her. She gets overshadowed by literally everyone around her, like Yang for instance. This volume, Yang had essentially her biggest character moment of the series. An encounter that has been teased ever since the yellow trailer dropped back in 2013. And what did they do with it? The writers decide Yang is just kind of over the whole thing and dismiss any interesting dialogue and character growth that could have come forth from this. The only reason she came to Raven is because Yang figured Raven would be able to take her to RWBY more easily. No question of, why did you abandon me, or how could you be so cruel? No crying, no emotion, just cold demeanor with a little frustration. 4.5 goddamn years. 4.5 goddamn volumes of teasing, of promising it's definitely coming, and this is all we got. This sucked. This was a letdown. This was the biggest slap in the face the fandom has had to endure yet. This is the worst handling of a character I have ever seen, period. And they tried to make up for it during the volume finale by doing it again, and no. Like I said, at that point, it's too late. I don't care anymore. You didn't care the first time, I won't care the second time. And for all what it's worth, at least Yang got something to do, which she has in common with Blake for the most part, who had the most stuff to do during this volume and the least amount of screen time, I feel like. It had been started in the previous volume, and I am glad to see it continue to move to a climax. I liked Ilya as a character, and her growth throughout the volume feels genuine, and she is the first openly gay character. Fans have been asking for this since the end of Volume 1, so it's nice to finally see it happen. I also really like the dynamic Blake and Sun have throughout the volume. The way it started, with Sun continuously pestering Blake, is really weird and problematic, however. Essentially, Sun insists on helping Blake despite Blake herself stating on numerous occasions that she doesn't want it. It's through continuous insistence from Sun that Blake eventually breaks down and allows the help. This sends the wrong message to people. Basically, the show tells its audience, hey, so long as you insist often enough, a no will turn into a yes. Which is just a bad message to send to an impressionable audience. You got to respect people's boundaries. If they tell you no, then it's a no. The bit after that, I like. Their interaction after Blake accepts Sun's help is cute. They seem to have some genuine chemistry on screen, which is a nice break from all the bland, characterless people we have seen this volume. It's really weird how, after the fall of Beacon, most, if not all, characters who we've been following so far seem to have lost their personality during the fight at Beacon. More on that after Volume 6, though. Just to quickly make a sidestep, I wanted to take a moment to quickly talk about the difference between openly gay characters and just kind of characters who also happen to be gay. Because technically, Ilya isn't the first LGBTQ plus person to appear in RWBY. Coco, for example, also is LGBTQ. But you'd never know whilst watching the volume. And when it comes to representation, it's very important to make sure that people know characters are LGBTQ. It's a little weird in the way that things go, because technically it shouldn't really matter all that much. But especially if you want to put forth representation in the things that it is that you're doing, then you are going to have to let the people know in some way. You are going to have to let people know in natural ways in order to make it work. I think the way that they did it with Ilya is a very natural and good way to do representation like this. Whereas, you know, the fact that Coco is gay, it doesn't really matter, and also that little factoid doesn't really add anything. Although I guess you can make plenty of arguments about how, you know, sexuality in characters don't really matter at all. Speaking of bland characters, however, it really feels like very little happens at the beginning of the volume, even though technically there are quite a few things that go down. Yang's encounter with her mother, the violent takeover of Adam in the White Fang, Weiss gets kidnapped, and so on. But it's all mired in people standing around and talking, or sitting around and talking, or walking around and talking. And I'm sick of it. It makes it feel like nothing is happening at all. I think that feeling comes from the fact that the tone of the volume is pretty flat. It starts and ends heavy, and yet there's no real consequences, other than the lantern relic being out, and everything is treated with the same seriousness as each other. The most interesting thing that happens this volume was the coup in the White Fang orchestrated by Adam, and speaking of him, he is quickly becoming my favorite villain right after my main man Norman here, where Norman was straight up hard carrying the whole ass villain team throughout the entire first 3 volumes and was generally the most entertaining character on screen. Adam is much more of an interesting character. He comes over as a realistic depiction of a fascist. He not only wants to defeat the humans, he feels superior to them. There is a much deeper hatred here. He also holds delusions of grandeur when he states that not only can he start a war with humanity, but he can win it too. I mean, seeing what the White Fang would have to fight, most likely Ironwood's army, let's be real here, I don't see the White Fang winning, especially since they make an enemy of every kingdom, and they are currently infighting. Like I said during the episode, I can't wait to see him die. On the topic of the coup though, Hazel also was there, and I don't think his inclusion into this scene really helped anything. In fact, I think it detracted from what was going on here. I get that it's supposed to be a big deal to work with a human and might show some hypocrisy, but all they would needed to achieve this was to mention the fact that Adam was working with humans. Hazel only stands there to say,
"Nobody needs to die today."
Which serves to show that he's a pacifist, an interesting trait for a villain, sure, and hints at something else going on, but this wasn't the time nor place to do it. Either way, at the end they reveal that Hazel actually has a grudge against Ozpin, specifically because his sister died while at Beacon, under Ozpin's wing, which... whatever. I am sick of this trope where a big muscle man is angry at someone for killing their sister, mom, wife, daughter, aunt. I know that it's not specifically RWBY's fault, but still, it certainly doesn't add to the experience. On the topic of the coup, on my first watch, I had missed that one line in Volume 4, which states that the White Fang actually exists of multiple splinter groups, and whilst watching this scene, I was thoroughly confused. I was under the impression that Adam was the leader of the whole White Fang, seeing as how he was portrayed in previous volumes. Now I learned that Sienna Khan was actually the one who leads the White Fang instead of Adam. And then, before the scene was done, Adam killed her and took over the White Fang. I know now that it was technically established Sienna was the leader, but they didn't do nearly enough to separate Adam's faction from the White Fang overall, which really caused a lot of confusion to me in this particular volume, and I'm sure that other viewers had that same experience. Okay, I want to talk about the relic, and the way that it got out of the vault, because, oh man, was that not handled well. So, as it stands, Yang is the one who grabbed the relic to move it out of the vault, which means that there are a myriad of missed opportunities here. As it stands, the way that the relic makes it out of the vault is neither natural nor satisfying. Yang should not want the relic out of the vault. Salem needs it after all, and the only way that she can get to it is by opening the vaults. The only ones capable of doing so are the maidens, which is why Salem gets Cinder to collect all the maiden powers to open the vaults. Yang taking out the relic is in direct contradiction to what the good guys should want. Not only that, but Raven's motivation is also very confused. She doesn't want anything to do with Salem on the outset. Doesn't want anything to do with her, which is why she left Ozpin and his war against her, to get back to her clan. But in everything she does, this just simply can't be true. She took the powers of the Spring Maiden, something she shouldn't want to do because she knows Salem would eventually come for those powers. And the reason why she decided to help Cinder is because she wants to take the relic for herself. Again, putting herself and her clan at risk directly in Salem's way. None of this makes any sense. There are way better ways to write this scene, and I will attempt to give a nice little outline. Now, I understand that there are quite a few ways for this scene to take. First off, one can give the good guys a W. This would be fine as a conclusion, seeing as the previous time something like this happened, the RWBY crew took a huge L at the fall of Beacon. The way to do this would be by giving Raven the arc they have been teasing the entire volume. Throughout the volume, Raven is constantly seen making decisions under the guise of Salem leaving her alone. That is the one thing we know she wants. She is also a terrible mother to Yang. If throughout the volume she learns that she isn't actually as strong as she thinks but is constantly running away, why not have her grow and realize that? Then she could opt to protect the relic. I mean, she already beat Cinder, showing she has grown as a person and that she is actively defying Salem and thus finally as strong as she always thought she was. This would also give closure to Yang, seeing she would have been the one who would convince her to do so. One could also opt to raise the stakes. Let's start at the point Raven and Cinder clash. Vernal is also there. Let's say it's a grueling fight, leaving both parties extremely tired, and Vernal killed as she was originally. Then, in an act of surprising and overwhelming strength, Cinder actually kills Raven the moment Yang, this time with RWBY in tow, come down to the vault. Cinder takes the Spring Maiden power and gets the relic, after which she attempts to flee and closes the vault. She is stopped by RWBY and Yang because she isn't fit to fight at full strength despite the fact she has double maiden powers and is trying to protect the relic. RWBY and Yang take the relic, and seeing as the vault is closed and Cinder has the maiden powers anyway, they can't hide it in there anymore and thus need to carry it to Atlas. That would have been a way to get the relic out of the vault without feeling it very artificial. Both ways I just described would have been much better in order to resolve what was happening here than what we actually got. Now, before moving on to the next volume, there are a few things that I would like to hit upon. First off, the training arc in the middle of the volume. Completely out of nowhere, they decide that they need to train the best of huntsmen. They come up with the most strenuous explanations for their reasons as to why they need to train. I get why Oscar needs to train. He's but a child who never fought a day in his life and needs to build up muscle mass. As for Jean, sure, he doesn't have his semblance yet, but they don't do anything that much to trigger it. We never really see him train at all, and as for RWBY, she needs to learn hand-to-hand combat for what reason exactly? She is almost never without a weapon. I guess there are 2 times that it might have been useful. Them being when she was captured in Volume 2, and when she tried to pass Mercury in Volume 3, but looking ahead into the future for a bit, this will never come up again. As it stands, it's nothing but an excuse for them to have literally anything to do whilst they wait for their stage call to do the final fight. That as well, the RWBY crew literally does nothing the entire volume. They just sit around the entire time. Why? It's ridiculous and makes it feel like this volume is nothing but a standstill. Even with Blake and Yang doing stuff, halfway through, Yang joins the RWBY crew and does nothing anymore. The only one doing anything plot related at all is Blake, until the volume finale. Okay. I need to talk about how they spent quite some time trying to convince the audience, because throughout the volume, there are a couple moments, very notable so, where they tried to convince the audience of certain things. Remember when I talked about gaslighting during Volume 2? Well, they tried again, although in a lesser form. This time, they tried to convince the audience of the character traits that the main 4 girls have. I talked about it during the episode, so I won't go into the specifics again, but it comes over as quite pathetic. If you feel the need, as a writer, to try and convince your audience very directly that your characters have character traits, and that your main girl is special because she just has that special little quality that just makes you want to follow them around everywhere they go because they are just that special, you've done a bad job writing the characters. Period. Now, before moving on, you might have noticed the lack of interview footage and behind-the-scenes clips in the post-volume. Not just for this volume, but the previous one as well. And that is mainly because other than the panels at RTX, the convention Rooster throws for itself every year, there isn't any real behind-the-scenes footage, nor interview footage publicly available. I've looked, of course, but even AfterBuzz interviews stop. Previously the most reliable source for interviews, now nothing more but a wasteland of pointless episode discussions and reviews. I'm getting the feeling that they noticed the criticisms they have been getting since Volume 3, and this is also the volume that the show started to fall out of public favor, but more on that in the post-volume analysis after Volume 6. Speaking of which, let's move on to it. Although before going fully into the episode description, I want to quickly talk about something. You see, the whole reason why I do these parts 3 volumes at a time is because, as the writers had set it up, every major arc was supposed to happen over the course of these 3 volumes. You see it in volumes 1 through 3, ending with the fall of Beacon, and that was supposed to be the case in these volumes as well. However, though Volume 4 has served its purpose as an Act 1, Volume 5 was both Act 2 and 3 of the Haven arc. This volume we'll see the gang move to Atlas, and even though they pretend like Volume 6 is still part of the same Haven arc, it clearly isn't. And if it was intended for this part to still be a part of that arc, they did a really bad job writing it. The main reason for that is because it doesn't have anything to do with Haven at all. Haven was closed in the previous volume, so pretending like this is still part of that same volume arc is a bit weird. Now, there are a couple of things this volume needs to do. First, it needs to give us motivation for what is happening right now. I need to know why this Salem person is doing the things that she is. Right now, we are heading into RWBY's 6th year of airing, and we still haven't been given the full story yet. I remarked in episode 8 of Volume 1 how I didn't know what the show was going to be, and after having seen half of the current volumes, I can confidently say that I still don't really have an idea of what this show is. It's a shonen. That much I know. But without the motivation for the bad guys, there just isn't a story yet. What's the story they are trying to tell? Is it about a girl who goes off to save the world? Is it about an old reincarnating man trying to prevent the end of the world? Is the world even ending at all? I have no idea. Secondly, I need them to make true on what they tried to convince us of in the previous volume. Why are we following RWBY as a character? Is there really something special about her? And what about her silver eyes? They were activated at the end of Volume 3 and a little bit during the Volume 5 finale, but ever since that they haven't really been brought up again. And lastly, I need them to actually utilize the support cast at all. They haven't really gotten to do anything since the end of Volume 3, so I would really like to see more of them. And with supporting cast, I really mean people like Crow, Nora, Ren, even Jean would be nice to see more of. and literally all the other more minor characters that just haven't really gotten to do anything throughout these past couple of volumes. Either way, let's get into it. Episode 1, Argus Limited. The volume starts with some shots of a snowy mountain before we see our favorite scythe-wielding gal destroy one of them atop a train. We see the others enrolled in the same fight. They continue until Jean yells, "Tunnel!" They run for a hiding spot, and right as Weiss is about to fall, Ruby saves her and uses her semblance to get down just in time for the transition to the next scene. This is one where we hear Adam massacring the remaining White Fang members because they weren't willing to follow him anymore after what happened at Haven in the previous volume, where he was beat by the Belladonna girl, as they call Blake. Adam also calls the seat he sits on a throne, which gives some further insight on how he sees himself in comparison to others, in this case as superior. He says,
"Blake,"
and screams as we cut to a train station. We are greeted by Cro's voice, who informs the audience of what happened at the end of Volume 5. He also states it's been about 2 weeks since the events at Haven Academy. It is revealed he is saying all this in a report to James Ironwood. Ruby bumps into Cro in a vicious attempt to assassinate him, and Cro asks what's up. Ruby shows her excitement as she uses her semblance to fly around the hall. Just remember that in Volume 2, the air displacement she trails behind is powerful enough to blow everyone against the wall. Ruby meets with the rest of the gang, and they talk amongst themselves for a bit, mainly just about how excited they are to go to Argus and to be on a train. Eventually, these bozos show up. They state,
"We'll be keeping everyone safe as we pass through grim territory.
But for a generous tip, we can make sure your passenger car gets extra special attention."
And Cro scares them off by stating he is also a professional and makes them look stupid as the group gets ready to board the train. It turns out the only person missing is Blake as we cut to her feet whilst panning up. She appears to be talking to Ilya, who expresses her surprise at the leniency the Belladonna family has given her, and they say their goodbyes. Eventually, Ilya asks where Sun is, who is revealed to be within eyesight. Neptune is also there, who quickly spots Ilya and tries to chat her up. We get left behind with Sun and Blake, however, and the two talk about Sun no longer being with Blake, putting a stop on the ship that was just about to happen. Blake appears very disappointed by Sun's decision to leave, showing the audience she definitely had feelings for Sun. Blake kisses Sun on the cheek, and we cut to Sun and Neptune talking about Sun leaving Blake.
I don't know, man. It feels like you're just letting her go.
It was never about that, Brainiac.
So, apparently Sun was never into Blake? I will address this after the episode, but it's really bad. We then cut to the train they are on, and we see a small lady walking in front of the camera before moving to the RWBY crew. They are lounging around waiting for the train to arrive at Argus. Eventually, Blake awkwardly helps Yang get her bag, showing the audience they are still not exactly comfortable with each other after what happened at Beacon in Volume 3. Cro walks in at this moment, and simultaneously, the train is attacked by Grimm. The group goes topside to address the threat together with the hunters we saw at the station, and we then get treated to the fight scene from the beginning of the episode. Before that start, however, we see this exchange.
What's the plan, Ruby?
Don't let anyone else die!
And fuck off. I'm sorry, but they spent the previous volume talking about how they want to follow Ruby because of her leadership skill, and how she just has that one thing that makes you want to follow her, and this was the perfect opportunity to show this by making her come up with a quick plan, by giving everyone either a specific Grimm to fight, or a position, or literally anything to do on the train. Instead, we get a vague,
"Don't let anyone else die!"
How does anyone think she's a good leader? Anyway, the fight starts for real now, and we get to see Oscar declining Ozpin's offer to take over and fight because Oscar wants to keep control. Team Juniper learns of what is going on above them, after which they also join the fight. we see one of the hired hunters activate the train's defenses, including extra armor and turrets. Oscar comes topside as well, and after he asks what he can do, Crow explains,
You can get that idiot to shut off the turrets. We're just drawing the Grim toward the passengers.
Right.
Wait, what? If Grim are attracted to turrets, why would anyone design a train like this? Why have them on the passenger carriage in the first place? Put them on the cargo hold or something. Now they just can't use the turrets. This is stupid. This world is run by dumb people. Anyway, Oscar tells the hunter to stop. He won't, and they are interrupted by the tunnel teased at the start. Everyone dives for cover, but the hunter hired by the train company does break his arm in the process. Inside the train, Crow is mad at him for not shutting off the turrets. Whilst yelling at the hire, RWBY steps in to try and make him shut down the turrets. Her brilliant tactic to do this, by the way, is by just asking nicely, which is stupid and shouldn't work, especially since it's already been tried before. Which means that obviously it works now. Jean heals the arm of the hunter, and Nora then asks Ren to hide the emotions of the passengers, because that in combination with the shutdown turrets might cause the Grim to lose track of them. Osmond takes over Oscar, however, with permission, to say Grim are also attracted to the lamp they carry. Everyone is upset about this omission, of course, but before they can properly react, they need to act on the attacking Grim. We finally get to see RWBY perform a semblance of leadership by doing what I wanted her to do all these volumes. She takes charge and comes up with a loose plan to tackle the current situation. The idea RWBY comes up with means having all the passengers move to the front, so RWBY's team can detach the cars and keep the Grim with them, whilst Team Juniper and the passengers leave for Argus. This means Team RWBY and Juniper will split up. We get to see another shot of the old lady, and Blake sees a figment of her imagination in the shape of Adam. Or maybe it's real? Who knows? Anyway, Team RWBY confronts the Grim atop the train whilst Juniper makes their escape. The fight scene that follows is all well and good, not on the same level as the first volumes, but still solid. Eventually the train gets derailed and everyone is fine. They even gained a new member, the old lady who's been teased throughout this episode. And with that, the first episode of the volume ends. So, whilst I may have been hard on this episode whilst describing, as an opener for the volume, this episode is decent. At least mechanically, it does a pretty good job of setting up the rest of the volume. That being, sadly, yet another walk to some other city as they did in Volume 4. And man, I really wish they didn't. The first time was bad enough, they don't need to do it a second time. That being said, there is a lot of dumb things that happened in this episode. First, the way they handle the breakup of Blake and Sun. I really don't see the point of teasing the two of them getting together only to go, "Sykes, I never wanted to be romantically involved with Blake after all." It came out of nowhere and is also clearly not true. When watching volumes 4 and 5, it's clear Sun definitely likes Blake as well. All of this also completely ignores Blake as a character. It was Sun's job to pursue and also to break things off. Blake never got to say anything in the matter. Her feelings were ignored the first time when Sun insisted on helping her, and her feelings were ignored the second time when Sun leaves. Also, the whole business with the turrets is just plain stupid. In Remnant, Grim have at the very least been around for a long time, as has magic. These things should have affected the way society works. It's bits like this that makes it feel like the writers took the regular world, plopped Grim and magic in it, and called it a day, with no regard as to how these things would affect society as a whole. The designers of this train would have known Grim would be attracted to the turrets, and thus would have come up with a solution to that problem. Before moving on, the episode also isn't in chronological order. The start of the episode sees the RWBY crew fight atop the train before cutting to the station where they still need to board the train. This is quite confusing. I get wanting to start with action, and putting this scene ahead of anything else has no other purpose than that. But as long as we get a fight scene during this episode, that bar would have been clear. Now it's just weird. The following episode starts with Cinder in water showing us what happened directly after the fight in the vault. She is alive, although not so well, and about to die as she opens her eyes. She tries to flame, but doesn't have the power to do so. Somehow, her weak ground punch is still strong enough to crack the cave wall so that she could get out. She continues punching, and we get to see Cinder failing at walking through the rain. Someone finds her, however, and they appear very scared when they see Cinder's grim hand. Cinder looks menacingly at her as we cut to the RWBY crew sitting around and talking, and oh god, please! No more sitting around and talking, I'm sick of it! Discussing what we already know, in a quick flashback to before they even left for the station. They need to take the relic to Atlas, they make a plan to head for Argus, a port city on the continent we are currently on. Atlas has its own continent, you see, and after their withdrawal from the world after the fall of Beacon, that place, being Argus, is the only city with a military presence from Atlas. Their plan is to get there, knock on the door, and go, "Hello, we are on a quest with a relic you've never heard of to save the world from a threat kept secret from you. Can we please see Ironwood now?" And if that doesn't work, maybe Atlas would like to take the missing daughter of Jacques Schnee back to him. Eventually, Jean asks what the relic does, and Ozpin explains it's a question-answering device. Any question you will ask will be answered in truth. The downside is that one gets to ask 3 questions every 100 years, like a genie grants wishes. Kind of a genie light, if you will. After a short comedy bit from Nora, and the explanation that the wishes, I mean questions, were used before sealing the lamp away 80 years ago, they can't ask it anything. We cut to the present, just in time to hear Yang complain about their current situation. The old lady also clarifies her name is Maria Calavera. She also has artificial eyes which needs repair. Everyone is also pissed at Ozpin for not telling the group that the relic attracts Grimm, adding another omission to the pile. This time, they press the issue, however, and after some weak attempts from Ozpin to justify his actions, we get this exchange.
Look, we're supposed to be in this together. You can trust us. We're not gonna turn our backs on you.
Do you really think Leo was the first?
And I really don't think Ozpin earned this moment here. At least not in this way. He goes on to explain why he keeps secrets a little further, but gets interrupted by the absence of the lamp. RWBY is revealed to have gathered the lamp with the rest of their stuff after the train crash. We get some more arguing until Oscar eventually wrestles control back from Ozpin and tells the gang they should say the name Jin to the lamp so they can find out what Ozpin is hiding. RWBY proceeds to say Jin, and a big anime mommy is revealed to be inside the lamp. Or, well, outside of it now, I guess. After this, we cut to Cinder in some village, now dressed in the clothing of the lady she met earlier the episode. We see a news broadcast talking about how they are still looking for Cinder and the Cindettes featuring Hazel and Adam. Cinder walks on, and the cameraman shows us the town has a shady side to it. Eventually, she spots a cobweb and enters the building it was drawn on. She presents a pouch of money to the person sitting at the table and asks,
"You're little Miss Malachite?"
"I'm Little Miss gonna skin you alive if you ever take that tone with me again."
I don't know why Missy responded like this. Cinder's tone wasn't bad or derogatory at all. I get that Missy needs to sound threatening, but at least have the VA for Cinder actually sound like she's looking down on Missy. Anyway, Cinder reveals she is looking for the RWBY gang, and Missy states that she needs a week, after which Cinder leaves. The scantily clad woman behind Missy states they already know where the RWBY gang is, after Cinder leaves because that big guy asked to find them too, and Missy responds by saying that they want to monitor Cinder for a bit. We cut back to Osbin being a liar. Jin reveals there are 2 questions left unanswered. RWBY proceeds by asking what Osbin is hiding. Osbin lunges for RWBY in a desperate attempt to stop whatever is happening, but it's too late. We get treated to a void, and we hear a voiceover talk about how once there was a lonely tower.
There stood a lonely tower.
While showing a whole ass castle. We get to see a pre-spidered Salem and a teaser to the true story as the episode ends. What frustrates me most about the Osbin lying exchange is that Osbin should know better by now. He might have experience with people betraying him, but he should also know that continually lying to the people who are supposed to trust him only sets them up against him when they inevitably find out. It is a profoundly stupid move to keep lying like this, as proven by the show. And one can say that you are supposed to have that reaction, you are supposed to be frustrated with Osbin, and the fact that he should know better, and I would even agree. But in a show driven by stupid people and a dumb plan, I need at least someone to act a little smarter. I am frustrated with the fact that everyone here is acting like a fool. We also get some Cinder shots, although not enough to really matter. That she would come after RWBY wasn't in question. The only thing we learned was that Cinder is alive and that a big guy is looking for the RWBY crew. Now, usually this is where I would move on and start describing the next episode. However, this episode, for its largest part, is a very long telling of the origin story. Again, I feel like we have too many of those in this show. Anyway, let me just go ahead and tell it to you guys. You see, Salem here was locked in a tower Cinderella style, and she wanted to be free. Also, everyone alive has the ability to do magic for some reason, because the gods gave that to them. In comes this bozo. This is Ozma, and he comes to save the princess. I mean, Salem. So far, they haven't really made mention of Salem, her royalty status, whether or not she even is royalty at all. Anyway, Ozma fights his way up the tower and frees her. They fall in love and start traveling the world. Eventually, Ozma gets sick and dies. Silly how this legendary hero gets taken out by a cold. So Salem decides to ask the gods to resurrect Ozma, the selfish git. The gods are brothers, you see, and first Salem goes to ask the god of creation to resurrect Ozma. They refuse, and Salem moves to the brother, the god of destruction. They make special note of the fact that Salem does not bring up the fact that she went to the other brother, creation, first. This is important because destruction actually does revive Ozma, making creation very angry. And when creation confronts destruction, creation is all like, "What have you done?" And destruction is all like, "I have done what I please." Making it look like an act of defiance against his brother creation. But if that was the case, that would only make sense if destruction knew about the fact that creation refused. But destruction didn't know that. Anyway, they have a resurrection spat where they take turns destroying and resurrecting Ozma, resulting in the both of them turning into dragons. Creation then calmly explains the situation to Destruction, and he is all like, "Oh, my bad," and kills Ozma for good this time. They then send Salem to go swim in the pool of creation and grant her immortality to punish her. Pretty sweet deal if you ask me. But Salem dislikes this because that means that she can't see Ozma in the afterlife. She attempts suicide, except that doesn't work, of course, and decides to unite all of the kingdoms to go and attempt to kill the gods. When they arrive, they all shoot their magic balls at the gods, and Destruction is all like, "Lol, nah," and kills every living human being on the planet save for Salem in the blink of an eye. Then the gods dip, and we get an explanation on why the planet we see is called Remnant and why the moon is broken. You see, when creation leaves, he calls the planet a beautiful experiment and a remnant of what it once was, explaining the name of the planet. and when destruction leaves, he decides to crash into part of the moon just for good measure. There's no real reason behind it. I always figured that the moon had split apart in some epic battle or other. Oh well. Because of this, Salem eventually decides to throw herself in the pool of evil, which grants her the power to control Grimm and create new ones. The narration tells us that by doing this, the pools created a being of infinite evil with desire of pure destruction.
It created a being of infinite life with a desire for pure destruction.
In the meantime, Ozma is getting speeched at by Creation. Creation explains that humanity will at some point return on its own, and without guidance will be weak. He also states there are 4 ideals in which humanity was formed, those being creation, destruction, choice, and knowledge, as the relics go. If one is to bring the relics together, the gods will be summoned, and humanity will be judged. If humanity lives in harmony and has accepted each other's differences, the gods will stay, and humanity gets to live. If humanity is still fighting amongst each other, by the time the gods are summoned, the gods kill humanity for good and destroy the planet to ensure their destruction. Ozma is tasked with finding the relics and bringing them together when he thinks humanity is ready. No pressure. Also, they make Ozma immortal and send him back to Remnant. I don't understand why. The only reason Salem was punished was for attempting to revive Ozma. By putting him on Remnant as well, they undermine their own punishment. Anyway, Ozma, his reincarnation, works differently from Salem's. He can die, but his soul will move to a like-minded individual. He then gets reincarnated into some rando and tries to find Salem. Also, the faunas exist now. Anyway, Ozma does find Salem, and whilst catching up, they keep secrets. Salem doesn't tell Ozma she is the real reason why the world ended, and Ozma doesn't tell Salem about his mission from God to collect all the relics, although he does say he needs to unite humanity as the gods ordained. He just leaves out the relics part. The two of them then decide to take over the role of the gods as guidance counselors, and they live as divinity themselves. They succeed and start a prosperous kingdom, as well as a family with 4 daughters who are season color-coded. Ozma then gets second thoughts as Salem uses war to unite the people of Remnant. One of the daughters then runs in because she discovered her use of magic, and Salem is very happy. Ozma is sad about it for whatever reason. Ozma then decides to spill the beans on how he was sent here to redeem humanity, and Salem is all like,
"Don't you see? None of that matters anymore."
And that night, Ozpin decides to steal the kids and run. I don't know why. Ozma and Salem then fight in an off-screen epic battle. Salem wins this battle, and Ozma goes on a soul-hopping adventure, stealing the lives of the people he is forced to inhabit. He eventually decides,
if humanity were ever to stand a chance of being united, one thing was clear.
He had to destroy Salem.
As he seeks out the relics, he goes for the relics of knowledge first and asks questions which the lamb answers, of course. Eventually he asks how to destroy Salem.
How do I destroy Salem?
You can't.
And of course, this puts Ozma in despair, and with a transition back to current day Ozpin, the story and thus the episode finally ends. Jesus, that's a long episode. Coming in just over 26 minutes, it's one of the longest episodes we've had so far in the entire show. Anyway, I hate this episode, and it's for many different reasons. First, let's start with the positive. I do like the idea of doing lore episodes like this where they fully visualize the whole story. It keeps a lore dump visually interesting. That's where my positivity ends. I don't like this episode because it's too long. The explanation as to why the story is even happening makes even less sense after this episode. I dislike the fact that it was even necessary to do a big lore dump episode like this. And I hate what the whole thing represents. First, let me get into the story. So, Ozma, or Ozpin as we know him now for whatever reason, was tasked with getting all the relics and uniting humanity. He then decides to represent a god to regular people of the world together with Salem. This was the perfect opportunity to unite everyone. I don't care if he felt uncomfortable doing it. If he didn't like the way they were uniting people, he could just talk to Salem about it. She loves him. I'm sure they could compromise. And if they couldn't, show us. You can't leave that sort of thing up for interpretation. Ozma shouldn't have left. What was his plan even going to be? What was he gonna do with the kids? This whole thing just makes no sense. Secondly, this is the third time we get sat down to get a big lore dump on us, and it's getting really tedious. They even had to find a way to make sure that there was nothing left out by creating an all-knowing entity. I'm getting real tired of them. They even go as far as to retcon some of the things like the maiden origin story. They don't outright state it, but it's heavily implied that the daughters that Salem and Ozpin had are the first instances of the seasonal maidens, which retcons the fairy tale we were told was true. Although Ozpin lies constantly, which means that none of the lore other than what we saw in this episode can be taken at face value. If anyone's source is Ozpin, we have to put a great big question mark on the whole thing because Ozpin lies. And that goes for the World of Remnant episodes he narrates as well. Ultimately, this episode represents the worst of RWBY. It's an overlong episode to tell a story that doesn't advance the plot at all, fails to give a satisfying explanation to the situation, and actually makes the whole thing even more confusing than it needed to be. And as it stands, the plot doesn't make any sense. The whole reason Salem wanted to reverse her immortality was because she wanted to be with Ozpin. She was granted her wish and she ruled like a god king. Ozpin and Salem had a falling out, but Salem was the one left with the ruling title. Ozma died and reincarnated. Salem shouldn't want the relics. That would bring the gods back and kill her. Humanity isn't together, they will destroy the world. Why is Salem going after these relics? It makes no sense. At least we need some kind of motivation on her part to justify the things that she is doing. And they just haven't given us that yet. Anyway, I spent way too much time on this episode. We need to move on with episode 4. Which starts with Ozpin on his knees. Yang confirms that Salem can't be killed, and once again, the gang is royally pissed at Ozpin for lying and withholding information from them. RWBY asks,
Professor? What is your plan to defeat Salem?
I don't have one.
Fuck. This show is never going to end, is it? 6 volumes in, and still there isn't any indication of any of this going anywhere. Kuro then punts the fucker, and it's really cathartic. Ozpin has been one of the most frustrating characters for a lot of reasons, so it's nice to see him taken down a peg. I don't care if Ozpin is in the body of this kid right now, punt the fucker. Anyway, Kuro is all like, meeting you was the worst luck of my life. And Ozpin then dips. This causes panic, which Maria solves by doing a motivational speech at the group about not wanting to die in the cold, and they get a sad move on. We then cut to Salem's castle, where the Sin-Deads featuring Hazel are arriving. They meet Tyrion upon trying to enter. Tyrion tries to provoke Emerald, using the fact that they believe Cinder died at Haven. This seems to work, but Emerald gets disturbed out of doing anything. They then meet with Salem to tell the news of what happened. Salem asks for an explanation, and Hazel starts giving one, which Salem then immediately stops. She then rephrases the question as to who is responsible. Hazel offers himself, and Salem shuts this down, because this isn't the answer she was looking for. Salem then reveals Cinder is alive, and needs to toil in her isolation until she redeems herself. The group is of course shocked by this revelation. Salem then threatens the gang and reveals that the sword relic lies underneath Vacuo Academy. But Hazel has more to report. He reveals the gang is taking the lamp to Atlas and that Ozpin is leading them. This makes Salem pissed. Royally pissed. They leave the room so Salem can scream, and we cut back to the RWBY crew. We see them walking and bickering in the snow as they happen upon an old farmstead. They continue to take shelter here as the episode comes to a close. This is just a nothing episode. Nothing of note happens in episodes like these. The only thing that really happened was a briefing at the villain's headquarters, and even then they only divulge info we already knew. The only purpose of this scene was to show Salem's reaction, which was as predictable as it could have been. Of course she would be pissed to find out Ozpin was found already. Now, maybe with some build-up from the villains and hesitation before the scene in telling Salem about Ozpin would have given it some weight, but this was nothing but filler. The following episode starts with Cinder talking to Little Miss. Little Miss tells Cinder the RWBY crew is making their way to Atlas and reveals that she knows who Cinder is, or at the very least that she knows Cinder's name. We hear some footsteps on the roof and we pan up to reveal Neo. She survived her fall from the aircraft after RWBY opened her umbrella in Volume 3 and has come for revenge for getting her boyfriend, Norman, killed. I think you've got the wrong gal here, Neo. They fight for a bit and eventually end up outside. What Cinder has been fighting turns out to be an illusion, and the real Neo was standing behind her all along. Cinder shoots a fireball in her direction to dramatically reveal that Neo is wearing Norman's bowler hat. Silly shit. They fight some more, and it's revealed Neo blames Cinder for the death of Norman, and that's why she came to seek out and kill Cinder. Cinder reveals her maiden powers and Neo stands down. Cinder mentions that they both want RWBY dead since she is ultimately responsible. Well, if they cared about being accurate, they'd blame Salem for creating the Grimm that vored him, but whatever, this works. Cinder says,
"Let's talk."
And Neo then points to her mouth because she's mute and can't talk, as we cut back to the RWBY crew. And they talk about the suspiciously great condition that the farm is in before entering. They determine the coast is clear and prepare to stay the night. They look around the house for a bit, and we learn the farm once boasted a thriving community as we hear Weiss scream from upstairs. The gang runs up and we see 2 dried corpses of the people who used to live here and died in their bed. Crow went to check the other houses as the gang rests by the fire, and he confirms that everyone in the village has died in the same way. Weiss wants to leave upon hearing this, and Crow says they don't have any particular choice but to stay here, because of the storm they were just getting out of is getting worse. The storm would have been a perfect motivator to find shelter other than whatever they were using before they found the farm, so you can establish that beforehand, but the fact that we even get this explanation before the end of the volume is a lot for RWBY. So, you know what? Good job, guys. The gang then divides some tasks, mainly finding supplies to survive and possibly a car to drive out here. And RWBY and Weiss stay to search the house, Maria goes to read a book, and Yang and Blake go to find a vehicle. The two happen upon a shed and find a tractor they ignore, save for a remark from Blake joking it's not street legal. They speculate on what happened here, and eventually Blake asks Yang if she's okay. Yang answers that she doesn't know and is tired. She finds something which might be useful and for a moment sees Adam through the window. This spooks her and she confides in Blake. Blake comforts her and reassures that she will be there if and when Adam shows up again. She tells Yang,
"Hey, I'm not leaving. And if we ever see him again, I promise I'll be there. I'll protect you." "What? What?" "Forget it. Let's just head back."
Which annoys Yang for some reason. They go back to tell everyone in the house they can hook the motorcycle up to the flatbed they found in the morning as we cut to RWBY and Weiss, discovering the booze basement. RWBY states she wants to keep this room closed out of concern for Crow since he is an alcoholic and that she doesn't know how well he is taking all of this. They continue and Weiss asks if they really are going to Atlas because she doesn't see the point anymore. RWBY asks where this is coming from and she says the same thing as Yang did. She is tired and wants to leave. They find more booze and a chained off cellar as they finally find some food, canned beans, as the screen fades to black. I actually really like this episode. I feel like this is the first one in ages that just made sense. Everything that happened feels like a logical consequence from what happened before it. The interpersonal drama feels realistic, there is some weird stuff going on, and everyone had a role to play. It all came together quite nicely. Since this is a part 1 of 2, I will refrain from saying too much for now. But just know that I think this was a good episode. The following episode starts with everyone save RWBY sitting around the fire. We see RWBY get up to check on Crow sitting over by the window. He mentions the storm has let up and that they can leave by tomorrow morning. We pan down to see a bottle of booze and RWBY looks worried. She asks if he is okay and Crow answers,
"Sure. Tell everyone to get some sleep. I'll wake you guys up just before sunrise."
He tells RWBY to go get some rest, and we get to hear what the book Maria was reading is about. It turns out to be a diary of the people who lived here. She tells about some of the difficulties on the farm before RWBY cuts her off to tell everyone to go to sleep. Maria gets annoyed by a kid telling her what to do and moves chairs for no reason. We then cut to morning as an empty bottle falling out of Crow's hand scares up RWBY. She opens the windows and walks over to Crow to wake him up. They overslept apparently. He doesn't wake up at first, so she decides to throw his third bottle at the wall, which accomplishes her goal as we see the first time she gets annoyed by Crow's alcoholism. She hugs him and assures Crow he can talk to her before they decide to get out of the house. We cut to Weiss welding a hook onto Bumblebee as Yang, her motorcycle, is called, and Oscar laments about wanting to go to bed, and they bicker a bit about how they don't want to really do anything. Everyone seems really apathetic about the whole situation. Crow states all they need to do is hook up to the flatbed as he leans on it and the tire pops. Maria remarks about how they are beacons for bad luck, making Crow sit this one out like a child. This prompts everyone to lament about how they always have bad luck and how tired they are. Weiss asks a really valid question. Why are we going to Atlas?
Why are we even going to Atlas?
I mean, it's not like they have a plan for when they get there, other than to talk to Ironwood, which isn't much of a plan at all. RWBY states they have to and Yang objects, arguing that they should leave the lamp here because it would take a long time to find the lamp in the middle of nowhere rather than in a large obvious vault beneath the schools Salem already knows about. Forgetting the fact that Grimm are attracted to the lamp, meaning that they would be able to find it in the middle of nowhere rather than a big obvious vault that Salem knows about. RWBY almost does throw the lamp in the well, but only drops it after being scared by a pair of eyes. RWBY then urges they need to go get the lamp back, but the others object. After some pleading, they decide to join RWBY in her expedition into the well as Uncle Crow goes for a refill. The four drop down, but the lamp isn't there. They continue moving through what appears to be a vast network of caves. No one gives a shit, and we cut to Maria, who continues to read her book. As we cut back to the four in the well, they decide to turn their lights off and look for the glow of the lamp. They do, and spot it immediately. We cut back to Maria, discovering an entry about what is called the apathy, a Grimm, which is probably the key to the whole tiredness thing going these episodes. We cut back to RWBY retrieving the lamp as she runs into this apathy Grimm. Terrified, she runs away to the group and fires some pot shots, angering the Grimm and forcing it to scream at them. This makes them apathetic to fighting it. Maria also appears to have jumped down to tell the girls to run, an appropriate response to the situation. They continue running as these apathy Grimm pour from all entries, and eventually end up at the other side of the cellar door we saw in the previous episode. The Grimm scream again, and everyone falls to the floor. The apathy catches up, and right as they are about to kill Blake, RWBY's eyes activate, forcing the apathy back and weakening the grip they had on the group. As the Grimm recovers, Maria realizes what happened. She asks for the color of RWBY's eyes, and she replies with silver. I like how they show Maria's perspective here, showing very naturally that Maria can't really see the color of RWBY's eyes, and thus wouldn't have known about them when meeting. Maria then talks RWBY into a depression and activates her silver eyes. She destroys the Grimm, at least the ones that she could see, and Yang smashes the cellar door open to find Crow drinking in the cellar and announces that they are leaving. Weiss decides to set the house and the Grimm on fire as they leave to make sure it's dead. Crow doesn't understand what is going on until he sees the Grimm and realizes his drinking and inattentiveness to the situation put everyone in danger. As they drive away from the farm, Maria reads out the entry on the Apathy Grimm. Apparently, the farm owner needed everyone calm so he could skimp on hunter protection. Grimm are attracted to negative emotion, remember, so the Apathy Grimm were meant to keep everyone calm. Weiss then apologizes for being mean, and Maria apologizes for being inattentive. RWBY asks how Maria knows so much about Silver Eyes, and the episode ends with the reveal that Maria had Silver Eyes herself at one point. I really like this episode. This is exactly the kind of thing that I want from the show. Some good drama with Crow coming to terms with his alcoholism, the team doubting their mission, and sure, it was all set in motion by the Apathy Grimm, but that is the point. The Grimm was at the center of this two-parter. It is the most creative they have been so far, not just with Grimm, but with stories overall. It's just a really fun miniseries to watch, and honestly, these are my favorite episodes. Are they perfect? No, but I don't care because they're good. And this show needs all the W's it can get, and these two definitely are winners. The main reason as to why I really love this episode is because of the one thing that has been missing throughout the entire series so far. The way that this episode is structured, and the way that these episodes do their dialogue, it gives just enough exposition to the viewer to understand what is going on and to follow along with it, whilst still leaving some mystery, mainly what is happening with the Apathy Grimm and why everyone seems so apathetic towards the whole situation. This is exactly what I was missing throughout volumes 1 through 5. And I'm really happy to see that they seem to have finally learned that this is what they need to do. And I really, really hope that they can hold on to this throughout the rest of the series. Also, final thought, I guess this episode counts as the mid-volume finale. However, those are getting more and more vague with each passing volume. The following episode starts us off with Cinder and Neo as they stand in front of one of the vaults. As Cinder is all like, "In summary, I need the relics," letting the audience know she caught Neo up to current lore. Quick side note, the only vault they could be in front of is the one at Beacon Academy, but I thought they hadn't found that one yet. And if they did, Cinder would just be able to open it and get the relic, being the Fall Maiden and all. It shouldn't be Haven Academy. As far as I know, that one shouldn't be accessible since Haven resisted their attack. So honestly, I don't know how they got here. Cinder also explains that she is under orders not to kill RWBY, and plans to go around that order by helping Neo to do it. I don't understand why Salem would want to keep RWBY alive. That is the point, I know, but it seems like an extremely stupid move. Anyway, we cut to a wooden bridge with a tall, masked figure walking along it. A bird attacks and she takes it down with relative ease and her silver eyes. She then encounters a group of the most obvious and British bad guys,
"Afraid it comes with a price though, love,"
who also fight her. Eventually, this sharp-teethed asshole headbutts the shit out of whom they call the Grim Reaper, and the mask she wore flies off, revealing her face to look identical to Katara from Avatar: The Last Airbender, holy shit. And the Brit proceeds to cut her eyes out. The Grim Reaper, in a desperate attempt, succeeds in killing the Brit, and we cut away to reveal Maria was that Grim Reaper. Crow appears in ought to be meeting his hero, and mentions he based his weapon off of hers, which subsequently means RWBY's weapon is derived from it as well. Maria then throws a pity party for herself, and RWBY suggests that she teach her the ropes of using her silver eyes. RWBY then receives a call from Jean letting us know he's worried and the gang has arrived at Argus finally. Also, I am glad that they decided not to spend an entire volume walking again. The two gangs meet up and hugs are had all around. We then get a proper introduction to the city. Blake, after getting off the streetcar, mentions they should look for a ship, and Oscar asks where Jean and co are staying. It's revealed to be with his sister, Saffron, her son, and her wife, Terracotta. They eat some food, and Saffron mentions that the relay tower in town is having issues, and Terra is being unjustly blamed by her employer. Most relatable moment yet. Saffron then asks for the plans, and RWBY answers by stating they are going to Atlas by a military base. Jean then reveals they tried that already to no avail, and Team RWBY tries anyway and are shot down, as the episode ends, leaving the gang stranded once again. This is just yet again such a nothing episode. Everything that happened here would have been fine mixed into other episodes, but as a standalone it doesn't work. The beginning of this episode with Neo and Cinder wasn't necessary. We would have expected that Cinder had explained everything that was going on off screen. That would have been fine. No need to show us this. Also, that whole Grim Reaper flashback was unnecessary as well. They could have given us a quick explanation on how Maria got to lose her silver eyes and that would have been fine. Hell, they could have fit that in any old episode. It didn't matter where they put it, so long as they put in a quick explanation as to how that happened. And arriving in Argus could have been done much sleeker at the end of the previous episode by having them drive towards a city at the end. They didn't need to say that it was Argus, we understood that. They could get away with showing it like that since it would be the conclusion of only the first half of the volume. The second half of this episode would have been a great start to another episode, and that would eliminate this episode altogether. The show does these kinds of nothing episodes a lot, and it just leads to a lot of wasted episodes. Maria now has a purpose, good for her. It's not a big shocker that she also had silver eyes and can now teach RWBY. This was always going to happen. I'm just happy the silver eyes are finally going to be addressed. This really feels like coming down to the reality of the show after the two fantastic episodes we got prior to this one. Last note before moving on, I hate the pun of Maria's nickname, that being the Grim Reaper. I think that one is self-evident. The next episode starts with the RWBY gang in front of the closed gates of the military base in Argus. They argue back and forth with a comedy duo fallen on hard times and argue until mentioning Wai Schnee being in their midst. They are refused entry because they don't believe Crow is friends with Ironwood.
General Ironwood!
I'm sorry, General Ironwood. Weiss is asked to approach and is allowed to speak with the commanding officer. Maria then mentions that not only does she know the commanding officer, they are enemies because she brought cashews onto a flight that one time. See, this is exactly what I mean with the confusion of a serious show and a comedy. If it was a good joke, maybe. But that was not the case here. This obviously complicates the mission further. After some back and forth, the gates slam open and the failed comedians introduce Caroline Cordovan, the commanding officer on the base, and just as much of a shorty as Maria. The conversation eventually comes down to no one is getting through except for Weiss and Weiss alone. Caroline also appears to be quite racist.
But the kingdom will not be responsible for her friends of questionable character.
What's that supposed to mean?
Weiss is also shown to be a little more opposed to weird racist remarks, although no one truly calls Caroline out for her racism. Caroline then slams the gate shut, and the gang is left without a plan. I can't believe their plan set out after the train crash didn't work, guys. Wow. Crow is then asked what to do, but he, in the face of adversity, decides to go for a drink. RWBY attempts to get his help on getting a plan, but Crow ignores her and keeps walking. Nora then mentions that they don't need him because they got Ozpin, causing Team RWBY to spill the beans on what they learned about Salem and Ozpin during their surprise hike. Obviously, this angers the others, and we are once more reminded that the team has no plan to beat Salem yet. This pisses off Jean, and he gets up to tear Oscar apart for harboring Ozpin, and doubts they can trust him. Fuck yeah, Jean, let's go, punt the fucker! He gets stopped by the rest, sadly enough, and calms down, feeling ashamed for what he did. Everyone then decides they need some space to think the situation over, and we cut to RWBY trying to reach Kuro running into Maria. RWBY confides in Maria, who then tells her RWBY doesn't give herself enough credit. RWBY asks how so, and Maria refuses, saying,
You know, you don't give yourself enough credit.
Oh, thanks.
That wasn't a compliment.
What?
If I have to explain it to you, it'll just defeat the purpose.
They continue by going over the whole Silver Eye thing, and they talk about the lack of info and the fact that they are being hunted by Salem for their grim-destroying power. We also get a confirmation on the Wyvern at Beacon Academy being turned to stone. RWBY also asks for Maria her semblance, which she calls reflexes. Basically, she can react real fast to things happening around her. We also get this exchange.
How do I laser beam monsters with my eyeballs?
First, you stop thinking like that.
As a side note, I really hate this trope of strict but fair specialized teachers and them hitting the students whilst correcting them. It's abuse and normalizes this kind of behavior. RWBY then recollects the time she triggered her power, and she comes to the realization she triggers her ability by wanting to protect who are dear to her. We then get the revelation that the light the eyes emit is the same light the god of creation emits to destroy the Grimm, and that he had silver eyes. The last thing we learn is that the silver eyes work on Cinder, although they shouldn't because she is human, and the light supposedly only works on Grimm, meaning that Cinder is at least in part Grimm, which wasn't very subtle. The group then interrupts this lesson with the news that Oscar is missing, probably because Jean couldn't keep his anger in his pants as the episode ends. This is a fine episode for the most part. The character moments are solid, at least as solid as they can be in this show. The lore dump isn't too much and sets up some drama to happen in the coming episodes with Jean and Oscar. So long as it has a satisfying conclusion, it's all good. The cashews bit is a bit too much in my opinion, however. I mentioned it as it happened, but these comedy bits don't help anyone. In a show in which everyone already acts like an idiot, these bits that are intentionally idiotic are more frustrating than anything. Just once, I want someone in this show acting like an actual human being rather than the blank slates that they are. Also, that bit where Maria is all like, "You don't give yourself enough credit" is annoying. The show believes you are going to nod along with Maria, but I really don't know what credit RWBY is due here. She isn't the driving factor in this mission. She isn't the one that kept everyone together. Ozpin is the one leading this ordeal, and everyone decides themselves to be here for either their own reasons or just the general sense that the world will be destroyed if they don't stay and fight. RWBY barely does anything other than be around for plot to happen. Well, for plot to happen around her. The following episode starts with the Cindettes talking about how they miss Cinder because she kept them in the loop, and I have to ask when. Cinder constantly left things unsaid. Either way, Emerald decides to ask why Mercury decided to follow Cinder, and he states it just makes sense, because right after he killed his dad, Cinder and Emerald showed up. Emerald asks if there's anything more, and Mercury answers with,
Salem's promised us everything. We win this thing for her, we'll be top dogs in her new world. What more do you want?
Emerald responds by saying Cinder was the only family she ever had, and Mercury responds by stating Salem doesn't care for them, which sends Emerald over the line. They fight, and Mercury reveals that his semblance was stolen by his father. Eventually, this gets broken up by Tyrion. He comes in to fuck with the Syndeads for a while and to announce the plan has been altered. He makes it clear that both he and Watts are leaving for Atlas to prepare for some nebulous plan. Tyrion does a little threat, and we cut to Jean looking for Oscar with his team and his sister. Sis tries to help, but is ultimately unsuccessful. Eventually, Nora and Ren get something from a nearby cafe and leave Jean alone on a bench. He sees a leaf, which is reminiscent of Pyrrha in Volume 3 when they are leaning against the school having their confused destiny talk. The leaf points him to a statue of Pyrrha. He kneels down at the plaque and stops just short of crying before getting interrupted by a woman. They talk and it's revealed Pyrrha used to train here. They also make yet another excuse for Pyrrha seemingly for no reason deciding to try to defeat Cinder. This time they tried to convince the audience that she felt a responsibility to try and that a real huntress would understand that she didn't really have a choice and it's all bullshit. They didn't have a good reason to try and take Cinder on, and they are trying to post hoc justify it. Eventually the others return, and as Jean looks away, the woman disappears, leaving the audience to wonder if the person we saw was just a relative or maybe the spirit of Pyrrha herself. As the two come closer, they notice the massive Pyrrha statue, and Jean apologizes for his terrible leadership. They reassure Jean, and he goes off talking about how Pyrrha probably knew she was going to lose, but had to try because she was the only one who could, and that is justifiable grounds to commit suicide over, apparently. As they walk away to go back to the house, Jean thanks Pyrrha as we cut to Ruby and Yang standing over a drunken crow. The whole gang gets together, and right as they are about to enter the house, Oscar opens the door, revealing the fact that he is indeed fine. He reveals he wasn't aware of the fact that he was missing and went for a wardrobe change. As the group is about to eat Oscar's casserole, Crow heads up the stairs to, I guess, brood over the fact that they have no plan to get to Atlas yet. And Jean comes to make clear that he does, although it's not entirely legal. His idea is to just steal an Atlas airship, and I'm sure he was up all night thinking up of that banger of a plan. Crow pleads with them to stop, but Ruby decides no, we are doing this. She does a little speech about doing things their way after this banger of a line from Maria.
Looks like you didn't give her enough credit either.
And the episode ends. I hate this episode. This episode is frustrating, mainly because the two things that happen feel like chewed out and old plot points we should be past by now. Bringing up the reason as to why Emerald and Mercury are following Cinder again is nothing interesting. They are compensating for the fact that they didn't adequately explain it back in Volume 3. And for the Pyrrha bit, this is the third time they come out and make excuses for Pyrrha killing herself over nothing. Just admit that you got ahead of yourselves in the finale of Volume 3 and did something dumb. Please, move on. The convo they do here is pretty interesting to analyze in a meta sense, I guess. Taking the fact that they are again excusing Pyrrha's death, this time through the proxy of this lady, who resembles Pyrrha in appearance and voice to the point that they even got Pyrrha's voice actress to voice this nameless lady. And by keeping it vague on who and what this woman is exactly, the words she says stand for the words Pyrrha would have said were she still alive. At least, that is how we are supposed to take them. This is the most amount of convincing the audience of something the show has done so far, and on the whole, I find it to be a very interesting, albeit bad move. Episode 10 starts with the plan already in motion. It seems that they have opted for the let's pretend Weiss wants to go back to her father plan they mentioned in the beginning of the volume. The two stooges try to take Weiss her case, but Weiss refuses, causing the general to become suspicious. Sis then has her baby cry to distract them from what is happening with Weiss, and the plan continues. As Weiss enters the ship, Maria is revealed to be in the case, although she doesn't come out until later. We then cut to RWBY, who explains that they will wait for Weiss her ship to be out of range of the radar so that they can make an unseen escape and take over the ship in order to pick up the rest of the team. Blake is making sure that short-range communications won't be possible and travels to the tower together with Yang. Blake decides to disable the tower by herself, and we cut back to Jean celebrating the fact that everything has gone right so far. And with a reassurance from Oscar to RWBY everything will work out, we cut to Weiss taking over the ship. Weiss then expresses concern over Maria her faulty eyes in a genuinely funny comedy bit. We cut back to RWBY, confirming the fact that Weiss has exited the radar range and tries to contact Blake. The call doesn't go through, however, and Yang is asked what is going on. As communications weren't shut off in time when Weiss returns into radared airspace, the military picks up on their signal and tries to contact them. Maria assures Weiss everything will be fine and that she knows proper jargon. She talks to the operator and are immediately under arrest. Not because the jargon used, mind you, that was fine, but because the pilots within the military aren't old ladies. Maria then picks a fight with Cordovan, and we cut to the RWBY crew panicking about the situation. Crow is panicking the hardest of all, claiming the blame for the situation. RWBY responds with,
"We're all in this together, and we're all going to do the best we can,"
and speeches at Crow about teamwork. Crow gives in, asking how RWBY grew up so fast as Weiss has an announcement to make. Cordovan isn't sending fighters, rather she takes out a massive mech to play Pacific Rim with and ass blasts the plane Maria is flying. RWBY settles in on fighting the mech as we cut to Blake, where we are about to discover why the radar is still up. Apparently, Adam has decided it was time to fuck with Blake and starts fighting her. He has been biding his time the entire volume to come out and attack when Blake was alone. They fight and eventually end up in the forest. They talk briefly, making it clear this will be the final fight between them as we reach the end of the episode. You know, I actually quite enjoyed this episode. I genuinely like seeing RWBY in this leader position. I would like less speech and more do, but it's a start. I also enjoyed most of the comedy here. It felt genuine and fits the tone. Sure, it's the end of the volume and also the end of an arc, more on that later, but I feel it fits quite well. I don't really like how Adam feels very shoehorned in right now, however. I am aware we need an emotional end to the volume, but including Adam now at seemingly the most random place possible makes it feel very tacked on. I think it would deserve more oomph. The following episode starts with the fight against the big mech. Cordovan shoots a missile at the plane and it gets shot down by RWBY, indicating to Cordovan that they are entering the fight. In response, the general decides to fire at the RWBY crew, and Weiss swoops in to block the shot. John then devises a plan, and this time I kinda like watching RWBY and John come up with a plan together. It adequately shows their leadership skills and shows genuine growth. Anyway, we get some hints on what the rest will be doing and how the plan will go, as it is set into motion. Eventually, it is revealed the mech has a projectable shield made of what they call hard light dust, which they must first disable in order to continue their fight. RWBY uses video game logic to figure out the weak spot is probably on its back, and Crow goes for it. We also get to see Oscar having figured out something before RWBY almost gets killed. After some more fighting, Ren makes it onto the back of the machine together with Crow and they destroy the shield. The fight continues and eventually they all rush to the shore. We see RWBY dangling off of a cliff right as Cordovan is about to shoot RWBY. Maria and Oscar swoop in to save her and they fire a missile which get caught and thrown back at them as we cut to Blake and Adam. They're in the middle of their fight teased at the end of the previous episode. They end up at this waterfall as the fight continues and Blake starts losing. Adam then reveals what he is hiding behind his blindfold. It's a branding mark left by the SDC as a reminder that the corporation is heinous and needs to be legislated out of existence. As Adam stabs Blake, it is revealed to be a clone of her as she states,
I'm not alone.
Throughout this bit, Adam makes a point about being left alone and how Blake is now alone, which isn't true because Yang has her back. It's cheesy but works. Yang has a little standoff with Adam before fighting all the same. Blake then explains Adam's semblance, which is the same as Yang's, however, the damage is absorbed by his sword, so he doesn't have to take the damage himself. The fight comes to a halt as Adam attempts to cut Yang's arm again and fails. After which Blake says this.
She's not protecting me, Adam. And I'm not protecting her. We're protecting each other.
Oh, come on. What the fuck is this line, dude? Who wrote this? Anyway, that was the end of the episode. And aside from that awkward line, this is a good episode. I'm actually really enjoying the conclusion of Adam, Blake, and Yang here, even if it feels both long overdue and shoehorned in at the same time. I also really like the overall fight against Cordovan. Everyone seems to get their bit in. RWBY has been acting like a leader, and the role everyone plays here are done quite well. The pacing has been very good, however, that is the one thing worrying me most here. Looking ahead, we have 2 more episodes to go until a proper end to the volume. Yet it feels like the volume should end in the next episode. I really don't like their trend of extending volume finales to 4 episodes. It's just too long. But before going too hard, let's actually watch the next episode before drawing too much of a conclusion here. The penultimate episode starts with RWBY climbing the cliff she was dangling off of in the previous episode. Oscar then gives us his plan for destroying the cannon Cordovan uses. Whilst the dust cartridge for the cannon pops into the cannon, the missile launcher pops out, meaning that, without the shield of the mech, they can shoot the missiles whilst it's still in the launcher and take out the entire cannon. The group questions if it is possible, and RWBY states they basically have one shot before Cordovan catches on to the plan, and it will leave her staring down the barrel of a cannon should the shot fail. Everyone also assumes RWBY will be the one to take the shot. I guess it's because of her fully customizable high-impact sniper rifle. RWBY then boards the ship Maria is flying to get close, and Maria taunts Cordovan to tempt her and use the missile launcher. This works, and Cordovan gets ready to use the launcher. However, as RWBY gets into position, Cordovan sees this and retracts the launcher just in time, causing the plan to fail. Cordovan then retaliates with electricity and shoots down the plane. RWBY, seeing Maria's glasses are a little messed up, resolves to talking with Cordovan and refuses to surrender. She does a little rather unconvincing speech, and Cordovan charges up her dust cannon to fire at the gang. RWBY then quickly jumps in to destroy the cannon from the inside as it is charging. Jean then states RWBY's plan of shooting the dust launcher by repeating Oscar's words from the beginning of the episode. RWBY then fires and uses her semblance for a quick exit out of the barrel. And with the successful destroying of the cannon, we cut to Blake, Yang, and Adam. They talk a little bit before getting back into the final confrontation. The fight itself is very well done, the synergy is good, and the storytelling is on point as well, but more on that after the episode. Eventually, Blake and Yang gain the upper hand, and Adam, having lost his sword, lunges for Blake her weapon. Blake and Yang use this opportunity to stab Adam from both sides, killing him. Adam then stumbles toward the cliff and drops himself into the waterfall. Blake falls to her knees, crying, stating she will never break her promise to protect Yang, as they console each other about what just happened, as we cut back to the RWBY crew. They stand victorious on the cliffside as Cordovan calls for reinforcements. However, that will not be possible as a Leviathan and hundreds of Grimm are moving towards Argus. and since the RWBY crew just destroyed the only viable defense against the Leviathan, they are left helpless as the episode ends. God damn it. This episode was on track to being the best in the series and they bungle it in the last minute. But fine, let's start with the positive. I love the fight against Cordovan. Everyone got their moment and the plans made to take it down were sensible. The fight was tense and overall well animated. There was some actual synergy between teammates and I enjoyed the foreshadowing by Oscar in the beginning about the popping in of the dust cartridge. It let the audience follow along with the action on screen. I've been complaining about the lack of exactly this since the beginning, so it's great to finally see them do this. I also loved the fight between Adam, Yang, and Blake. I enjoyed Adam as a villain, and at this point I had forgotten about how sudden his inclusion in this ending was. The dialogue was good despite some awkward and ham-fisted lines, and the animation was once again on point. The emotions of all the characters were on full display, which is good, and I love the fact that they showed the stabbing on screen. It makes the whole thing feel as definitive as it's supposed to be. Actually stellar work, guys. The thing that fucks me off is the thing I was worried about in the previous episode, the pacing. Just like at the end of Volume 3, they pull a massive Grimm out their ass and this time use it to squeeze another episode out of this volume. Like I said, I really think that this is exactly what makes these finales feel like they are overstaying their welcome and like they are just doing more episodes for more episodes' sake. Speaking of the final episode, however, it starts with Neo landing in a clearing as Cinder wakes up. Cinder mentions that they are going to a place called Solitas, and no, I don't know where that is, don't at me. Neo then proceeds to unveil the fact that the ship is not one of Haven but stolen from Atlas. And Cinder then says this.
Someone once asked me if I believed in destiny. And I'm happy to say, I still do.
And can they please just let this go? We then cut to Argus under attack by the Leviathan. The RWBY crew reunite with Yang and Blake, and the crew catches them up on the situation. They get on the ship on their way to Atlas, and in the midst of leaving, they console Blake about what happened, and Maria butts in stating that this is the perfect opportunity to get to Atlas without resistance. RWBY and crew shut this down, stating that it is their duty to save a city in distress as a huntress. The Atlas military attempts to stop the monster with a light dust shield, however this fails because the shield design is stupid. You see, these nodes are where the shields are coming from, but because they are reachable from the outside, they are easily destroyed. Anyway, the military then gives an evacuation order and attempts to run away, an appropriate response to the situation. RWBY then butts in and states she and her team can weaken the monster and give an opportunity for Atlas to attack. However, due to them being flagged as hostile, the military will provide no support. The RWBY crew then engages with impromptu directions from RWBY. Luckily, Argus has a secondary shield. Unluckily, it is as fragile as the first. They then attempt to use the ship as a distraction as RWBY, flying on a big wasp spawned by Weiss, gets close. She uses memories of previous volumes, mainly volumes 1 through 4, to summon her eye light. She fails, and as the Leviathan strikes, she yells out Jin's name to stop time. This gives her enough time to think more. RWBY apologizes to Jin for not having a question, and Jin lets RWBY know that for this one time and this one time only, there will be no consequences to using Jin's power like this, in this exchange here.
I will not allow you to use me without a question again. Even if this was clever.
I don't like this writing, but I'll talk about it after the episode. RWBY then cycles through memories and eventually sees a vision of her mother and successfully summons her power as time starts going again. RWBY turns the Leviathan to stone and the city rejoices. After some time, it turns out that the transformation was only partial, and Cordovan comes in to save the day in a moment which, when I first saw it, made me lose my shit. This was about the funniest thing to happen this volume. The city is now safe for real, and Cordovan then speaks to RWBY. RWBY apologizes, and Cordovan makes it clear to RWBY that she won't be in her way as they go to Atlas. We then cut to them further along the road to Atlas, and Crow tells RWBY she did well and shows the audience he is getting over his alcoholism by not taking a sip from his flask. RWBY hugs him and goes to the back. Maria then compliments Crow, and with a short convo we cut to the back where the rest is catching up on happenings. We then learn from Oscar that when he crash landed, Osbin was guiding him, letting us know that he is still paying attention and helping when necessary. Crow then tells the crew they should pay attention because they are about to arrive. Weiss notices the air fleet, and Crow mentions that they have been summoned in attack mode as the military welcomes Manta 5. I assume that this is the ship they are on, home. The final episode then ends and the credits roll. The after credit scene sees Mercury looking out a window. Emerald comes in to talk, but they both are disturbed by what Salem is doing. She summons these ape-like Grimm and gives them wings. Hazel comes in to repeat a saying, "If you want something done right, you gotta do it yourself," teasing something big to happen in the coming volumes. Now, as predicted, as the final episode for the volume, it has no right to exist. It added nothing of value, and it just kind of sits here at the end of it. There are plenty of things that I don't like about this one. First off, when Jin talks about how the move RWBY pulls off is clever, it really cheapens the mood. The move was indeed clever. However, by acknowledging this in the show in the way that they do, it cheapens the whole thing. When it comes to something like this, which is genuinely good, it is better to just leave the audience to come to that conclusion by themselves. That way, we actually get to feel it rather than it needing to be told to us. This comes off as a desperate attempt to convince us that it is clever. It was, just let it be. Secondly, when it comes to Crow getting over his addiction, this is the second time they have him do a gesture like this, and by now it has lost most of its meaning. The first time they did this, he relapsed very quickly, and now there's no indication of that not happening this time. I think they just simply haven't given this plotline enough attention. It really needed to take more of a front and center stage here. By just treating it as something of a background thing and not really talking about it openly in this volume, it just kinda falls away. It doesn't have any impact, it's just kind of there. They gesture at it and leave it at that. Finally, in the after credits scene, we see Mercury and Emerald disturbed by what they see. However, this does not make any sense. Not only is this the second time they have seen Salem do this, they also know Salem is capable of this. Why are they disturbed by seeing it? All in all, just completely unnecessary. It elongated the season to outlast its welcome and didn't give a satisfying conclusion to the plotlines that were established earlier in the volume. On the whole, this volume has been somewhat of a weird one, so let's get down to business and review the volume as a whole, in a post-volume roundup. So, as I've said, this volume has been a bit of a weird one, not just in the fact that whilst it has a lot of downs, there are quite a few ups as well, thinking back to the Apathy episodes and the first 3 episodes of the volume finale as ups here. But this volume is also weird in the place that it has in the greater context of the show. As discussed before in the previous post-volume roundup, every 3 volumes portray one full arc. This is clear in the first 3 volumes. But as discussed during the end of Volume 5, the arc they set up already found its end in those volumes' finales. It was a rather samey ending. I mean, they did the same thing they did in Volumes 3, although it ended a little differently this time. So that left Volume 6 kind of sitting around in a void here. They couldn't move on to the next arc yet, because officially the current arc hadn't finished, but there wasn't anything they could add to the current arc, because story-wise, it was already over. And I believe this dichotomy has led to a few interesting things. First of all, the volume can be pretty neatly sliced into 2 parts. The first part is traveling to Argus. The second part is devising a plan to get from Argus to Atlas. Each part has its filler episodes to stretch the volume out, and each part has its good and interesting episodes. Starting with part 1. They fall off the train due to shenanigans and pick up an extra character along their way to Argus. We also get to learn a little more about the background with Salem and Ozpin. I think this part is probably the most well structured, even if they have that massive lore dump in the middle of it. The most striking thing here, I find, is that they stumble upon something the series has been needing all this time. They actually have a small, self-contained 2-episode story on their road to Argus. I think the reason why they added these episodes was because of necessity more than anything else, but it's a welcome addition. They were forced to come up with something to hold them over to get to part 2, and the lore dumps weren't really going to keep an audience happy, so that was only an option for 1 episode. Thank God for that. Because the episode they added were great. Some of the biggest reasons why I praise these episodes so much is because of how much they add to the world as a whole. By adding this story in, they are making the world feel more lived in and more alive. Like, the RWBY crew isn't the only entity that exists in this world, but that the people of Remnant are living their own lives with their own problems. And the impact on the feel of the world can't be overstated with episodes like these. When creating a world from scratch, one of your biggest concerns should be making the world feel alive and interesting and lived in. And one of the best ways to do that would be by adding things like these. Events that happened our main characters had no control over and are just stumbling into as the seasons progress. Or in this case, volumes progress. For part 2, this is where things start unraveling a bit. We no longer get self-contained stories within this part. Rather, the team seems to bumblefuck around until plot is demanding to start happening again. We dig old plot lines up, which just refuse to die for some reason, looking at Jean and the Pyrrha statue here, which don't add anything to the story other than a reminder that the earlier volumes were just so much more fun. It also creates a sense of directionlessness. The volume feels like it doesn't really know what to do with itself or how to deal with the personal drama that it has set up. We get a moment where RWBY learns more about her silver eyes, that's good, but when we get a moment of Oscar getting slammed into a wall, nothing impactful comes of it. Well, other than the impact Oscar made on that wall.
How much longer?
Very cathartic. However, whilst Jean tries, there isn't a good conversation that comes from this. No proper reflection on the things our characters are feeling, which is extremely disappointing, and a consistent problem throughout the show. I will come back to this in the future, but for now, let me say that the writers for the show have no actual idea how to resolve emotional conflict. So, at the end of that, one question that I would like to answer is, how does this volume stack up against the other two this batch? And I think it fares rather well. It seems that by ripping themselves away from the arc they had set up, they have found the ability to do better. By now it's been around 3 years since the passing of Monty, and we can feel that it seems like they finally have their bearings about themselves. And they're add a few things on top of what was already there. Even if the volume was a bit messy structurally, overall it provided a better experience than the previous ones. And I think it's, at least in part, because of some genuinely good character moments in this volume. The volume finally featured Blake and Yang fighting Adam in their final confrontation, and even if the fight was shoehorned in a bit, it's a really satisfying emotional conclusion to the volume. I really feel like this is the first time it got emotion right. They have a tendency to not really talk through emotions more difficult than I am mad at this character for personal reasons, in which case they have their infamous make everything right talk. The writers end up making empty gestures to the conflict and at some point resolve it off screen. Think back to Yang confronting her mom the first time. This time, even though they never directly address it in the fight, their gesturing to the inner conflict existing within these characters is very purposeful. When Yang shudders at the idea of having to fight Adam, we understand what that means. When Blake makes a stand about not being alone anymore, we get the importance in the context of what is happening. Even Adam's rage comes from a place we understand, a very bad place, but we get it nonetheless. And the main reason for that is because this conflict was actually set up properly. This is the one time in which biding their time has actually worked out. They drag their stuff out without much to fill the added space with, splitting up Volume 2 and 3 for example, or Ruby Her Silver Eyes, which really should have been addressed starting Volume 4. Either way, they have a tendency to drag things out for too long, and usually that's bad, but in this case, it works. Because it's a background conflict, it doesn't involve the main villain, which means that people don't need to see an immediate conclusion to the conflict. And this has been one of those conflicts they've talked about throughout the volumes, for the people to understand the importance of this. Adam has been built up to be a proper villain. We understand Blake her feelings because the show has done enough to help us understand, and we get Yang her feelings because we saw what happened the last time she faced Adam. Weird depression arc notwithstanding. I think this conclusion is the best the show has had to offer so far. So, we've had all 3 volumes in what they call the Haven arc, right? And it's quite a stark difference from what we've seen in the previous Beacon arc. A lot has to do with the fact that Carrie took over as a director from the series. I mentioned in the previous part that a lot of racial jokes disappear from the show, and what really happened is that most, if not all, jokes disappear from the show. They attempt comedy from time to time, like this bit.
What is that? What, my hoodie? I've always had this. It's got a cute little bunny with it!
But this joke took way too long and ultimately just wasn't as funny and rather mean-spirited. These volumes never really hit the same level of charm as the first couple of volumes do, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that Monty just isn't here anymore. If there is one theme that runs through all of these volumes as an arc that ties it all together, it's a lack of direction. It's extremely clear to me that neither Miles nor Carrie really knew where to take this show, starting from Volume 4. Here they spend an entire volume kind of milling around trying to figure out where to take it. I really wasn't kidding when I said it felt really weird to watch that particular volume, and that mainly is caused by them not really achieving anything. With half-hearted attempts at tension, plot lines that don't see any conclusion, and really should have, with character moments that leave no lasting impact on the show, mainly the whole Ren Nora thing that happens at the end. I mean, the whole volume is only just a setup for the next one. At the end, they seem to realize they need some kind of character moment, so they throw the whole Ren thing in, which would have been fine if handled well, but realizing the plot didn't feel like a proper ending, they had RWBY give this whole letter speech for her family, being all anxious about not really saying anything when she left, which in and of itself was already weirdly handled. I don't see a reason for RWBY to just kind of leave, and this whole thing was only mentioned at the end of Volume 3. When they brought it up in the speech, I had completely forgotten that it was even a thing. Also, Weiss learns to control her summoning at some random-ass time in the middle of the volume. It's not very satisfying as a conclusion to the whole arc that she was on. The go-nowhere plots, the awkward ending, the plot lines ending at random times, and the misplaced, unfunny jokes really made this whole volume feel like it had no idea where it was going. Also, if you really did think that Ren and Nora were going to be an item at the end of Volume 4, then too bad, because they're not. They're just not. Even though the show keeps hinting at them being so, they're just not. The whole awkwardness was also really clear in the pacing of this arc. I believe it would have been fine if they left the attack of Haven Academy to the end of the Haven arc in Volume 6, but for some reason, they insist on closing that part of the arc in Volume 5. The entirety of Volume 5 comes off as very rushed because of it. There's plenty of plot lines that left me very dissatisfied and quite frankly left me feeling insulted. When Yang finally confronted her mother, the woman she had been looking for over 4.5 volumes, she had apparently decided off-screen that she didn't care anyway. Either way, I addressed that aplenty in the post-volume of Volume 5, but I still feel I need to mention it just because it's such an egregious offense in my books. Besides that, it's kind of funny how it feels like we are rushing through a whole lot of plot lines in Volume 5, yet our main group, that being the RWBY crew, just kind of sits around waiting for something to happen. Blake had stuff to do, Yang was at the very least doing things, but RWBY and crew just sat in this apartment and figured out things to do, essentially just to kill time. They trained for a bit, I guess, but that was just an excuse for them to literally do anything. It isn't until the finale that they are actually relevant to the story. That whole ending also makes very little sense. I talked about the way the relic left the vault in the post-volume of Volume 5 as well, and won't reiterate other than stating that it was extremely mishandled. At least the volume had consequences. There are some real things that happened, so that is a point in their favor in my opinion. Ending with this battle in Volume 5, however, does mean that the following volume once again didn't have anything to really add to the Haven arc. I mean, the arc was over, the school was attacked, Cinder was defeated, for now, and they need to move on to the next part, yet there's still an entire volume left that needs to be made to make it the 3-volume arc that they want. And what did they do? They mill around for 13 episodes, with a second walkathon of this arc. Now, I do think they handled it a lot better than last time, with actual stuff happening to distract from the fact that they are actually just traveling. Within it, they do make the mistake of dedicating the longest episode to nothing but exposition and background information. Not only did I find it very boring to sit through, it just complicates things to a nonsensical degree. Doing a full exposition episode is also the mark of people writing a filler volume. You see it in plenty of shows. Whenever they are strapped for time and need to fill some, they will often fill it with an expository episode. Pay attention the next time you're watching a show, it's quite prevalent. Anyway, Volume 6 is also broken up in 2 parts, which really helps with the pacing. They bungle it at the end though by trying to mash too many things and forcing the finale to be 4 episodes long. It just ends up taking too long for too little payoff. All in all, these are some of the worst volumes we have seen yet of this show, and even though we got a slight up in Volume 6, it never rises to the highs that the first 3 volumes had, which is odd, because Volume 1 is right there. How can you make something that is worse than that particular volume? It really is the charm of the first 3 volumes that elevate them over Volumes 4 through 6. Now, behind the scenes, there were a couple of new problems that seem to have arisen. Besides the general time crunch that they were still putting themselves on for seemingly no good reason, money issues also had begun to wreak havoc on the show, and that wasn't the only problem that they were struggling with. Also, increased criticisms from the fans definitely left them a little more bitter feeling than I think they should be. And really, the lack of interview footage and the lack of third-party behind-the-scenes stuff, interviews that they just weren't doing anymore, really goes to show that there was some things that they were definitely trying to keep under wrap. Starting from Volume 5 is really when the money issues started becoming a big deal within the company. And some might even argue that it was like Volume 4 that already saw some of those problems, but I think Volume 5 is a clear start point. Now, all of these problems were blamed on the actions of a single man, the head of the animation department at Rooster Teeth, Gray Haddock. Now, I know that at the beginning of part 1 of this review, I promised to keep drama out of this review, and I still intend to do so. The problem, however, is that a lot of issues this show has are the product of mismanagement behind the scenes. This means that I need to address these issues and explain their impact on the show. I do want to quickly issue a disclaimer. A lot of info that is available is alleged and he said, she said. The issues are reported by the employees who have worked for or are working at Rooster Teeth at the time. And some of them have been substantiated, others haven't. However, I do believe that there is strong evidence to believe the claims made by the employees of Rooster Teeth. I won't go much into detail here, but I will do my best to find videos, statements from former workers, and other forms to link in the description so you can investigate exactly what went on around this time at the company. But for now, I'll leave you with a more summarized view of what happened, mainly because that is what is more directly relevant to the review here. So, to summarize the problems plaguing the company and the abuse Gray allegedly put the RWBY, as workers are lovingly called, through. Constant crunch time, unpaid overtime, and promising jobs to interns after working for a couple months, terminating their contract a few months before the initial termination should take place, without giving them any of the promised work or paying them for their labor, and pulling funds away from other projects of the company to fund his own passion project, Genlock. There are also reports of people being bullied at the workplace, the most prominent case of this being Caden, video editor for Rooster Teeth, specifically Achievement Hunter, in the period of 2013 to 2019. Caden is transgender, and for some reason, the people over at Rooster Teeth decided a slur was a fun nickname for her. Now, as this does not directly relate to RWBY, I will leave it there. I will put her story down below for you to read into it. I just want to illustrate the work culture at the company at the time of creating volumes 4 through 6. I do want to point out that it can't all be Gray's fault, specifically the bullying of employees, but it definitely seems to be his gross mismanagement of the situation that leads to a culture which permits this. My own quick 2 cents on the situation. I know Rooster Teeth is a non-union workplace, and all the allegations levied against them sound like classic abuse happening in workplaces who have no union to fight for their workers. So join unions, y'all. Protect yourself. In relation to RWBY, obviously the crunch time has been a huge problem. It's one of the biggest issues RWBY has, the constant rushing towards the finish line, but I addressed that adequately in the previous part. Go check that out if you haven't already. So, I will leave that here as well. As for the money troubles, that also impacts the show quite heavily, of course. I have seen people saying that they started around Volume 5, which they allege is why the volume is the way that it is, but I haven't been able to find direct evidence of that. I do know that Volume 6 had at least 1 episode scrapped because they couldn't afford to make it, and they kept the lore episode. Imagine what kind of episode they decided to scrap in order to make that deal. It's also why that volume has a weird episode count, 13 rather than 14 like the previous volume. Although I think it was better overall. It's clear they barely had the content to fill 13 episodes, let alone 14. Anyway, it's hard to say exactly how all the internal issues affected the show, but I can't imagine it not impacting the show at all. I do find it interesting that after Monty passed, Gray seemed to insert himself more into the show. At first, he only provided the voice of Norman, but starting from Volume 3, he is credited as a co-director of Volumes 3 through 5. So, on the surface, I will say it doesn't paint a very pretty picture of his leadership. There's also some other things that were happening, as mentioned, the criticisms from the fans. In particular, in between Volumes 3 and Volume 4, a lot of people were criticizing their use of Pyrrha Nikos, which is very understandable. I heavily criticized that as well in my previous part. And what most people were saying about it was that Pyrrha was mainly used as man-angst for Jean, which is true. She was. And their response to that whole situation was basically just to go like, oh no, don't worry, she was always meant to die, she was always going to die, and also, we have a roadmap that we are reading off of, so don't worry, everything is going to be fine, right? Which I find really interesting, because not only does it not actually answer the question that people had about Pyrrha Nikos, and is it not a response to the criticism that was levied against her use it also exemplified that, or at least they also stated that they have a roadmap, which I find really interesting, because that means that they planned everything out that they are going to do and that they are following that. But also, they are saying that important characters like Neo weren't created until 10 days before the episode that she was supposed to show up in.
You guys understand, Neo didn't exist until about 10 days before her debut.
And knowing the episode count, that means they were still working on the episode that she was supposed to be in by the time that Volume 2 was already releasing. She was introduced in Volume 2 around the mid-volume finale. And if they are still working on episodes that far into releasing, and if they are still adding in important characters to the show, it seems to me that they don't really have a roadmap at all. It seems like they just have a suggestion board that they're just sort of riffing off of throughout all of these volumes, which is a really bad way of writing a show. If you are doing a story thing like this, you are going to want to have that story written down and have the big lines and the big players written down as to when they do what. You can't be riffing off of it anymore.
I do want to butt in real quick and say that later on in this RTX panel, in this particular bit as well, Grey Haddock does specify that before adding in Neo, the episode was completed, and that they broke open the episode to add her in the bits where she needed to be added.
She's like standing behind her the whole time. We went back and opened up all those shots and put her in, even though the episode was done at that point. And that we did like just a couple of days before that episode came out.
Yeah.
And so again, it's the creative process.
And I don't know if that's better or worse than if they were still working on that episode. Like still trying to rush the production of it to make sure it's actually like finished. 2 weeks basically ahead of release than it is to break it open. No, actually I do know. I do think it's better to have it be done and then break it open to add in Neo as a character than it was if they were still like trying to finish up episodes that close to release. But it does mean that they are technically never done working on an episode until it is out, which I'm sure causes a whole lot of extra stress on the animators, because you never really know when an episode is finished if that episode is going to be finished, because the way that they're talking about it here in this clip kind of makes it like, hey, you know, the idea is like, okay, we have a set story, but if we have an idea that we think is cooler, then we're going to change the episode and add in that cooler idea, right? Which is fine if you're animating a fight scene or choreographing like a dance, because, you know, if the character moves one way and you're like, oh no, actually it's cooler if they move the other way, then that is fine. But adding in new characters is a whole nother deal of fuckery that you're adding into it. The main point that I wanna make here is that like it's good to have a roadmap as they claim they have, and when it comes to adding in new things that you think is cooler, there really needs to be a limit for how close to release you're still willing to add things in. I would say like if there's like a big story thing that you want to change, or if there's like a character that you all want to add that could like completely change up the dynamics of the story that you're trying to tell, then I would say like up to a month until finished production. Like if the final product needs to be out in a month, then it's probably too late to start adding in universe altering stuff or like story altering stuff to like veer off in a completely different direction. Because when it comes to characters, it's not just like, oh, coming up with a new person. It's also the design of that person. You gotta rig that person up for animation. You gotta do all the animations. You gotta find stuff for them to do. and make sure that it all still makes sense. You gotta balance them out. There's a whole lot more stuff that comes when you do things like this. So, especially if they do have a set story that they want to tell, as they claim they do, and in such a commercial production that is already lightning fast. I mean, at this point, they're still within, like, years of things coming out. Like, production is like 9-10 months at most. And to still be riffing off of your board like this and continuously adding new bits and doing new things, I think is quite ridiculous. Especially when it comes to Neo, it's very clear to me that the only reason she even exists is for that one moment in Volume 2, right after the whole White Fang rally, right? With the robot fight with Norman. And after that, they just didn't really have much for her to do anymore. I mean, looking at what she did in Volume 6, it's like, okay, by now she's the henchwoman of Cinder. Cool. Okay. How is that going to impact the dynamic of everything? How is that going to impact the story? Has she even impacted the story at all? Because I don't think she really has. So really, that it just created a whole lot more stress in the middle of Volume 2 for no reason, for a character that was cool in the moment, that ultimately ends up doing nothing. At least for now. So I don't really see the point of wanting to do it. And I think that laissez-faire attitude of still adding in big things moments before an episode is supposed to be released is part of the reason why everything feels so jumbled and why it doesn't really feel like RWBY has a clear direction in which it's going. Because technically it doesn't. The story that they have written out, the things that they have planned, are all subject to change if they feel like they can do it cooler. So what is even the point of having a roadmap to begin with?
I also find it interesting how little background information there is on the creation of every volume after the first 3. The RTX appearance and the odd interview from the voice actresses is basically all we got. And one could get a first membership at the official Rooster Teeth website to access RWBY, which are hour-long videos on the creation process, but that's behind a paywall. All I have access to is shortened 3-ish minute versions, and they aren't very interesting. I could just be a little suspicious of the company here, but I feel like they are trying to hide something around this time. Either way, it does mean that actually getting information on the creation of the show is very hard. So instead, I would like to talk about something I wanted to mention in part 1, and talk about that here. So going back to the inexperience of Miles and Carrie that really shows throughout the entire behind-the-scenes content they put out in those first 3 volumes, they don't seem to know what the creative process actually looks like. They do this bit in Production Diary 1 of Volume 2 where they act out what their writing process is like. And to summarize, they act out a bit in which they show them just kinda sitting around watching movie trailers and not actually writing anything. But that is often just what the creative process can look like. Obviously, it varies from person to person, and some people are very chaotic in their writing, often being distracted until inspiration hits, and to me, the act they put up looks no different than just a regular creation process. And by acting out that bit, they make it look like they believe to be doing something special. It creates a smug aura that people who also don't know the creative process might look at and go, oh, haha, so quirky. But anyone who knows anything about the creative process will look at that and feel like they're being smugged at. This smug aura comes through in anything they do, by the way. Looking back at RTX Q&A, they do at their panels. The answer given will often come off as very smug, but I will talk about their smugitude in the next part, which comes out in a couple months. So, leaving that behind, let me get into one of the aspects of the show that I've been waiting to get into. The characters. There is a lot that I want to talk about here, but it all essentially boils down to the progression and treatment of the characters by the writers, starting with Blake. arguably the most interesting character, albeit mostly because she actually has things that she gets to do consistently. In Volume 1, she is a mysterious character for the most part, only really getting her moment near the end of the racism arc, but as the volumes progress, she gets more of a role, and thus we get to see more of her as a character. Sure, she has a conflicting character, but it's a character nonetheless. After her All I Do Is Run Away arc, she also seems to fight for justice and against Adam, coming off as defiant and headstrong, daring yet caring, and I like all of that. The rest of Team RWBY isn't so lucky. Yang, being the outgoing, loud, happy-go-lucky huntress she is, gets a toned-down treatment. She appears with more characters in the first volume, and as the volumes progress, more and more of her character seems to disappear, and by the time she confronts her mother, none of her previous attitude is left. But hey, at least she got to do things like break Mercury's leg and confront her mom. That's more than we get to say for Weiss, who sure got some moments, but they feel so low-key and hardly impact her as a character. I think her character is most clearly defined in the first volume. In volumes 2 and 3, it occasionally pops out, but never as much as it does in volume 1. As for her characteristics, I would describe it as prissy rich girl, which I think is a really fun character type to want to see grow. She also is the only one who gets to stop episodes to do an over-the-top comedy bit, but they never seem to fit the character. The moments she did get were with her sister, in which it's implied she defies her father and chooses her own path without his money, but the next volume she's already seen following her father's orders again, so that didn't really last all that long. Also, during volume 4, her dad slaps her without any consequence to it. It just happened as a shocking moment, and we move on as if nothing happened, again, not really impacting her character at all. You could argue that maybe it was the catalyst for her leaving, but I don't believe that. If that's the case, she would have left that evening, but she didn't. Besides, I'm pretty sure she always wanted to leave, but that whole part is so vague. They should have done a much better job establishing that premise for the arc. The biggest moment she had, however, was with Blake during her racism arc. She doesn't get anything to do after Volume 4, and in Volume 5 she's just around to watch Yang do things and get impaled by Cinder, to the point where after Team RWBY gets their official reunion in the finale, she doesn't even get to say anything to Blake. Weiss just gets ignored, and I find it really disrespectful towards the character. Volume 6 sees her doing even less, nothing significant happens to her, and no character moments are had. At least Yang and Blake got to kill Adam. As for Team Juniper, I think Jean is the most consistent character. The things he goes through leave the biggest impression on him, which is good. Nora as well, I feel like is the most defined character out of the entire group. She's a little flat, but I think they really just refined her role in the show, where in Volume 1 she was no more than Ren's puppy dog. She actually comes into her own in the subsequent volumes. She definitely elevates the show with her presence. Ren, on the other hand, whilst I do believe that they have a character for him, it rarely comes out. He comes off as someone who lives in their own world, not paying much attention to things, but that changes to a more generic, laid-back, wise Asian stereotype over the course of the show. Pyrrha doesn't really count. She didn't live long enough to be more than Jean's mother, I mean man-angst. She was kind, caring, and confident, I suppose, but I would have loved to see her grow into the role of the Fall Maiden. Too bad we'll never get to see it. Now, you may have noticed that there is one specific character missing from my character summary, and that person is Ruby Rose herself. And the reason for that is that she doesn't seem to have much of a character at all. No real moments that defined her up until this point. There was some gesturing in episode 8 of Volume 1, and a couple of almost moments in Volume 6, but nothing that defines RWBY as a character. And now, you might think to yourself, but George, a character isn't tied to their moments. It's something that is present throughout the show and can be seen in everything that they do. To which I say, well done. You are exactly right. Now go and tell Kerry that, because clearly he didn't get the memo. When you look at the characters and the way that they are expressed, they really only ever explore traits throughout big moments and decisions. When somebody needs to give a big speech to convince a crowd, when confronting childhood trauma, when these moments aren't happening, their characters are interchangeable. It's interesting to see the progression as well. In Volume 1 and 2, regardless of the character they were given, which no one adhered to, at least the characters hold on to whatever they portray. Yet over the course of their volumes, their characters seem to slip more into nothingness. Bringing it back to Ruby Rose as a character, she has some semblance of character in the first 2 volumes, expressed mainly throughout comedy bits, but by the halfway point, there isn't much left besides generic hero. There really aren't any discernible traits anymore. Her love for weapons has gone. The innocence that she was supposed to have was never actually there to begin with, and by Volume 3, she has nothing more than a generic main character. Now, the funny thing is, she seems to pull everyone in with her eventually. So, I developed a little something to help visualize the whole thing. Let me introduce to you the RWBY singularity. What we see here on screen is a representation of the characters in Volume 1 who matter in relation to RWBY. She's in the middle of the vortex, as she is the generic hero everyone reverts to if they didn't have 1 or 2 character traits separating them from being RWBY. The vortex has 2 tiers. The first tier is for characters that only have 1 trait separating them from RWBY. Look at Weiss, for example. She's like RWBY, a hero, but she is also prissy, earning her 1 degree of separation from RWBY. The second tier is a little more complicated. This tier exists for people who have 2 traits away from RWBY. Usually, their first traits will overlap with an already existing character. Take Nora, for example. We start her journey to a character with Yang, who is RWBY but energetic. But then we have Nora, who is Yang, aka energetic, but even more so. Now strap in, because we are about to witness a game of incredible strength, resilience, and grip power, where the main goal of the game is to not fall into the RWBY singularity, to not succumb and become another RWBY in this show. We will see many different strategies, many different attempts at not becoming RWBY. Some work out, some don't, some unorthodox, some very well thought out. Starting us off with Volume 1.
Yeah, let's go. Fuck it up.
Now, we got RWBY in the middle here, pulling everyone in, and that's good. That's her goal. That's what she wants to do. She does move around a little bit, trying to escape her fate, but sadly, by the end of Volume 1, she is firmly planted in the middle. Then Weiss, who is RWBY but prissy. She has a couple of moments in the first volume where she shows off this demeanor, looking at the meeting between Weiss and RWBY, for example. We have Blake, who is RWBY but mysterious. We have very little of her this volume, only ever showing herself in the final 2 episodes of the volume, where her deal is revealed. And then we have Yang, RWBY's more energetic counterpart, or upbeat, if you will. Then we are introducing Team Juniper, who has Jean, who is RWBY but clumsy in this volume. His bumblefucking is a big part of the comedy relief in this volume. We have Pyrrha, who is nothing more but a sim for Jean. I mean, from the moment the two are introduced, it is exceedingly clear Pyrrha wants to bone down Jean. And we have Nora, one of the 2-tier characters right now, really strong in the polls right here, who is Yang, but even more energetic, to a cartoony degree even, and quite often depicted almost like a lapdog for Ren, who is RWBY but oblivious. The only time he really interacts with anyone is him not really knowing what is going on. There are some tertiary characters that are presenting themselves in the ring here, these being Osbin and Glinda. We are leaving out the other 2 teachers here for they did not want to compete in this event. They weren't important enough to really include here, so I figured let's just keep him out of the board entirely. As for Ozpin, he is RWBY, but wise. It might feel weird seeing how Ozpin is really bad at being a wise person. He only ever waxes poetically, especially in the first couple of volumes, but that is what his character is supposed to be, and so he fits here. As for Glinda, her trait is strict. That is it. Take her strictness away, and she would revert to RWBY. The last contenders are Penny, Sun, and Norman. Starting with Penny. Remember how RWBY's character was supposed to be innocent and childlike? Well, looks like they got confused about which model was RWBY's and gave those traits to Penny. In everything she does, innocence is key, juxtaposed by her thirst for blood, so don't try anything. And Sun, who is charismatic. Both Penny and Sun appear at the end, so there isn't much to go off of, but I think this fits. Lastly, Norman, who isn't in much of this volume either, stealing a pile of dust, which is never mentioned in the show again. He is the second 2-tier character for this volume, and the reason he is tier 2 is because he encompasses charisma, Sun's trait, but is also evil about it. Like Nora, he is a coming together of two characters. The second character we will introduce for the next volume. They are not yet in the ring, but would really like to be so. So, now that we have our characters, and that we understand their relations to falling into RWBY, we can see the grip that they have. Let's move on to Volume 2 and see if they can hold on.
Round 2! Round 2! It's time for round 2!
Going in the same order, we have Weiss, who seems to have a very firm grip on where she is. She has entrenched herself in her prissiness in order to prevent a fall towards the middle. Very good. Blake is interesting. Not because she moves, she is firmly planted in Tier 1. But her character itself changes from mysterious to defiant, stopping at nothing to prevent the White Fang from achieving its goal. Interesting strategy. Using a changing character to prevent herself from falling. Hope it works out. Yang is the same as ever. Sticking to your guns is a grand strategy most characters seem to go with to prevent a fall, so solid work. Let's hope she doesn't slip. Team Juniper is trying the same, and I can't blame them. Jean, Nora, Pyrrha, and Ren have the same traits, although Nora's lapdoggedness has somewhat weakened. Will she be the first to go in? Then we have Glinda and Ozpin, also not changing. As far as Penny is concerned, they don't do anything either, and neither does Norman for that matter. We do have some new contenders. Cinder, for starters. Her character separating her from RWBY is the fact that she is evil, and really that's it. She is also the other character next to Sun, who is the Tier 1 connection to Norman, who doesn't move this volume. We also have Mercury and Emerald joining the fray. And at this point, I was struggling to find character traits that actually set the two apart, mainly because they are very similar to what we have already seen. What I came up with was that they're both Cinder, in that they are evil, and Emerald is a Cinder simp, so she is RWBY, but Cinder, but a simp, and Mercury is just kind of a dick about the whole thing. Both branching out from Cinder into Tier 2, so at least they have a good position on the field. Neptune is the last person to appear here, and his character is cool. Not too much to elaborate on here, just that he is the embodiment of a joke fallen flat. We also get introduced to Neo, who uses Pyrrha as a springboard to end up in Tier 2. Smugness added to her character traits. She is a simp for Norman, by the way, just so we're all clear. And Adam does appear at the end, but only for a moment, so I will discuss him the next volume. Speaking of which, we are on to round 3.
Alright, give it up for round 3!
So back on Team RWBY, we are looking at some interesting developments, as all characters seem to have slipped somewhat. Whilst their characters stay intact, it seems that they have all weakened somewhat. Yang takes the biggest blow this volume after capping Mercury's leg. All the fun seem to have drained from her. She is getting dangerously close to RWBY, and I hope that she can catch herself on this massive fall from grace. Weiss and Blake are also in trouble, though Blake more than Weiss. At least Weiss is trying stuff, staying defiant as her main character trait, but Blake is barely anywhere to be seen. Let's hope this develops for the better. Team Juniper seems as entrenched as ever, seemingly not budging anywhere. Of course, we have our biggest upset yet. Pyrrha dies by the end, taking her out of the game altogether. Dying as a Jean simp and as a gateway for people to make it to tier 2 through the art of simping. Sun is still entrenched, he knows how to stay alive out there. Penny, on the other hand, doesn't. She does what Pyrrha did and dies, pulling out of the game as well, and so does Norman for that matter. It seems like Neo has fully taken herself out of the competition after Norman has died, which I can completely understand seeing the simp that she was. Glinda and Ospin stay the same still. Good for them. And so do Cinder and the Synthets. We also have a couple of new contenders joining the fray yet more. Ironwood, Crow, and Winter all get introduced this volume. Ironwood, who uses Glinda's strictness to lend himself in tier 2, adding on militants. He only has Glinda as a connection, which is pretty impressive to pull off. We have Crow, who really is just an edgy alcoholic, and we have Winter, our Weiss and Glinda combination. And with that, we conclude round 3. Quite a couple of big upsets, characters who completely disappear from the limelight because they fucking die. It's a dangerous game out there, folks. You gotta be careful, gotta stay on your toes. Moving on to round 4.
Round 4! We got ourselves a round 4!
We are entering this round once more with Team RWBY. Yang switched up her strategy from being upbeat to being depressed. A strategy switch this late in the game could spell disaster in the coming rounds, but for now she holds. Blake as well, being separate from the group like she is, it really helps her case. She has closed up and is not letting anyone in, changing herself to closed off. So she is safe for now as well. Weiss, however, seems to be slipping, continuing to hold on to her defiant trait, and whilst her actions are the most defiant we have seen yet, her expressions of the trait has slipped almost completely. If she can't hold on, she will fall and become RWBY. Team Juniper as well is implementing some new strategies. Nora seems most firm of her character. She's not willing to let go, and that's something we have to respect. Jean took a page out of Team RWBY's book and used a change in character to prevent slipping, switching from clumsy to angry. Ren is sadly the first to fall. Even with his journey through his trauma, he isn't expressing any character trait that stands out. The way he responded to trauma was a way a generic hero would, and for that reason he has slipped, fallen, and lost. He is now indistinguishable from RWBY. Sad to see you go, soldier. Truly a fate worse than death. And with that development, we move to Ospin. And he has tried the most bold strategy yet by transferring into another character and attempting to usurp them. It doesn't look like it's paying off, however, since Oscar isn't willing to just let this happen and enters the fray. His character is very weak, however. I can see why Ospin chose him. For now, his character is confused, and yet, in the short time he has been a part of the show, RWBY is already pulling him into the singularity. Glinda has straight up left the show. I guess that is also a strategy. The singularity was too much for her to handle. Crow seems unmovable, staying his edgy self. And Winter has already booted herself off the show. I guess the water was a little too hot for her. As for the evil team, there are more people to account for now than just Cinder and the Synthets, who themselves are unmoving. We start with our new contenders. Salem, the embodiment of evil, and manipulation, using Cinder to propel her into tier 2, adding controlling onto her traits. We also have another new contender entering the ring. All give it up for Tyrion, everybody! And he really grasps tight to anything he could hold, also using his springboard, but off the leftover dust, which once constituted Pyrrha. He simps for Salem, and he simps hard. He adds insanity to his state of affairs, landing him a spot in the tier 2 category. There are a few more characters, technically, but they are sitting on the sidelines, waiting for the perfect opportunity to jump in. Moving on to round 5.
It is round 5.
round 5. I am calling for round 5. And it seems disaster has struck Team RWBY. Yang is slipping ever closer to RWBY as Weiss has actively fallen into the singularity, the first member of the team to get swallowed by the swirling black void that is RWBY as a character. It is sad to lose you, Weiss. You had so much potential and yet nothing to show for it. Blake is the only one of the team who seems to have made it through this round, and it's looking like she stole Weiss her trait of defiance to do it. I love seeing the drama on the team. To betray your friend like that, what a play! As for Team Juniper, things aren't exactly looking up. With barely any screen time to speak of, it's difficult to express their character. When it comes to Nora, ever the steady player, she is really holding on and coming into her own, not moving a single inch. Jean's anger seems to have subsided somewhat, which is good, but it does cost him his spot and he comes closer to RWBY. And with Ren out of the picture, we move on to Ozpin, who is holding on, not letting go of his character of wise old man. Oscar, however, he never had much of a personality to begin with and fell off, landing himself a spot in RWBY's void. Crow, being ever the stable man, doesn't move any closer or further for that matter. And that leaves the evil team, where nobody seems to be moving anywhere just yet. Although it seems like the sideline has officially jumped in. Hazel and Watts have decided to give theirself a try in the singularity. Hazel comes in rather weak, which is ironic since he's supposed to be a heckin' honk of a man. The only thing that seems to define him is how vengeful he is, and he is very stoic if he's not being that, juggling the two because he never embodies both traits at a time. He falls just short of the tier 2 category. It is an interesting strategy, however. Watts has a better deal going on. He's a smart man, but that's not much of a character trait in and of itself, now is it? He is also quite smug. He has an air of superiority around him, so I will jot him down for smart and smug, landing himself fully in tier 2. Cinder seemingly did die this volume, which would take her out of the running. However, I never believed she did, so I will keep her on the roster. Which means that we're moving on to the final round of this iteration of the RWBY Singularity. Let's see how everyone does.
Round 6, break it down!
Oh man. I gotta remember to put real interest to this fucking shit. Fuck. And Team RWBY is out! Blake and Yang fully submitting themselves to the void. Even with those two having killed Adam this volume, it wasn't enough to save them from the fall. Team Juniper also isn't really standing out in a major way. Jean assaulted Oscar in a desperate attempt not to fall down. It's working so far, but if this is what he feels he needs to do in order to hold his position, it's worse than we can imagine. Nora is still holding steady, not having moved at all during these games so far, so that's good. Ozpin was only present for a very short time this volume. Realizing his start of taking over Oscar's personality wasn't working, he decided to fucking bail. Good for him. And hey, at least he isn't here to perform his waxing sessions anymore. Then we will be skipping immediately to the villain team. We find out Cinder is alive, as expected, and that none of the personality portrayed by our evildoers have changed. Neo does make a comeback, however, and is just as smug as ever. The rest also stays where they are. Crow seems to be learning to deal with his alcoholism, which is good, and his edginess so far is still intact, so he ain't going anywhere. That ends this time's match. 6 rounds in, and already a lot of people seem to have slipped and fallen. The entirety of Team RWBY, for example, is out, even though they started with one team member missing since she is the singularity. It is remarkable that the 4 main characters here all seem to have no real personality left by the end of the first 6 volumes. And it highlights a problem persistent in RWBY. They simply have too many characters to keep track of. Even when writing the singularity, I had trouble keeping up with everyone, and I did take notes for this. I can't imagine how hard it must be for the writers. My watch friend kept saying that as a writer, it becomes exponentially harder to write dialogue every time you add a character into the conversation, because not only does everyone need equal screen time, everyone needs to act according to character. RWBY's characters are often already poorly defined as is, so I can imagine that for the inexperienced writers like Miles and Carrie, this has been especially challenging to do. They really need to downscale the sheer amount of characters in the show. Otherwise, every character will eventually turn into generic pions moving through the story, with the only distinguishing characteristic being their design. So after all of that, I would like to discuss the final part of this video. If you remember, last time I had a segment discussing the world of Remnant, the companion book and series of RWBY, where they discuss the world building and supposedly expand on the world scene in the show. However, last time we saw, they didn't really do any of that. They talked around their subject a lot, but never really got to the core of the topic they were discussing. And looking at the thumbnails for the second batch of episodes, specifically the ones where they discussed the cities, I was not looking forward to the discussion, because we would have to discuss a place called Vacuo. A place we've so far only seen in a short shot of Volume 3 here. We see the people of Vacuo sitting around an old CRT TV in front of a trailer. And that in and of itself isn't necessarily bad, but when contrasted against the other countries' high-tag viewing areas, it does not paint a pretty picture. Now, if it was a single instance of Rooster Teeth depicting the desert folk as poor trailer people, this would be nothing. But it certainly strikes odd that in the thumbnails for every one of these kingdoms, every kingdom looks very beautiful, high-tech, and either has a smiling white person or a group of white people. And when it's Vacuo's turn, it's a bunch of brown silhouettes with spears lounging around in a very low-tech environment. It definitely seems to imply that these quote-unquote white countries are industrious and advanced, whilst this quote-unquote black country is primitive and lazy. But you know what they say, twice is a coincidence, thrice is a pattern. Also, I want to quickly discuss what I would want to see from each of the different Kingdom episodes. And what I would want the most out of these 4 episodes is a glimpse into everyday life at the Kingdom, the predominant culture, and maybe a quick history lesson on how the Kingdom came to be. Obviously, with Grimm around, I would also like to hear how every kingdom managed to stay safe, especially since the vast majority of the new settlements fail due to Grimm activity. And with that said, let's see how they do. We start with the episode centered around Vale. We hear Crow's voice make a snarky remark about how the school has been destroyed, as these episodes came out right after Volume 3. He talks about the defensive capabilities of Vale and the reach of the kingdom, so we finally have an answer to the question of what constitutes the Kingdom of Vale, and I hope they do this for every kingdom. However, I do not feel like we learned anything specific about the kingdom itself, how its people live, and the culture that exists here. We just got to learn it's a pretty safe place, and that is it. And we get another reminder that most new settlements get destroyed, so no expansion is possible, other than the few settlements along the coast. I understand that you can't exactly get into the nitty-gritty of the kingdom in a very short 2.5 minutes episode, but come on, you have to give us more than this. Let's hope the next episode does better, which is the Mistral episode, and it does indeed do a little better. Starting us off, explaining Mistral has a layered society. The aristocracy up top, responsible for art and the like, and the lower class on the bottom, responsible for crime and the like. And whilst I don't really like the depictions of poor and rich, at least it gives us an understanding of the world. Quickly on that depiction though, they really put emphasis that the rich in this case are responsible for all good things in life, whilst the poor are nothing but criminals. Which I find a rather vile depiction of the world. It creates a pedestal for the rich and wealthy to sit on, whilst vilifying the poor and the hungry. RWBY also even makes special mention of how the rich aren't just responsible for art, he makes it sound like they are responsible for everything that makes life pretty intolerable.
The high society folks of Mistral are known worldwide for their contributions to fashion, architecture, theater, all the things that make the world pretty intolerable.
Whilst when we look at the actual world, we will often find that it is the poor who tend to make artistic breakthroughs. Look at jazz and blues, for example. Anyway, before I get off on too big a tangent, let's head back to the topic at hand. As far as this episode is concerned, it does a slightly better job at explaining the kingdom than the previous episode, although not by much. Actually breaching more than just a single topic in this one. The following episode is Atlas, and we definitely seem to hit a pattern here. Let me get into what was talked about and then I'll elaborate. Kuro explains that where Atlas now is, there used to be nothing but a frozen wasteland. Even though the climate was harsh, it kept Grimm out, which helped a little bit. They also adapted to exist within the cold and oppressive climate in order to survive. And they show a little graphic of a member of the Blue Man group grabbing some red dust, presumed to hold warmth. Kuro also explains the technology these people created wasn't just more advanced than what the rest of the world had, they also developed it faster than the rest. Kuro also explains that during the Great War, Mantle, as Atlas was first called, created an R&D facility for creating new ways to apply dust. After the war, it was turned into a shelter for veterans and warriors seeking guidance. It was also turned into this kingdom's hunting school. The school eventually expanded to become a town in and of itself, filled with the rich, who then decided to move to the capital, from Mantle to Atlas, leaving the people of Mantle behind. And Kuro implies these people are the poor, that being the people of Mantle. So there are some definite hard times create strong men create good times themes all around this episode. Of the brave people who went into harsh climates of the Arctic were forced to develop because of it, and it made the things they make better and they were smarter, all because they had to survive. For those familiar with the saying, this should already raise some red flags, because it is often said within alt-right spaces. Usually they use it in the sense of the West declining. The full meme here is hard times create strong men create good times create weak men, and weak men create hard times, which makes the whole thing come full circle. The way the alt-right uses this meme is in a constant state of good times we were in, having been declining, all because of these men are too comfortable. The West is falling, and we must end the woke madness. And it's obvious bullshit fear-mongering, but here we see whoever wrote this section of the world fall for that trap. Keep in mind, I am not against a world in which settlers were able to beat harsh climates. I'm specifically talking about how that made them better than everyone else. Either way, I risk getting too deep into this right now, so let me move on to the next episode. Last of the Kingdom episodes is the dreaded Vacuo one, and it turns out that I was right in dreading it. Kuro starts off explaining that Vacuo is situated in what was once a vast desert with a huge oasis in the middle. So big, in fact, he calls it a jungle. With vast resources and the biggest dust deposits ever recorded in human history. And he follows it up with this line.
Unfortunately, comfort breeds weakness.
And he continues to talk about how the lazy and the complacent lives led by the people of Vacuo meant that they didn't develop and stayed a primitive society, as shown in the weapons they hold whilst defending against other, more developed countries. As the oasis was being taken from the people of Vacuo by other more developed kingdoms, they went to live in makeshift huts and eventually formed a formal government, something they didn't have before and should have been established before mentioning this. Anyway, the laws aren't upheld, and the only real authority is Shade Academy, the hunter's school of this particular kingdom. The last thing Kuro mentions is how the people of Vacuo have a mutual respect for each other, born from the fact that everyone here has had a hard time getting by, and live under the motto of, if you can survive here, you're welcome here. So, if you had any doubts about their fascist world building before, you shouldn't anymore. This episode is literally the good times create weak men create hard times part of the meme. This episode is literally an abundance of resources made people lazy and complacent, which made them easy to exploit and created hard times. This is as explicit as it gets. Bear in mind, I don't think they did this maliciously. I get the feeling the writers don't think this state of the world is good, hearing the sympathetic tone that Crow has throughout the video, but it doesn't excuse fascist world building. The following episode discusses what happens in between the cities. Crow talks about the Grimm and the little towns around everywhere. It does talk a bit about how difficult it is to start a town, and that without a defensive landscape, proper defenses, and a stubborn populace to protect against the Grimm, the town won't survive long. Also, if the Grimm don't take out a town, roaming packs of bandits will. They have to stay moving too because of their negative attitude, so they never stay in the villages that they raid. What, do bandits just live in a state of negativity? They just don't experience positive emotions? Why? Anyway, Crow states the villages that do survive are the ones well situated with favorable landscape, and teases Salem being out there. It also teases there are places nobody has come back from. Man, this really just portrays bad people as intrinsically bad. The world building done here isn't even that interesting. It just reiterates what we already knew, and it can't even do it without making essentialist claims about groups of people. I know bandits aren't good people per se, but the episode portrays them as nothing but negative emotion. There just isn't any nuance to it. They could have said something along the lines of the negative emotions created by the raid attracts the Grimms, so they have to go somewhere other than their raided village. But the episode goes out of its way to say that bandits need to stay moving because of their negative attitudes, which attract Grimm. This is essentialism, by the way, which also fits within a fascist worldview. No nuance, just bad people are bad because they are type shit. This goes for main show characters as well. We never really get a good reason for any of the evildoers other than they are just evil. Looking specifically at Cinder, but I will fully dive into that in the next part. The following episode talks about the Faunas, and I find it strange that it took them 14 episodes to finally discuss the Faunas. I really feel like this topic should have been among the first batch of episodes. The Faunas struggling for their equality is the biggest political battle within the world, and one of the aspects that make this universe somewhat unique. Anyway, Crow explains that the Faunas are essentially humans with one animal type trait to set them apart. He also spends a considerable amount of time talking about the sexual compatibility between humans and Faunas. I don't really get why this is one of the first things they mention, or why it even really matters at all. It just comes off as strange to me. Anyway, Crow explains that humans were scared of the Faunas because they look different from them, and the way he talks in this scene makes me a little uncomfortable. Just take a listen.
Early man was scared to death of the Faunas, and honestly, it's not too hard to sympathize with that. Seeing something that looks like you and acts like you walk out of the forest and reveal a pair of fangs can be a little upsetting.
So, let me get this straight. Crow is sympathetic to the racists because the people they disliked looked a little scary? That really reads like early man was scared to death of the Faunas, and honestly it's not too hard to sympathize with that. Seeing something that looks like you and acts like you walk out of the forest and have a dark skin tone can be a little upsetting. I'm pretty sure it's self-explanatory as to why that is racist. The dehumanization and sympathy towards racism is the most shocking part here. I mean, describing the character on screen as something coming out of the forest, the stance it has, the skin tone of the fauna shown on screen are all very on the nose, and I can't interpret it as anything else but racist here. Humans also did a genocide on the faunas according to Crow. Keep in mind, Crow also describes humans who are now actively doing the genocide as sympathetic. Eventually, Crow describes faunas and humans being driven together by their common grim enemy. They kinda get along, and humans start exploiting the faunas, using the differences between them to justify their exploitation. This mostly lasted until the Faunas Wars, where Atlas and Haven were fighting Vale and Vacuo. Atlas and Haven lost, awarding the Faunas equal rights and menagerie. Crow continues to explain that the Faunus don't get treated equal everywhere, and that Menagerie is a slap in the face of the Faunus, and that it makes sense for the White Fang to eventually respond to the bigotry they still experience in kind. So, this episode really seems of two minds here. It does portray racism as bad, but also sympathizes with said racism. It is indicative of not really wanting to take a stance here, recognizing the correct position, racism is bad, but not really wanting to commit too hard to it. Ultimately, I don't like the sympathetic tones for racism here, obviously, but they arrive at the correct conclusion. I also have to wonder if they understand why racism is bad, or if they believe racism is bad because it is. They don't really indicate enough understanding of the topic to give the feeling of understanding here. Also, the whole humans and Faunus can't have children together bit really strikes me as odd. If you want to mention it, that's fine, but why spend so much time on it? I feel like Mass Effect handled it rather well. I think in a conversation between Shepard, a human, and Liara, an Asari, Liara talks about how if you romance her, any kids you have together will be Asari, and Shepard is immediately okay with that. And if you want to talk about the compatibility of different races, that is the way to do it. Just don't delve too deep into it. Just state something quick and move on. It just feels really weird and breedery to like stay too long on that particular topic. I also think that this episode should have been narrated by a Faunus and should have been told to us by or through the perspective of Faunus. That would have been much more interesting and would have been much more sympathetic towards the Faunus and their cause. The next episode discusses the Schnee Dust Company. Crow starts the episode showing his distaste for the exploitation and monopolizing Megacorp, but quickly course corrects and talks about the company more generally. Crow explains that it's the son of the dust miner who turned soldier who took advantage of the changing times and depletion of natural resources. He gained an inheritance from his dad and used the money to fund an expedition into the mountains to find more dust, which he did, lucky for him. He then used the money gained from the dust to fund more expeditions, all of which he personally oversaw. Then, after he was old and tired, Jacques married into the family and took the Schnee name. He then convinced Nicholas that he should run the company and ruled it with an iron fist. With dangerous working conditions and no remorse for the people he stepped on to monopolize the dust market. I was a little afraid that this episode would divulge in great man theory, but I think it stops just shy of that with the way they handle Jacques' takeover of the dust company. If they really would go into that, they would describe Jacques as a good man in this case, but they do depict him as a bad person, so that's good. I wish they put more importance on the help that Nicholas got along the way, the inheritance and the people working for him, but I digress. The last episode of the entirety of the World of Remnant show talks about the Great War, the one of Haven and Mantle against the world. It's also the longest episode of the second batch, coming in at 7 minutes and 34 seconds. Crow starts off describing the relation between Mantle and Haven, and eventually Mantle got it in their head that the world would be safer if they could control emotion, so they wanted to do away with art. Haven, being the art capital, was an unlikely ally, banning art in outer territories, but keeping it for the higher classes, I assume out of spite. Tensions rise between Vale and Haven because Vale didn't like the way Haven was being run, what with the slaves Haven and Atlas had. And eventually, tensions rose high enough for war. At first it was just between Vale and Atlas and Haven, but soon Vacuo joined after Haven and Atlas tried to persuade them into joining their side. Eventually, it all came to a head in Vacuo, where the warrior king of Vale struck down hordes of soldiers in the desert and ended the war. The other kingdoms surrendered to Vale and pledged allegiance. But the king of Vale didn't want the title of king of the world and created a summit on the island of Vital, where the Vital Festival was born, and all nations lived happily ever after. I found this episode not all that interesting. I get that for people into lore videos this would be perfect. It is the most explanatory these episodes have been so far, and it's fine. They also heavily imply Osbin to have been the king of Vale, which he was tasked by the gods to unite humanity. So, Mr. Pin, you found yourself in a situation where all the kingdoms of Remnant were willing to pledge their undying allegiance to you under one flag. And you refused? This is the second time you do something like this. First deciding not to rule the world with Salem, and now this? Are you stupid? Anyway, that is World of Remnant. It's at best an average show that gets into the surface level of the world, mainly because the writers don't seem to have written anything more for the world and the topics they discuss. At worst, the writers portray their own ignorance and tendencies for fascist worldviews. I think it's incredibly important to understand the world and how it came to be, and to understand the sociology of it in order to properly build your world and the consequences of the actions people take and the changes in the world that come from it. Besides the fact that the whole strong men create good times meme just isn't true at all, it also normalizes fascists' beliefs, and I think it's pretty clear the harm that fascism does. Lest we forget World War II and the horrors that the German army inflicted. Ultimately, the show never reaches the potential that it had and falls flat on its face, whenever it does need to actually explain something, which is really sad. The show was a good idea in my opinion, but when you do something like this, you need to have something to say. Anyway, that disappointment aside, there's one more thing I need to talk about before closing out this video. You see, during the release of the first 3 volumes, they attempted to recreate some of the hype that existed ahead of volumes 1, 2, and 3. They did this by doing another round of color trailers, but with a twist. This time, not doing color-coded trailers, but short videos featuring the main cast, usually doing something ahead of volume 1, which I find odd. It teases some things for the coming volume, but that mainly ends up either going nowhere, and not every short tease anything at all. It just showcases the characters fighting by themselves. Each of the main cast and Adam, for whatever reason, got a short, starting with our main gal RWBY, of course. The release of these shorts was very well received, albeit the release quite haphazard. Releasing RWBY's character short ahead of Volume 4, Weiss, Yang, and Blake all got theirs in the lead-up to the release of Volume 5, and Adam got his short in the lead-up to Volume 8, so we will discuss that one next part. The idea behind these character shorts was the same, to have them function as trailers for the upcoming volumes, whilst also allowing the audience to learn a little more about our characters. These shorts are canon after all, which I like in theory, so how about we get to it, hey? Starting off with RWBY short. This one released ahead of Volume 4 a mere week before the launch and features RWBY doing little more than fighting Grimm like she did in the Red trailer. Although this time they were able to add some context to the killing. The short is set up in a village being attacked by hordes of Grimm as RWBY proceeds to massacre, only briefly stopped by this gorilla Grimm. The animation is great and the feel of the fight is exciting. I quite enjoyed watching it on its own, but it does highlight a couple flaws. The first one being that by doing a pure fight-based short, they highlight the fact that RWBY as a character truly doesn't have anything else going on. She remains an empty hero figure without much of a personality to speak of. Secondly, by virtue of a fight-focused short, they again point out that RWBY can fight like the best of them. I can't imagine Kuro or Cinder putting up a better performance for instance. Sure, she struggled a bit with the gorilla, but that is all part of dueling. When Luffy, for example, is in a massive fight, he will always struggle quite a bit and always come out on top. I never doubt his ability to fight, nor to become Pirate King because of it. He is cemented as the most powerful being on the Grand Line despite his struggles. Same goes for every single character RWBY has. Continuing with Weiss, her short features her at her family mansion, training with Grimm, summoned by Winter. Judging by her outfit, this took place before she went to Beacon Academy. After some fighting, Weiss ends up losing, and I actually quite like the fact that she did. It shows the audience rather naturally that she has a lot to learn still. Not that it matters, seeing this information would have only been relevant ahead of Volume 1, and it eventually turns out it was a dream Weiss was having anyway, on her way to Haven as the short ends. After that we have Yang her short, and remember when I said it's never brought up RWBY can't ever fight hand to hand? Well, that was kind of a lie. The start of this short revolves around Yang and RWBY sparring hand to hand a small while before Yang is to attend Beacon Academy. They seemingly brought RWBY's lack of hand-to-hand combat capabilities up here, so the reference later in the volume made sense. Mind you, that it's all still as irrelevant as before, since RWBY never has to fight with just her fists. The rest of the short is rather straightforward. RWBY gets knocked out and Ursa takes her place. After some decent fighting, the short ends with the reveal that this is a memory Yang is thinking of on her way to her mom after Volume 4. The last short for now is about Blake, or, well, that is what the title would have you believe. It's actually about Ilya. Let me explain. This is a flashback to before Beacon that happens during a chase scene set in current day. In the flashback, Blake asks Ilya why she joined the White Fang, and she explains that she did because of the accident her parents were in and the fact that her human friends from Atlas laughed at the idea of Faunus dying performing slave labor. She gives this talk as the chase scene happens, and we learn more about Ilya in this short than we ever do about Blake. Looking back to these trailers, they make me a little mad. I am left wondering where the hell this cool fighting was during most of the volumes, like the Volume 5 finale for instance, which really could have done with some cool sequences like these. It was one of the main selling points for the show, which is now seemingly relegated to the extra material. These fights are what people come here to see. Why are we using it just to drum up excitement for the coming volume that barely features any of it? It also makes me a little sad. Seeing the effort that went into making this feels wasted when the main show was still in production. The trailers can easily be cut from footage from the actual volume. These shorts are very labor intensive, and in my opinion it would have been better to spend this effort on the main show to create a better end product. Overall, if I were to judge these shorts in a vacuum, I would say that they are well animated but ultimately useless. They don't really set up anything meaningful, and we don't get to learn anything interesting about the characters. Not enough to justify making these anyway. I would have liked it more if we actually got to see part of the journey our characters are having in between volumes. Blake's short gets the closest to this, but ultimately fell flat by making it about Ilya. Anyway, I have rambled for far too long on this part already, so let me ask, what can we learn from all this? Well, for starters, when it comes to creating a world, it's most important to understand the way the real world and cultures came to be before setting off and creating your own. That way, you learn not only to write interesting lore, but also the social impact that it has. It will make your world feel more interesting, real, and actually makes it so that people would want to explore it. Same goes for adding myth and legend into the world you are creating. Understanding these things would also allow you to play with them and to subvert expectation. Just make sure you do your research, alright? Next is stagnation. When it comes to the main show, it's obvious to me that nobody is really learning anything here. Where in the first 3 volumes they improved every time, by now there really isn't any jump in quality anymore. And I think a lot of that has to do with the bad handling of criticism that they get. If you remember, I've talked a lot about the responses to the criticism that they had on Pyrrha, where they just kind of said, we were always meant to do this, too bad you didn't like it. And you know why that's a bad response. And the important lesson here is to take criticism in good faith and to assess whether you agree or disagree and respond accordingly. Of course, it does need to be good faith criticism, but if you close yourself off to any and all criticism, you run the risk of stagnating and never improving. Lastly, don't forget to have fun with what you're doing. I think the biggest reason why most people look back to the first 3 volumes so fondly is because the show was having fun with itself. It dared being silly and goofy, and with the tone shift in the middle of Volume 3, the people making RWBY seem to have forgotten how to do that. It makes the show feel bland and uninteresting, which is a huge shame for something that had such great potential. And with that, I want to bid everyone farewell. I want to sincerely thank you for watching this video all the way up until the end. By God, was it a long one. Please, if you like this sort of content, subscribe. It helps me out a lot. I do stuff on Patreon. I plan on using that platform for updates. If you want to know how far along I am with the next part, if you want to see a little previews for upcoming episodes, upcoming parts that I'm doing, head over there. It's only $3 a month if you can spare it. It would greatly help out the channel, and it would allow me to put these parts out more quickly for everyone to enjoy. Lastly, there's one more plug that I want to do. My watch friend is actually starting his own thing where he writes short stories. He's doing a series right now where he takes a lawyer who tries to break warlock contracts with demons in interdimensional demon court. I quite enjoy these stories. I think they're really well done, and you should definitely check them out if you have the time. I'll leave a link to them. I will leave a link to them in the description below as well. Thank you again for watching this video, and I'll catch you in the next one.